Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A guy was walking down the stairs in the rain. Suddenly, lightning struck him. His body was struck. Nate was called out, which surprised him. There were 3 men sitting in front of him. One of them noted that he asked a question about how he purifies water. Pointing his finger with a smile on his face, the protagonist replied that he uses a special purifier that the government developed. Sitting at the table, the man noted that this was good and said that they were moving on to the next question. Looking at the piece of paper, he asked why Nate chose their company. Smiling, the protagonist did not know what to answer. Putting his hand on the table, the man said that they looked at his resume, noting that the protagonist did not list any talents or anything else. He asked to be honest, did not Nate himself think it was a waste of time? They sat opposite each other. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again. Hitting his finger on the table, the man noted that he was talking. He put his fist to his face and said that Nate was coming to an interview at a big company and he couldn't do anything. The protagonist asked why they had posted the job in that case. The man replied that they had done so because they were required to by the law against discrimination against the untalented. He slammed his finger on the table again and said that the reality was different. Clenching his hand into a fist, Nate wondered if this was the same old story about the untalented. He imagined a ring with an abyss in the center. The protagonist mentally noted that after the world learned about the dungeon, people discovered unprecedented potential in themselves. He imagined the outline of a crowd of people. Nate noted that they called him talent, and he, in turn, led to a sharp leap in civilization. He told us that someone said that the discovery of talent was a blessing for humanity. The protagonist emphasized that he believed it himself. He imagined himself chained up and added that he believed it until he realized that he had no talent. The man crossed his arms and said that their company was about making a profit and that untalented people like the main character were useless to them. The guy with glasses said that he had no talent and asked if he had a conscience. Nate sighed loudly. He asked with a displeased face if they were aware that they were currently engaging in real discrimination. The man, taken aback, asked what he was talking about. The main character asked what they had meant by that. They looked at the displeased Nate and started shouting that they were tired of people like him. They asked what position he had if he had no talent. The main character nodded silently. Sitting in front of them, he asked if it was a crime to expect human treatment. Looking at them, he asked them to apologize. The guys asked with evil grins if Nate shouldn't apologize for wasting their time. The main character stood up from his chair and said that it meant they weren't going to apologize. He showed the tape recorder and said that he had recorded everything. He grinned and said that it contained both obvious discrimination against the untalented and an admission of posting non-existent vacancies. Holding his glasses, the guy started laughing and offered to defuse the situation. The main character started to leave from there, and the guys tried to catch up with him, shouting that they didn't mean that they weren't going to apologize. He hit the guy on the arm. Standing at the exit, Nate said that he would see what the Human Rights Commission would say about everything they said. The 3 guys were dumbfounded by his words. Daylight enveloped the building. Leaving the building, the main character said that just because he didn't have talent didn't mean he didn't have pride. He looked at his phone and read the notification that his request to the Human Rights Commission had been reviewed. Straightening his tie, Nate said that it was for the good of humanity and asked, how else? He suddenly stepped on gum on the ground. Trying to tear his leg off, he said that if people chew their gum, they should at least throw it away somewhere. He was suddenly doused with water. Surprised people looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Drops of water ran down Nate's face. Looking at the sky, he asked what kind of day it was. Evening light enveloped the main character's house. He entered it. He went to the window. Wiping the wall and the floor, Nate said that the alcoholics had dirtied his entire window again. Wiping the wall, he called his mother and asked how she was. Sitting on the floor with a smile on his face, he asked how she was fed in the hospital. His mother said that it was her fault that he was in trouble. She remarked that if only his uncle would pay her back. Holding the phone to his ear, Nate cried out that he had already told her not to mention that jerk in front of him. His mother responded that he was his uncle and that she shouldn't talk about him like that. Holding out his hand, the protagonist said that if he was the type to pay back debts, he would have already paid it back. He assumed that his uncle had already moved abroad. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he was not angry and apologized for being angry. Sitting against the wall, Nate asked her not to worry, noting that he had a college degree and a cool resume, so he would do well. He looked at the many bills on his desk and said that she didn't have to worry about them. While talking on the phone, he said that he was doing well and that they would call each other again. He started walking up the stairs. He took out a pack of cigarettes. Lighting a cigarette, the protagonist said that this was the only joy in life. Suddenly, it started to rain. Furious, Nate looked up at the sky. He threw away the lighter. Looking up at the sky, he said that at least this could have been left behind, noting that he was already struggling to live. Throwing up his hands, he asked why God was always against him. The protagonist mentally noted that he didn't care if God existed. Pounding the ground with his fist, he said that he didn't want to live like this and it wasn't his fault. Placing his hands on the ground, he screamed that someone had to be held accountable for this. The protagonist informed us that at that moment, he was taking his anger out on God. He asked if that was the reason. Suddenly, lightning struck. He pointed his finger at the sky and asked what he wanted. Frowning, the protagonist asked God to bite him. Lightning struck him. Falling to the ground, Nate asked if he was dead, adding that his worthless life had come to an end. He lay in a puddle. He thought about what would happen to his mother if he died. He opened his eyes. He looked at the bright light. Lying on the ground, the protagonist asked if he was alive. He looked at the blue projection in the sky that he had a new vacancy. Looking at the notification, he was surprised. He stared at the message and asked what the hell was this. A notification popped up that the gods were waiting for him. It was raining outside. Drops of water were running down the wall. Nate mentally asked if God existed. He was sitting on the floor with a towel on his head. The protagonist mentally noted that he was struck by lightning for insulting God, although he was not even sure of his existence. He looked at his phone. Nate wondered if this was what they call heavenly punishment. Looking at his hands, the protagonist noted that usually people after being struck by lightning are either in serious condition or even die, but he did not have a scratch. He looked at the message that there was a new job opening for him. The protagonist noted that if anything had changed, it was the strange notification hovering above his head. Holding his fist to his face, Nate noted that this was something that people with talent usually saw. Taken aback, he wondered if the lightning had awakened his talent. He mentally asked if he should check it out. He held his hand to his face and turned to the window. He looked at the message that had not changed at all. Frowning, he asked what it was if not a window. The protagonist asked why it looked like a notification for a part-time job. He looked at the bright light in surprise. The bright light was coming from the signs in front of him. Many projections surrounded him. He asked if this was really a part-time job. He said with a smile on his face that in real life, whatever, his lot was only a part-time job. The smile disappeared from his face. Nate frowned, noting that he would think positively and that he had nothing to lose, so he would take this opportunity. He looked at the projection that said that the job openings were loading. He talked about how it was a part-time job for the gods and asked if there was even a sorting option. He touched the notification and said that he would look. The sign in front of him turned red and a message popped up that he did not have enough divine power. He wondered what divine power was. He looked at the message that said that divine power was a common name for the power used by the gods. Sighing, he asked how he would get divine power if he had no talent. Putting his hand to his chin, Nate thought about how he did not have a bad feeling and maybe this was his chance to change his life. He touched the projection and thought about how it reminded him of a headhunter. Taken aback, he began reading the vacancies that did not require divine power. He clicked on the vacancy for creating Midgard dungeons. A notice appeared in front of him that workers were urgently needed to create dungeons. The employer was Thor, no divine power was required, no work experience was required. The description said that creating Midgard dungeons was not a difficult job if you were hardworking and diligent, and they could consider lower-level gods. He imagined many monsters and wondered if it was necessary to create dungeons that were teeming with monsters. Dumbfounded, the protagonist asked if the gods created the dungeons and whether he should believe it. He saw that the salary was 12 Thors. Holding his face, Nate asked how much that was in their money. He pressed the respond button and guessed that the currency of the gods was worth its weight in gold. Smiling, he said that he would not waste time. A bright stream of energy came from the sky. Blue mana hit a tree. Nate held onto the tree. He walked out of the portal. His face was dumbfounded. He asked where he was. While looking around, the protagonist asked how he got there. Surprised, Nate said that he had never seen anything like this in his life and asked if he was asleep. The monster stood behind him and rushed at him. The protagonist turned around. He saw the monster attacking him. The demon began to roar loudly. The protagonist covered his face with his hands. Suddenly, someone grabbed the monster by the neck. Surprised, Nate looked at the man who was enveloped in blue mana. The man looked at the monster and asked where his manners were. He turned his gaze. Looking at the dumbfounded Nate, he asked if he was new. The plot introduces us to Thor, the god of thunder and lightning in Scandinavian mythology. Thor smiled and introduced himself. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and assumed that Nate knew who he was. Thor grabbed the protagonist and said that he had a lot to do, so they would talk on the go. Nate looked at him and mentally noted that he was a big guy with a shaggy beard. He looked at Thor's face and wondered if it was Mjolnir. Taken aback, the protagonist mentally asked if it was really Thor. The god of thunder pointed at him and said that by the looks of it, he was one of the gods of the east. Surprised, Nate mentally asked if Thor thought he was a god. He looked at the guys around him and noted that he no longer knew what kind of gods they were, but they were definitely not humans. Frowning, the protagonist assumed that he was the only human there. Smiling, Nate replied that he was the guardian of a small mountain. Thor began to smile widely and said that he had heard of him and asked if they usually helped people in trouble. Looking at him, Thor assumed that Nate was very imbued with human culture. The dumbfounded protagonist looked at his clothes. Nate walked next to him and said that he often descended into the world of people to find out how he could help. Thor replied that he cared about them very much. He asked if he was okay with that. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Thor smirked and said that his job now was to create places where people suffered. The protagonist looked away and said that he was okay with that. As they walked up the steps, Thor asked if he had heard of the Minotaur's labyrinth. He smirked and said that then Nate would quickly understand what was going on. The protagonist began to look around. He saw a bright light. Many birds flew in front of him. Thor pointed to the dungeon and said that the Minotaur's labyrinth was just taken as a basis. He smirked and looked at the surprised Nate and said that he would be building the labyrinth with them. A man stood behind him and asked why he was yawning, noting that they had a lot of work to do. Looking at the huge gate, Nate replied that he was coming. He was told that they needed carts to Sector E6. The protagonist climbed out of the pit and said that he was coming. They shouted that help was needed at Sector A1. Nate got up from the table and replied that he was already coming. He said with a distraught look that he was already there. The guy looked at the protagonist and asked if he was working hard. He asked him not to fall through. Turning around, Nate with a smile on his face asked to get him out if he fell through. Looking at the many boxes, the man said that that was all for today. The protagonist clarified if they were finished. The red orc said with a smile that it was a great job and asked how he liked it. Nate replied that it was just physical work. Leaving from there, the orc said that everything was sorted there, so they would go to the cart, catch their breath, and then go to the next point. Sitting in the cart, the orc asked if everyone in the east was so enthusiastic. The protagonist asked if it was true that everything depended on character. Looking at the smiling Nate, the orc said that he was already being praised there. The protagonist replied that he was embarrassed. He thought with a smile on his face that he was very sociable. He looked at the orc with a grin and asked about talent, noting that communication with the gods would bring much more benefit. Raising his hand, the orc said that they were getting out and would go from there. He lightly hit the large monster that was pulling the cart and noted that if they trusted him, all the mines along the way would be demolished. The orc looked at Nate, who was carrying a box, and screamed loudly for him to watch where he was stepping. He pointed to a magic symbol on the ground and said that it meant that there was a mine there. The orc started pointing at the floor and said that there were mines there. Turning around, he asked if Nate had never seen them, adding that it would teach him a lesson. Carrying the box, he said that the protagonist probably knew that lately the higher gods demand that people pass some kind of entrance exams before hiring them, and lower level gods like them are not supposed to do this, so they do this kind of work. Smiling, he told them that the dungeons are constantly being built, so they have a lot of work to do. Nate asked again if they are constantly being built. The protagonist saw several workers, and the orc said that they started creating a room a couple of minutes ago and have already finished. He asked Nate to go and see. The protagonist's face was dumbfounded. Looking at the huge room with columns, he asked if they had built this in a couple of minutes. Frowning, the protagonist asked how they built such a colossus. Nate put the box on the ground. The orc opened it and said that there was something in there that would make this place a real challenge. They looked into the box. The protagonist tapped the cocoon and asked if it was a round stone. The orc replied that it could be, and it looked like a normal stone, but spiders would come out of it. Pointing to the many cocoons, he said that when they all hatched, this place would be a real headache. Looking into the box, the protagonist asked what kind of monster it was. They looked at a huge lizard that was tied up. The orc asked if Nate had heard of them, noting that it was a lizardman. Putting his finger up, the protagonist asked why that part was transparent. The orc asked him to be careful, adding that he was not ready yet, and besides, it was a vital point. Nate replied with a smile that he did not know that. The orc suggested that they go to the next room. Pointing with his hand, he told them that goblins were hiding there. As the protagonist walked down the dark corridor, the orc said that those who made it that far would essentially be at the finish line. The protagonist suddenly looked down. He saw a monster. He was looking at the goblin's face. The monster suddenly opened its eyes. It lunged at Nate. The monster grabbed its head. The orc began to laugh loudly and asked if the protagonist was scared, noting that the goblin was just fooling around. Looking at the monster, the orc said that once the construction was finished, it would be a different matter, noting that goblins were very smart creatures, so they were difficult to deal with. Nate frowned and said that was for sure. He looked at the huge head of the bull and mentally noted that this was the end of the labyrinth. The orc pointed to the huge gate. He looked at the bull's head and said that this was where the main boss was. Thor suddenly approached the protagonist and called out to him. Nate and the orc bowed to him. The god of thunder said that he heard that everyone there praised him and asked how work was. The protagonist replied that everything was fine thanks to his care. Holding his chin, Thor said that he spoke beautifully and asked if all the monsters had already been quartered. Pointing with his hand, the orc said that this was only the very last thing left. Raising his hammer above his head, Thor clarified whether the workday was over in that case. The dumbfounded protagonist asked why the hammer. Thor, with a smile on his face, cried out that Nate was a good boy and next time he would tell him what kind of dungeons he had in the east and wished him a safe journey. Thor hit him with the hammer. The protagonist suddenly teleported. He covered himself with his hands. He lay on the floor and said that this was a strange farewell to work. Nate noted that he already thought that Thor was going to punish him for lying, that he was not a man. Looking at his hand, the protagonist noted that all this was real. Smiling, the protagonist declared that it was not a dream or a hallucination, but a real awakening. He raised his hands and began to shout loudly that he really was awake. A message appeared that his salary had been credited to his account. Frowning, Nate mentally noted that it was a salary. He touched the projection with a trembling hand. A notification appeared about loading the god's shop. Taken aback, the protagonist asked what all this was, adding that it was crazy. Odin's spear, Gungnir, which never misses its target, appeared on the screen. Then a window appeared with the fur armor of the Nemean lion, which neutralizes all physical damage. The next window popped up with Freya's necklace, allowing you to move between dimensions. Nate looked at the screen in surprise and decided that this was really the god's shop. After that, he saw a blue card of Thor's power, a lightning strike, then a red one, the power of Hephaestus, flame, and a green one, giving the power of Ares, destruction. The protagonist looked at the screen in shock and wondered if he could really buy all this. He imagined how people admired him in his gear, and he rejoiced and thought that then he could become a god in a human body. He returned to reality, in which he happily stood with his arms outstretched in front of the fan. Nate turned off the fan. He raised his hand and said with a confident smile that everything was fine. That was the change in his life. Looking at the screen, saying that he did not have enough divine power, he became sad. He sighed desperately, thinking about what he expected. He looked at the red screen with prices and realized that the cheapest was 70,000 Tors, which was very expensive. Nate put his fist to his cheek and pressed the screen, thinking about what he could buy. 3 different talents appeared in front of him, which surprised him with a cry. The protagonist grabbed his head and raised an eyebrow, shouting that he could just buy the talent. He was lost in thought, biting his finger, wondering how much it would cost. A window appeared with an SS level talent for 12 Tors. Nate was very surprised and brought the screen right to his face, shouting that the powers cost 70,000 and the talent was only 12 Tors. He sighed desperately and said that no one was buying it and looked at the comments, which wrote that it was really still being sold. Who needed something that mortals used and suggested updating the powers section because gods needed powers, not talents. He looked at the screen closely and shouted that they were being impudent. This was SS level. This was not just a talent, but an SS level talent almost for free. He clicked on the fencing talent and happily said its name. Smiling, Nate put his hand to his chin, imagining himself as a little boy with a blade and said that as a child he liked to play with a sword. He smiled confidently and clicked the buy button, saying that there was nothing to think about, he was buying. A notification appeared that the SS fencing talent had been successfully acquired. He was enveloped in golden light. The protagonist looked at his hands in surprise, which were filling with energy, and asked if it had worked. He clenched his fist in joy and smiled and said that he had worked hard to get at least an F-level talent and had gotten this one so easily. A message appeared with a chest and an inscription congratulating him on his first purchase. Only today there was a 1+1 promotion. He would receive a gift of the same level as his purchase. He covered his mouth with his hand and looked at the screen through tears, wondering if they would really give him another SS level item. There was a screen with 3 talents in front of him. He thought about it and chose a talent for fighting. Nate raised his hand, closed his eyes and joyfully shouted that he could now use both fencing and fighting. He looked ahead in surprise. The room blurred before his eyes. The protagonist stretched out his hand, but everything was smeared. Nate lay on the floor, exhausted, writhing in pain, thinking that his whole body hurt. He lay twisted on the floor and a notification appeared that his body was being strengthened to use talents. His arm tensed, his veins stood out, the system reported that his lung capacity was increasing. Nate's face was tense, he bared his teeth, a notification appeared about increasing muscle strength. He closed his eyes tighter and tighter while the system said that the body enhancement was successfully completed. He dreamed of his smiling mother, who called Nate by name. She extended her hand with a smile and said that she was sorry and that it was because of her that he had problems. He thought that she was talking about it again. Now everything was fine, he had talent. Nate suddenly thought that he couldn't have this. He woke up lying on the floor and fearfully shouted the word talent twice. The protagonist sat up, rubbed his neck and said that he had a headache, thinking that he had fallen asleep and dreamed of his mother. He was scared and wondered in surprise if it was all a dream. Nate frowned and in fear shouted the word window. The system opened with his data and the position of a low-level god. He looked at her in surprise and said the title and understood that that was why he was able to work in the dungeons. The main character, sitting on the floor, exhaled and said with a smile that he was once untalented and now a god. Life is an unpredictable thing. Looking at the broken phone, he saw that his mother was calling him. He happily brought the phone to his ear and said that he had good news, and she replied that he should not come to the hospital today under any circumstances. He looked at the phone in fear and asked what was the matter, and she said not to come and not to worry about him. Nate stood up and looked into the distance in fear, asking why she did it so suddenly, when suddenly the voice on the phone interrupted, asking if he was his mother's guardian, to which Nate agreed. He was upset and scared when he heard that the situation was serious. He could not tell the main character the details. It seemed that a dungeon had appeared near the hospital. The man continued to say that they tried to call him, but the phone was unavailable. Until the situation improved, they would not be able to receive visitors. Nate threw the phone on the floor, and the man continued to clarify if he could hear him. The protagonist was already running up the stairs, anxiously thinking about his mother. He was very nervous, beads of sweat were running down his face. Lightning appeared above the city and a helicopter was flying. The military filled the city, engulfed in a storm. On the news, a frightened female reporter said that they had arrived at the scene, as they could see signs of the appearance of a dungeon everywhere. The military man frowned and shouted into the loudspeaker that they could not go there. Everyone should step back. A taxi drove up. A frightened Nate emerged from it, holding onto the door. He watched as a crowd of people listened to the military man standing on the bus with a loudspeaker. The protagonist watched tensely and thought about what was happening. A notification appeared about the activation of the A-level concentration skill. Nate looked from afar at the crowd of people and the man shouting to step back. He looked closer at the military man pointing with his hand where to go. The protagonist was able to see his face and thought about how he could see his face so well from afar. He looked away in surprise and heard someone say that the government was calling all hunters. Two military men looked at each other and talked about how there were 8-star hunters here, and this time the dungeon was especially dangerous. Nate stood in the center of the crowd, confused, and heard absolutely everyone talking. He grabbed his head in fear and wondered if this was really concentration or if it was because of the talents he had bought before. The protagonist looked anxiously into the crowd and decided that there was no time to think. He had to get to the hospital. Making his way through the crowd of people, pushing them aside, he turned to the military man with a megaphone and said that his mother was there and he had to go through. To which he replied that he couldn't. There were signs that they were dealing with a labyrinth and couldn't let him through. Nate frowned and looked at him, thinking about the labyrinth. He looked at the clouds covered in lightning. The soldier turned around, and the protagonist leaned over anxiously and looked at the sky. Nate watched as an energy flow appeared from the cloud directly into the crowd of people who were running away in fear. He bared his teeth and barely made his way through the huge crowd of people running in fear. He fell, holding the ground with his hands and bowing his head among the rubble. Nate put his fist to his chin and opened one eye and asked what was happening. The protagonist looked forward in fear. A huge portal appeared in the middle of the city. He was scared and looked in surprise. The portal became clearer. It was surrounded by ruins, and inside he could see a city. Nate looked in surprise and shouted that this was the dungeon he was building. Inside the dungeon, there were creatures who were building buildings. The protagonist remembered how he put a pick on his shoulder and said that the view from there was really cool. He placed his hands on his hips and exhaled, thinking about what he hadn't understood until now. Standing in front of the sparkling portal, he looked inside in fear and thought that he never thought he would see it here. Nate continued to look at it in fear and wonder why the dungeon was here. He looked in surprise at the man coughing at his feet. The protagonist threw his arm over his shoulder and helped him walk, asking if he was okay, to which he replied that they needed to leave quickly. Nate looked tensely to the side and pushed the man away. They flew apart. The protagonist looked in fear at the sword that flew into the wall. He turned around and heard a strange sound. The dying man desperately told him to run. The man fell to the ground and a lizard came out to him. Nate sat on the ground in fear and watched as the monster stepped on the man's corpse, holding a knife in its paw. The lizardman raised his sword in the air, kneeling on one knee, and other lizardmen began to run out. The soldiers armed themselves and listened to the order of one of them to open fire. The lizardmen ran forward, covering themselves from the shots. Nate hid behind a car from the shells and covered himself with his hands, shouting that there was a man there. The monster with a sword furiously ran straight at the sitting protagonist. He swung the blade. Nate screamed in fear, sitting on the ground. A notification appeared about the activation of the A-level concentration skill. The protagonist looked up and energy appeared from his eyes. The monster threw the sword at him, but Nate felt a flow of energy. He concentrated on the blade and the lizard. The protagonist touched the ground, looked at the tip flying at him and sharply raised his hand. The sword was approaching his face. He looked on in confusion as he grabbed the blade mid-flight. Looking at the sword in his hand, Nate was very surprised. The protagonist grabbed his hand and screamed in panic, surprised that he caught it. He looked to the side warily. There was a man sitting next to him, and the lizardman swung again. The man was writhing in pain, and Nate was screaming to be careful. The protagonist bared his teeth in fury and was indignant, looking at the monster, the soldier, and the man. He stood up and ran. With a scream, Nate aggressively pounced right on the lizardman. 2 soldiers saw this, one shouted into the radio to hold off, since there was a civilian there, and the other was surprised that it was not a hunter. They watched as Nate was surrounded by monsters and said that even if it was a hunter, he was unarmored there. The protagonist raised 2 fists and thought fearfully that he had acted on emotions, but now what should he do? The lizardman swung his sword at the crying and apologizing Nate with a scream. A message appeared about the activation of the A-level concentration talent. He dodged sharply and was surprised by this. Nate smiled in fear. The protagonist turned around and saw the lizardman running after him. He dodged again with his legs and arms spread, thinking that this was the concentration skill, and it was as if he had drunk 100 cups of coffee. Looking at the lizardmen, Nate decided that he could see their movements very clearly. He quickly ran away. The protagonist clenched his fist in front of the screaming monster, who swung his sword. He confidently moved his fist to the side. A notification appeared about the activation of the SS level battle talent. Nate beat him with all his might on the torso, legs, and jaw. He stood on one leg, flames came out of his hand, and the lizardman flew back. The protagonist looked forward in surprise and realized that he had succeeded. Nate, surrounded by monsters, took a fighting stance and raised his fist, deciding that there were 2 left. The lizardman tried to strike with a scream. The protagonist deftly dodged, leaning on the ground. He looked at the monster insistently. Nate moved his leg to the side. The guy kicked with all his might right at the lizardman's jaw. Another monster was running at him. He slid his sword along the asphalt. Nate noticed that the lizardman was running up behind him. He struck with his sword, when suddenly, the protagonist disappeared in front of him. The monster roared, looking up. Nate flew right above the lizardman's head. The protagonist delivered a powerful kick from above, stomping the monster's head into the ground. The military looked at this in shock and said that this was impossible. The man watched as the protagonist stood in the middle of 3 lizardman corpses and said that he had just laid out a lizardman with his bare hands. The soldier turned to see the sighing old man next to him. Nate turned around in surprise to see the man calling him over with a smile and asking what guild he was from. The old man walked up to Nate. He was accompanied by people in cloaks. Others were fighting monsters behind him. He said that his face was unfamiliar, but he was good. The head of the Sanguine Guild, Chuck, extended his hand and introduced himself with a smile. They shook hands and Chuck said that it was unlikely that a hunter who was a member of the guild would come here alone, then asked if he was working alone, to which Nate agreed. The man turned around, pointing his hand back and said that they had come to clear this dungeon and called him with them, which surprised the protagonist. He looked at the portal to the dungeon and thought that now he was no longer an ordinary person. The protagonist looked at the hospital behind the portal and decided that if he did not stop the monsters now, they would continue to appear. He clenched his fist and said it was a simple matter. Nate approached the smiling Chuck and confidently said that they should go forward. They entered the cave. The protagonist touched the wall. Turning to the man and the rest of the guild members, he said that they should go there. Chuck turned to the man behind him. Nate looked at the blade in the man's hand and thought that thank God he remembered all the moves, of course, all thanks to the fact that he walked along them hundreds of times. He approached Chuck and asked him to wait, to which the old man asked what was going on. Nate looked confidently and said that he would lead from there. One of the guild members was indignant and said that this was nonsense, and he had no idea where he came from, but he should know his place. The protagonist stood in front of Chuck and said that further on there were traps and mines, that's why he was talking. The man folded his arms and laughed, thanking them for their concern and adding that he thought the advanced team had already taken care of everything. Nate picked up a rock from the ground and asked, "Is that so?" He knelt down and threw the rock forward. The rock approached the ground. Suddenly, a trap cut it into many pieces. The guild leader and members looked at this in surprise, and Nate said that he was sure that the advanced team was not here yet. He pointed his finger at the blue plate and said that this trap was activated by pressure. Introducing a sharp spear, the protagonist explained that the swords were cast from a special alloy. They would pierce most armor like some kind of foam. Everything is simple, but much more dangerous than they think. The old man scratched his chin and looked at the confused Nate and asked how he knew all this, and the guy decided that they should not know that he helped build it. He raised his hand to his face and said fearfully that it was a company secret. The protagonist walked confidently ahead, and behind him, Chuck pointed back. Nate stopped. He reached out for the torch on the wall, which surprised the old man. The protagonist frowned and looked away, saying that it would be even more dangerous. He walked forward, raising the torch up. Chuck and the guild members looked ahead in fear. Nate lit the door with a picture of a spider and told everyone to get ready. The guy crushed a huge black spider with his foot and then shouted for it to die. He looked at his dirty boot with displeasure and said that it had stained all his clothes. His comrade added that at this rate they would all get marinated. To which his friend replied that he slept during the briefing. The web that was everywhere here, not only their connection, but also traps, it was easier to burn. Then another guy leaned over to his comrade and whispered that it was that guy who said that. Can they trust him? What if he is a spy from another guild who is trying to disrupt their operation? The protagonist smiled and replied that he heard everything. Then, frowning, he looked around the corner. In front of him appeared a huge hall, which was filled with cobwebs. Then Nate thought that this was the room. Here he unloaded a bunch of spider eggs, but there is no point in complicating things. He will just burn everything to hell. Then he smiled and used a lighter. The guys following him said that everything here is covered in cobwebs, they need to burn it all to the ground. Then one of them brought a torch to the cobwebs. A system message appeared in front of the protagonist that the concentration skill was activated. He looked forward menacingly, and in front of him appeared an image of a man who was entangled in a cobweb. A second later, he grabbed his masked comrade by the shoulder and shouted for him to stop. Lowering his head, he added that they would not be able to control the fire. Menacingly looking ahead, he said that there was a man here. We are transported to an elderly man who is walking past the squad. He says that signs of survivors were found in the stone chamber. Now their priority is to save them. Frowning, he adds that as soon as they enter, they should form a defensive position. They do not know what condition the survivors are in, so they should refrain from further attacks. Then Chuck narrowed his eyes. He looked at the protagonist and said that he does not know how exactly, but this young man seems to know where the survivors are. The support group is acting under his command. Hearing this, Nate was very surprised and thought about how he suddenly appoints him as a commander, but he has never done anything like this. A girl in a dark cape passed by the other guys. Meanwhile, the protagonist, putting his palm forward, asked to wait a little when suddenly someone called out to him. Nate turned around and looked ahead in surprise. In front of him was a girl who, putting her hand forward, said that thanks to him they had reached this place without touching a single mine. She was counting on him. He looked at the hand extended to him in surprise for a few seconds, and then, shaking it, he replied that they would do their best, but there was a problem. The girl, without waiting for an answer, told him not to worry so much about the decrees. He could just tell them where the survivors were, and they would figure out the rest. It would be easier for everyone. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, then asked what. He scratched his head in confusion, and then asked again, more simply. Then, smiling, he asked if maybe she would let go of his hand already, to which the girl replied that he did not use weapons. He added that he had never tried it, and the girl, looking ahead, replied that so that's how it is. Then, turning around abruptly, she replied that it wouldn't hurt for him to have a sword, or even two. Adjusting her hood, she added that she would go then. The protagonist, looking at her with displeasure, wondered what she wanted to say and left. Then, looking around with interest, he thought that she had called him by name. Then Chuck, looking at the students, shouted that they were leaving and that everyone should take their positions. After a while, we are transferred to the hall. Chuck, along with the protagonist and other students, enter the dungeon. One of the students looks ahead in surprise and says that it is very quiet here. Meanwhile, Chuck turns around and, frowning, replies that they should not lose their vigilance. A second later, Nate, raising his head, shouted that there was a threat from above. Two huge red spiders were climbing from below. Someone shouted why they were so huge. One of the students, fearfully holding his sword in front of him, shouted that he needed help. Chuck, swinging his axe, headed towards him, and then, making a quick dash forward, he chopped the beetle's body into several pieces. Afterwards, he menacingly thrust his axes in front of him and shouted for them not to get lost and investigate the plan. Nate and the other students ran forward. Shouts could be heard everywhere that they needed to form a defensive position and avoid contact with the poison. Then the protagonist looked forward. A blue aura appeared around his eye. Ahead, he saw a blue stream of energy that led him straight. Suddenly, the stream turned to the side. Looking around the corner, Nate saw several cocoons and then shouted that he had finally found them. He saw people covered in webs and then added that there were survivors here. Coming closer, the students began to cut the cocoons with a dagger. Looking at the man, one of them asked that he was okay. Let him hold on, there was only a little bit left. Suddenly, several more spiders appeared in the room. Nate threw one person on his back and, turning around, said that he knew a safe place. Let them follow him. He frowned menacingly, turned around, and then thought about what doubts were tormenting him. He cut a huge spider outside the window in an instant, from which green poison squirted. Then, looking to the side, he said that the guy knew the passages and structure of the dungeon and even where to look for surviving people. Looking at how he was saving the survivors, he continued to think that a talent he had never heard of. Meanwhile, one of the students, holding a piece of paper in his hand, shouted that there were injured people from the dungeon. Then he approached the commander and said that all the survivors were evacuated. There were victims, but the injuries were minimal, he replied, smiling. That this was a good start. Let them continue in the same spirit with those who can still fight, and he will pass it on to the others and tell them to rest. Then, frowning, he looked at the protagonist and said that he would like to talk to him. Nate pointed at himself in surprise and asked what was on him. Then he stood up and took a few steps forward. One of the students, clenching his teeth, looked ahead with displeasure. The protagonist continued to walk forward. Looking at the wounded, he said that taking into account the 2 police officers and hunters, a total of 10 people were trapped, among them were members of their advance team. The commander smiled broadly, and then said that if it weren't for him, they would have burned them all, and then left. Nate scratched his head, laughed, and replied that they shouldn't thank him. The commander continued to say that, by the way, he has some talent. You'd think that he built this dungeon with his own hands. Hearing this, the protagonist turned pale, but did not stop smiling, and then shouted that such a thing was possible. He started throwing up his hands and shouting that he wasn't some kind of god to build a dungeon. The commander, looking at him, laughed and replied that he was, of course, joking. Nate continued to look ahead and smile, then said that they needed to quickly gather everyone and continue, and then thought about the fact that he thought that he was already finished. A huge stone door appeared in front of them. One of the students, looking ahead, asked what it was from the Inca civilization. The protagonist, looking ahead, answered that there were goblins. One of the students, looking at the door, laughed, said that there were just goblins. Then he looked at the protagonist and said that he thought there would be a boss next, another guy next to him, that he even felt sad somehow. Nate, looking menacingly ahead, thought about the dominance of goblins, how to deal with them. He just can't get it into his head. He hopes that the concentration skill can help. Then he put his hand on his chest and told everyone to listen. It was okay if he went in there alone. One of the students poked him in the shoulder and said that their head praised him so much that he believed in himself. As for the goblins, he was with Chuck here. He shouldn't worry about it. If he was scared, he could wait here. Chuck walked up to him and folded his arms and said that he didn't really like sending him out there alone either. To which Nate, holding out his hand, replied that then he had no choice, then they would have to listen to him when they got inside. Chuck folded his arms and said that it seemed like he had some kind of plan. One of the students gritted his teeth and thought that he wanted to use this opportunity to impress the head, but because of some idiot, he wouldn't be able to stand out. To his comrade, he continued to think that he couldn't let him steal his moment of glory. Then he raised his spear and said that they would go inside them. A few seconds later, they entered a huge empty hall. Looking around, the students asked that there was no one here. Looking ahead, someone said that it was just an empty hallway. Nate turned around and, raising his finger, told them to speak more quietly and then thought that he felt something inside. One of the students smiled sarcastically, looking ahead, and then, going inside, he said that it looked like there was nothing here, or a huge cockroach would crawl out on them now. Another guy, laughing, said that if there were goblins here, then he should stay closer so that they would cover his ass. Suddenly, 2 torches appeared from somewhere. Nate, frowning, heard shouts to quickly turn on the lights, to which he shouted for them to stop, and at the moment this cannot be done. The guy, blushing in the pitch darkness, said that he was talking, they need to see something to fight, and how can he call himself a hunter if he is so afraid of goblins? And then the guy turned on the flashlight and added that the cowards can just stay behind. A second later, the protagonist screamed, opening his mouth in fear so that everyone fell down. Chuck grabbed his students by the heads and lowered them to the ground. The 2 guys continued to look into the darkness, shining the flashlight. In front of them was an empty hall, and they did not see anything. Suddenly, one of the guys, laughing, said that he scared them in vain and there was nothing here. Putting his hand on his belt and looking at his comrade, he told them to go. Why did he stand up? The guy turned around, his body was shaking, and 3 arrows were sticking out of his chest. A second later, the whistle of arrows was heard throughout the dark room, and the guy was stuck with about a dozen arrows. Chuck looked at his dying student in fear. A second later, the flashlight fell to the floor and the other guy jumped back in shock. Looking at the light, screams were heard that where the shots came from, nothing was visible, it was an ambush. The commander, frowning, shouted loudly for no one to move from their place. All the students immediately froze. Chuck turned around and said that that's why he said they don't need to turn on the flashlights. Nate replied that yes, they are attacking in the direction of the light, to which Chuck replied that it was strange, they heard them come in. Why did they attack right away? The protagonist, looking forward, replied that they were playing with their victim. A green goblin appeared from behind a column, laughing maliciously, and Nate continued to say that they wanted to enjoy their fear of death. Chuck raised his axe and then said that they can't fight without seeing the enemy, even if it means they have to take casualties, have to turn on the lights. Nate replied that if they can fight even if they can't see anything. He turned around and asked with a frown that it was possible. The protagonist replied yes. In front of him he added that they should rely on him. Then after a few seconds he slowly walked through the room through the students. He advanced quietly, then said that he knew they couldn't see anything, that they were nervous. One of the students was breathing heavily, Beads of sweat were rolling down his face. Nate, taking another step, added that he would do everything possible. They should not move or make sounds until he said it was okay. At the same second, one of the students covered his mouth, looking ahead in fear. The protagonist closed his eyes and, lowering his head, thought that he needed to concentrate and remember this feeling again. A system message appeared in his head that concentration was activated. A moment later, he felt many green goblins around him. Then he opened his eyes and turned around abruptly. One of the students, looking ahead in fear, heard the cries of dying goblins. Chuck heard the same thing, looking ahead in confusion. After a while, Nate grabbed the goblin by the neck, said that now it was okay, let him turn on the lights. The whole room was strewn with goblin corpses. He was squeezing the throat of one of them with his right hand, and then he threw him on the floor. The student, looking at this, thought that this was just crazy. What kind of talent did he have? What kind of tricks were these? He looked at the protagonist, who was calmly looking in front of him. Then he gritted his teeth. He thought again that if he had more time, he would destroy them all, that he was constantly standing in his way. He ran up to the protagonist and said that this was just crazy. He had been doing this all his life, but this was the first time he saw a hunter like him. Nate smiled and said that he was just lucky, and they should continue, and then thought that he himself did not know how he did it. They reached a huge door, on top of which hung a huge golden skull of a Ken bull. Then he said that they had arrived. Looking at the giant door, Nate said that they were at the end of the maze. This was the boss room. A huge image of a monster appeared in his head. Chuck raised his head and frowned and said that the boss of the dungeon was behind the door. The protagonist and the guild members were standing near the huge gate. The door was slightly open. People were looking through the crack into the dark room. The old man looked around warily and said that nothing was visible, perhaps another ambush. Nate looked tensely and answered that he was there. He looked at the two torches. Light was shining through the door crack. The steps led to the throne with the boss. A buffalo with a human body was looking forward furiously, and the protagonist said that this was the owner of this dungeon. Chuck and the monster glared at each other, and the old man said that, as expected, he looked impressive. Nate and Chuck looked away, and he said that it did not look like he was going to attack first. They had time to work out a strategy and study the room. A message appeared that the sacrifice of the Minotaur had begun and 5 victims needed to be chosen. The protagonist looked at the screen in surprise and wondered what kind of casualties they were talking about. He looked ahead and listened to Chuck say that the attack group would split into 2 subgroups and thought about how no one but Nate seemed to see it. He put his hand to his chin and looked away, thinking that this was a trick. There must be some kind of clue on how to get out of here safely. Then it was worth sharing what he learned. He walked up and turned to the old man, but he turned around and said that they were discussing the plan and couldn't it wait. They both frowned, and Nate replied that it could have something to do with passing the dungeon, to which the old man objected. The man looked at the guild leader and the protagonist, clenching his hand into a fist. The masked man grinned and thought about how this fool was taking his laurels for himself again. Turning back to them, he walked away, deciding that this time he couldn't just stand there with his arms hanging out. The man looked around the corner and looked at the sitting Minotaur. He picked up the crossbow and smiled, thinking that strategies are for losers who beg for mercy and fear, and he was not going to dance to anyone's tune. The man took aim at the monster and thought that now he would show them his F-level shooting talent. 1 shot, and he would get a promotion. A little closer and he would hit the target. He confidently decided that he had crossed the line a little more. The man smiled, thinking that he needed to go 1 step closer. Chuck stood with his hand on his chin, and Nate turned around and looked at him in surprise. He shouted at the man walking with the crossbow to stop. The man turned around and grinned, screaming that he was getting in his way again. He shouted at Nate that he knew that he wanted to take all the laurels for himself. Pulling the crossbow, the man decided that while he was standing idle, he would kill the Minotaur. The man stepped over the edge and Nate ran to stop him. A red warning notification appeared saying that they had entered the center of the labyrinth. 5 victims would be randomly selected. The room shook and energy particles appeared. The man looked up in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Chuck turned to the protagonist standing next to him and shouted that something was wrong with Nate's body. One of the guild's men began to disappear in blue energy and screamed for help and fear. The masked man covered his face with his hand from the stunning blue light. He looked through the mask weakly. The man fell to the ground behind a frightened Chuck, who called him a fool and asked if he understood what he had done. Nate looked ahead in fear and said that he did not think that now was the time to discuss the correctness of decisions. A Minotaur with an axe stood in front of the protagonist, Chuck, and 3 other victims. He looked at them furiously. The monster raised his paw and screamed loudly, which shocked the ears of Nate and the old man. The masked man sat on the ground and screamed in fear. There was a purple barrier behind him. He desperately punched the energy wall and screamed to be released immediately. The Minotaur stepped forward, breaking through the floor. Chuck frowned in fear and clenched his teeth. The monster quickly ran at the masked man, but the guild leader blocked it with himself. He sat on the ground, looking at the Minotaur and holding the man by the scruff of the neck. He grabbed an axe and sternly shouted for everyone to take positions as discussed and no panic. Chuck ran with 2 axes towards the armed Minotaur and said to continue attacking with the current number. He would buy some time for everyone to be ready. The old man watched as the monster swung at him. He purposefully ran forward, dodging the blow. The monster hit the ground, and Chuck jumped into the air and said that this was for him to start with. He screamed and attacked the Minotaur from above. The 2 men smiled happily, praising the commander and saying that this was top class, and maybe they wouldn't be needed here. Nate looked surprised and thought that this was a great hit, a whole other level. Frowning, doubts came to him. Chuck tensed up, looking at the monster. He hit the axe in the chest, but only cracks appeared, which the old man was not happy about. The guild leader was angry and thought that he had steel instead of skin. Nate became alarmed and shouted at him to be careful. The Minotaur's blow was approaching the wary Chuck. He pushed off the ground and coughed in pain, jumping into the air. The commander was running furiously with axes in his hands. He frowned and said that it was not that he could not dodge, he just did not need to. Chuck put his hand on his wounded shoulder and said that he only grazed it. The leader looked at the furious Minotaur with an axe on his back and decided that he would have to be collected bone by bone. He resolutely shouted to surround him. People from the guild ran to him. They stood with swords on both sides of him, and Chuck told them to avoid direct contact and find his weak points. The protagonist looked at the old man and thought about how he instantly navigated and gave commands, a real veteran of the dungeons, but this is obviously the best they can afford. Nate stood in front of the Minotaur, surrounded by dark energy. The protagonist watched as lightning surrounded the monster and thought that he was not even going to go to them, as if the distance meant nothing. Lightning moved along the ground closer to the guy. They enveloped the hand and axe of the monster. Nate looked in fear and recognized lightning. He imagined the god of thunder with a hammer on the back of the Minotaur and realized that this was the power of Thor. Chuck stretched his hand forward and shouted that he was up to something and that he needed to be stopped. The leader and the guild members shouted that this was their chance and ran to attack the sparkling monster. Nate became alarmed and shouted that it was dangerous. Chuck tried to strike, saying that he was caught. Lightning came closer to the old man's face and Nate realized that everything was not according to plan. His hand was enveloped in the power of Thor and the protagonist thought that this was a mistake. Suddenly, the protagonist flew up and delivered a powerful kick to the Minotaur's face. He clenched his teeth and the Minotaur turned away from the pain. The monster's eyes lit up with rage. Nate was surrounded by lightning. He was very afraid. He was struck by the monster's energy and he realized that it was too late. There was a powerful explosion. The protagonist was thrown aside. The man touched the barrier and said that he could not believe it. He watched as the Minotaur struck the ground with his axe, with corpses lying around, and said that he had beaten the commander. The 3 people behind the barrier watched the man beat him in fear and discussed how they could never get in. They had never seen anything like it, but they had to help before it was too late. Nate looked at his hand and thought about how he had hit him with all his might, but he didn't care. He was a strong fool. The protagonist lay on the ground, powerless, gritting his teeth, thinking about how after so many years at the bottom, he finally got a talent, saw the light at the end of the tunnel and was dying like this ingloriously. He saw the hilt of a sword near his hand. He looked at it and was surprised. Nate smiled slightly, holding out his hand. The protagonist decided that there was something else they hadn't tried. He stood up, took the sword and said with a smile that if he died like this, he would have no peace. The Minotaur raised his axe and looked through the fog at the guy getting up. He grabbed the sword tightly and said that he hadn't tried so hard to die in a place like this. He stood up resolutely and pulled his sword to the side. The monster looked at him furiously. In the reflection of the sword, Nate was visible, who confidently told him to get ready since he was not going to die so easily. A notification about activating the SS level fencing talent appeared. Nate held the sword in front of him, and in front of him stood a formidable monster. The wounded Chuck lay powerless on the floor, thinking that he could not even scratch him with his axes. A man who did not hold a sword in his hands could not put him down. The old man coughed up blood and thought about what he should tell him to run away, but he could not utter a word. In his thoughts, he apologized to the main character. The Minotaur ran at Nate, trying to grab him with his paw. The guy quickly swung his sword. Chuck and the guild members looked at it in surprise. The Minotaur was shocked, and Nate ran forward. They ran away, and the horn flew into the air. It landed on the floor. The protagonist was serious and determined, thinking that at first it was just excitement, but the moment he took the sword in his hands, confidence came. He remembered how he swung the sword and cut off his horn and decided that he would kill him. Frowning, Nate looked at the sword and thought that he had never seen a real sword before, let alone fought, but he already felt like it was part of his body. He smiled confidently and said that so this is it, the talent for fencing. The monster without one horn bared his teeth furiously. He ran, punching the ground. The Minotaur, full of anger, ran towards the standing protagonist. Nate turned around in surprise. The monster viciously struck. He was surprised, and there were many cuts on his hand. The protagonist ran through the Minotaur that hit the ground. Chuck looked in shock and said that it was incredible, thinking that he made 6 or 7 attacks in an instant. He did not even have time to follow. He looked at the serious Nate with a sword in his hands and thought that he was more in martial arts, and he had been a swordsman all this time. The old man tensed and doubted. Nate leaned over, taking the sword behind the monster's back. He looked at his opponent, determined to win, and the leader decided that he underestimated him. The protagonist looked at the enraged Minotaur with cuts and thought about his thick skin. The man in the mask, holding his head, screamed that he knew he would miscalculate. He could not be defeated with such a level of ability. They are all dead here. Chuck looked back at the upset man at the barrier and thought that this was nonsense. His level of swordsmanship was comparable to the best swordsman of the East. He looked away and decided that Nate was a capable guy. The old man looked at the cracked sword and realized that it would soon break. The protagonist looked at the blade anxiously and said that he swung it a couple of times, and it was no longer good for anything. He clenched his teeth and looked ahead and said that at this rate, he would soon be empty-handed. All he had to do was hit the vital organ on the first try. Nate ran forward purposefully, spreading his arms. The Minotaur swung his fist at the approaching guy. The protagonist dodged and prepared for the blow. He kicked him with all his might and swung his sword, when suddenly a notification about the talent for SS-level battles appeared. Nate looked back and thought in fear that he had not even moved. The Minotaur glared at the tip of the sword near his face. The blade was approaching the monster. Suddenly, Nate hit him from below in the jaw. He extended his leg, and the Minotaur flew into the air. The protagonist exhaled and turned around. He caught the falling sword. Nate was flying at chest level with the sword in his hands, saying that he was caught. A message appeared about using the SS-level swordsmanship talent. The monster glared at him. Nate looked at him in fear. The Minotaur hit the ground with all his might while the protagonist was in the air. The guy landed on one knee and held the sword in front of him, gritting. He looked at the badly cracked blade. Nate frowned and realized that just a little more and the sword would break, and there was no point in fighting with bare hands. The next blow was his last chance. He watched as the furious Minotaur sat on his knees and thought that he needed an opportunity. It dawned on the protagonist. He smiled happily. Thor's power enveloped the room again and the opponents stood opposite each other. Chuck closed himself from the glow and squinted, thinking that this was something he had already used. He looked forward in surprise. Nate was enveloped in dark energy and he held the sword fiercely. The old man looked in shock and thought that he was going to go ahead. They both filled with energy and were ready to fight. The protagonist's sword was enveloped in yellow flames. Chuck stood up and rubbing his chin said that he had to help somehow. He was surprised and remembered how Nate told him that they could fight even if they could not see anything. The old man called the frightened man sitting on the floor. He screamed, holding his head tightly. Chuck told him with a smile that he had a good thing in store. This was his chance and asked if he would try. Nate held the blade, running his other hand along the tip. He touched the tip of the sword with his fingers, aiming at the Minotaur and saying that he had only one chance. He swung and said that he had to hit a vital organ on the first try. The monster clenched his teeth in fury. They looked at each other confidently. The rivals continued to look furiously. There was an explosion that pierced the ground. Nate ran purposefully towards the enemy, holding the sword. They rushed towards each other surrounded by lightning. The protagonist and the Minotaur were preparing to strike. Nate swung his sword furiously. The guy struck, spreading his legs, while the monster swung the axe with all his might. He noticed the broken sword above his head. Nate looked at the broken piece in surprise. He held it tightly by the handle and thought about the fact that it was broken. The Minotaur opened his mouth menacingly and screamed. The protagonist bowed his head in despair and threw the broken sword to the ground. The monster tried to hit Nate, who stretched his hand back. A new blade flew towards him, which he grabbed tightly. The protagonist ran up and swung. Behind him was a man who threw the sword, and he said with a smile that this was the end for the Minotaur. The man in the mask extended his hand and shouted for the newcomer to finish him off. The monster tried to hit Nate with an axe, but he got ahead of him, piercing his stomach. The news showed a crowd of people near the portal to the dungeon and said that 5 hours had passed since the last monster appeared from the dungeon. As soon as new details appeared, they would immediately report. The man with the microphone looked around in surprise. He pointed to the dungeon and cried out that someone was coming. Nate carried Chuck on his shoulders and happily said that it was now light. They finally got out. The protagonist looked at the old man and asked why he was so sure that he would catch the sword. The guild leader introduced Nate and said that he wasn't. He just remembered how he said that you can fight when you can't see anything, and wouldn't he have been able to catch a dagger flying out of nowhere, so he took the risk. The guy scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, saying that if he hadn't caught it, he would have let everyone down. In any case, they survived thanks to the old man. Chuck looked back at him and said that it wasn't so. All the guild members looked at the confused Nate with a smile, and the leader said that it was he who saved them. He patted him on the back and asked what he was worth. The guys were standing at the exit of the portal and looking at the crowd of people. Chuck said that people were waiting, and he made the biggest contribution to this cleanup, so he should tell the people. The main character looked back in surprise and asked if he made the biggest contribution. Chuck closed his eyes and smiled. Nate imagined the people in suits making fun of him, the chains that bound him, the swearing on the phone, and thinking that he had been looked down upon his whole life for his lack of talent. He remembered screaming in pain and sitting alone, and deciding that he was no longer the same. The protagonist pressed his lips together, holding back tears. He raised his hand. Nate and the guild walked out of the dungeon, and the people on the street also raised their hands in joy. The night sky illuminated the multi-story building of Samon-Seongsun University Hospital. Many people are sitting in line on the seats at the register. Nate looks out from behind the curtain, looking at his mother's face. He closes his eyes in relief, saying that thank God his mother is safe. Looking at the loudspeaker, the guy hears someone broadcasting information that they will talk to a person who made a small contribution to clearing the dungeon that appeared in the middle of the city. The media channel shows a video of the main character, who with a smile answers the host's questions about how everything went and how he feels, adding that the clearing went so quickly and really there were no difficulties. The guy, confused, puts his hands forward, listening to the host's questions about where he is from and what his name is, that they have not heard of the couple yet and what guild he is from. And is it true that he is at a fairly high level of both sword and martial arts, to which the guy only tries to say his name, but at the same time asks him to ask questions more slowly. Nate sighed from fatigue. On the TV show, holding his neck with his hand, the guy says that where I am from and his guild does not matter, and several times they faced danger, but he fought to protect someone dear to him. To which the host begins to ask questions about what the hero wants to say. There is no need for guild, and lately there have been discussions about the arrogant behavior of the hunter community. The goal was to criticize the World Union of Hunters. The guy abruptly turned off the TV, holding the remote in his hand with an awkward face, saying what a shame it is, and he cannot watch this anymore. The guy's gaze goes elsewhere, holding a broken phone with information. He asks when they manage to film it, and in this chaos, the journalists scare him when they manage to film something. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widen in shock. A notification appears stating that he, a low-level god, has gained popularity, and his divine power increases to 1,000, causing the guy to ask exclamation questions. Holding his hand on his chin, the guy looks forward, asking if it was the divine power that was written in the vacancies. A new notification appears stating that since the hero has received 1,000 points of divine power, he can post a new job search ad, to which the hero again says the word exactly. Pointing his finger at the command to continue, Nate says that he is taking the bull by the horns, and of course he will continue. Suddenly, a notification appeared again, saying that the Hephaestus Forge is recruiting security managers. The employer is Hephaestus, the divine power is over 1,000, no work experience is required, and fights are possible to some extent. Looking at the notification with interest and a smile, the hero says that a security manager is not bad, and so it seems like nothing complicated. Stretching in a chair, the protagonist says that he ran around a bit today and he will go home, take a rest, and then return to work. Unexpectedly, a notification glowing red informs that 3 gods have already sent their resumes for this vacancy, and it will soon be closed. Taking the notification in his hands with his mouth open, the guy loudly asks the word what. Pressing his finger on the respond command, the guy says that nothing like that will happen, and this ridiculous job will be his. Suddenly, a blue light begins to shine from the window of the building, piercing the shadow of the night through and through. The screams of the protagonist are heard against the background of the blue light. He fell to the ground, holding his hand on his heart, asking himself if it was really impossible to organize some kind of transfer more smoothly. Sitting in front of the building with a huge ball burning with fire magic, he asks that he got to the right place, and this is the Forge of Hephaestus. Looking forward with anger and sweat running down his face, the hero thinks about how hot it is there. Suddenly, a large tan man appears behind Nate, smiling and asking the guy if he is new, to which the hero answers positively, adding that it is as if he is in a sauna and is about to boil, asking the man what they have here. They haven't invented air conditioners. Turning his gaze to the guy, the man introduces himself as Hephaestus, the owner of this forge. Quickly turning to face the man and bowing sharply, Nate tells the god that he is very pleased to meet him, and his name is Nate, and he came to apply for a job as a security manager, to which Hephaestus, laughing, asks the guy why he greets like a human. Making a crazy, scared face with his eyes wide open, Nate wonders in his thoughts what he heard and what he should do. The tan man touched his chin with his hand with a smile on his face. The man, raising his fist over the main character, tells him with a smile that the rumors are true after all, and history tells us that Hephaestus is the patron saint of blacksmithing and the god of fire. Leaving his shadow on the small body of the main character, Hephaestus talks about the god of the mountain, who, out of love for mere mortals, so fearlessly fought monsters in Thor's dungeon along with people. Laughing again, the man says that it is no wonder that their hot-tempered Thor was imbued with the hero, adding that he is no slouch, to which Nate, standing in front of the man, touches his head with his hand, thinking that it seems he did not hear anything. Laughing again, Hephaestus asks the guy who just leaned over that he needs to install an air conditioner in the forge, to which the guy quickly apologizes. Standing with his back to the guy, the god tells him that enough greetings, and he will tell him about the work. A horn appears in the man's hand, to which he says with a smile that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times, and now he will understand everything himself. Putting the horn to his lips, Hephaestus warns that it may be a little loud. He blows air into the instrument with all his might, from which the strongest roar rushed. Nate covered his ears with both hands from the excessive volume, opening his mouth. Decent men run out from the other side of the hall. They kneel before the god, asking him what he called them, to which Hephaestus tells the guy that here they are. Taking Nate by the shoulder with one hand and pushing him towards the dwarves, the god introduces them that here is their manager for the day, and let them say hello, to which the dwarves all say in unison that the dwarves greet the guy, and they are glad to serve him. Holding his neck with his hand, the guy says with a slight smile that he has never worked in a forge, but he will try. Standing next to the guy holding his neck, the tanned man laughs, telling the guy why he is being modest, and newbies can be good too, to which the protagonist replies that it means everything is easier than he thought. Hephaestus leans towards the protagonist's ear, whispering to him that these comrades are certainly hard-working, only their hands are naughty, and there are problems with them, and they are like small dogs. They seem small, but much more evil than big dogs. Introducing a chihuahua, the protagonist asks himself in his head how this happens. Hephaestus, remembering the moment when he was wearing a column and then noticed the pendant missing from its place, says that if he gets distracted, something will disappear, like last week, for example, the pendant that he wanted to give to Freya, the goddess of beauty and love. Looking in shock at the god covering his face with his hand, Nate asks that they even steal things from her, to which the man replies that this is the whole problem. Looking at the noble bearded man, Nate thinks about something that you can't tell from looking at him. Putting his hands in a bag, Hephaestus says that today he needs to go to Olympus, and he thinks that nothing terrible will happen here without him, saying that he gives this thing just in case. The protagonist, glorifying an incomprehensible weapon, asks the god what it is. Eudaimoni tells that this is the club of Hercules, made of olive wood, and a replica of the club with which Hercules defeated the Nemean lion, effect 10% chance of stunning. The guy's mouth fell open from the information he saw. Straining with his eyes wide open, the guy asks himself if this is too much. Creating a small portal with his hand with a smile, the god wants to say something. Holding a huge portal in front of him, he stands next to the guy. Waving his large hand at Nate with a smile, Hephaestus tells him that he is going, and he entrusts him with his forge, the god of the mountain. Shielding his face from the light of the portal with his hand, Nate shouts at him to stop, telling him that he never said what to do, asking why he should leave him with this club and what he should do at all. With wild eyes and a smile, the god asks the guy why he is asking him. Looking at the scared guy, with 3 monstrous faces behind him, he says that as long as the guy is stronger than them, then everything will be fine, and they are much weaker than Nate thinks. Making a fake smile, the protagonist turns back, telling the dwarves that they still haven't introduced themselves to each other. Looking at the angry face of the dwarf, the guy asks him that he is glad to meet him. Looking ahead and imagining the moment when he was holding the wooden club, Nate thinks that he knew that this could happen. That's why he gave him the Hercules club. Smiling, slowly opening his mouth, the protagonist suggests to the dwarf gentleman that they just relax. Lowering his face, he says that he was just given a cool weapon. Standing in a cool pose with the Hercules club in his hand, he continues to say that it can hurt the dwarves a lot. Suddenly, the dwarves pointed 4 firearms at the guy's body. The guy's face fell into shock and confusion. The dwarf holds a large cigar in his hands. Looking at him with an animalistic look, he says goodbye to the hero in Spanish. Nate, opening his eyes, hears the dwarves talking about what they were doing here, because the shift ended a long time ago, to which the others answer that it's enough for the other to be smart, and they stayed for a short time, and he will share his paycheck with his comrade, to which the main character asks that he is alive. He sees 2 silhouettes of dwarves with red hair, and another holding something on a rope, to which the red-haired man asks what it is. And the other answers that this necklace was made by Hephaestus, and he heard that he was going to give it to the goddess Freya, and if you sell it, you can get rich. Gritting his teeth and looking to the side, the guy begins to swear. He realizes that his hands are tied with a rope to a column. 2 gnomes pay attention to the guy sitting by the column, to which one with a bald head asks that the boy has already woken up earlier than they thought, and the other says that they gave him a lot of sleeping pills. And is this guy also a god? Suddenly, the guy, against the background of the gnomes, tells them that they are fearless. Imagining a scary silhouette of a man on a red background against the background of the gnomes, he asks the gnomes what they were thinking, what the consequences will be, after what they did to one of the main gods of Olympus in his own forge. Looking at the pumped-up arms of the gnomes, Nate tells them that he is giving them one last chance before it is too late, and it is better for them to untie him. At that moment, the gnomes, holding their stomachs and chests, begin to laugh until they cry. Opening his eyes, the guy looks at them, listening to their questions about what he thought to scare them with Hephaestus, and if they were afraid of him, they would not have done anything. The gnomes, holding a machine gun, turn their attention to their bald comrade, coming from around the corner, who says that they took everything valuable and need to slowly leave, to which the men say that this is great, and he will pump this guy with sleeping pills and catch up. The main character holds knives in his hands, cutting the ropes tying his hands. The gnome's legs are opposite the guy sitting by the column, to which they tell him that such idiots come for a part-time job, and they did not think that everything would work out so easily for them. Lowering his head down in front of the smiling gnome, Nate tells them that they will regret this. The red-haired gnome, making a face in front of his laughing friend, tells him, imitating Nate, that they will regret it, to which the other gnome laughingly says how bad they are. Listening to the gnome's laughter, the ropes fall off the guy's hands. Taking Hercules' weapon in his hand, the guy continues to say that he has already said everything. The dwarves look at the main character in shock. He hits them with his mace with all his might, repeating that they will regret it. Looking at the beaten, tied-up dwarves, Nate says that they have had enough. Fanning himself with his hand against the background of the trembling bodies of the dwarves, the guy says that they forced him to resort to violence. Pulling his jacket off his hand and exposing his sword under the jacket, he says that he would have gotten into deep trouble if he had not asked Duke for it. Remembering the words of the blonde girl in the hood that it would not hurt him to have a sword, or even two, Nate says that he often remembers her words, and if they meet, he will need to say thank you to her. The guy's gaze moved to the other side. He sees Hephaestus' necklace for Freya in the gnome's hand. A man shakes steel ingots into a box. A bald dwarf, standing near the ingots, shouts to his boss that they have loaded all the ingots. A man with his hands folded on the weights and a cigarette in his mouth listens as the dwarf says that they have also put down their weapons, and that is all, to which he responds positively. The blonde dwarf shouts to everyone, attracting their attention. Looking at the two bald dwarves looking at the ingots, he tells them to come to their senses. Pointing his finger at the man in the shirt and pants standing at the top of the stairs, he says that their boss, the fiery fist, wants to say something, asking everyone to concentrate. The dwarf in the shirt, standing in front of a group of bald dwarves, calls them brothers, saying that they are a people endowed with the spirit of the flaming mountains. The protagonist's hand clings to a stone. He looks at the standing bald dwarves, listening to the chief's speech about how they are the best miners and brave warriors. Holding a cigarette in his teeth and his hand in the air, his mouth open with emotion, the fire fist tells them that they do not work for free, but they have pride. The dwarves listen to the chief's speech with tears, asking about when they were treated the way they deserved. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the man shouts that the owner of this place, Hephaestus, humiliated them, and today they will pay for the disrespect they received. Raising the crowd to a platoon, the fire fist shouts that they will take revenge on Hephaestus. The guy, hiding behind the wall, hears the exclamations of the dwarves about how they will take revenge on Heph, thinking about what kind of army of heads this is, and they are swarming like ants. Suddenly, the wall behind which the guy was hiding comes down completely, at which point bald gnomes start looking at him, and Nate, out of fear and surprise, starts asking them about how strange the weather is. At that moment, the bald gnomes arm themselves with firearms, looking at the main character with a creepy look. The guy jumps up from the hasty shots fired in his direction, and runs screaming behind the column. Sitting behind it and hiding from the bullets, the guy asks himself what kind of gnomes these are, and they are shooting left and right. Looking at the image of the frightening men reloading their machine guns, he says that they are also cute to him. Fire Fist, looking at the column among his henchmen, behind which the main character is sitting, says that he got out of it. Holding a cigarette in his mouth with his hands, the man says that it looks like he outdid those they left to watch him. Raising his head up, the leader blows smoke from his cigarette upward. Nate pays attention to the leader's words that they will now cleanse this place. The guy hears, sitting behind the column, how the Fire Fist tells him that they do not care about him, and they only hate Hephaestus, and it would be a shame to die like this, so they will give him a choice. Holding a cigarette to his mouth, the man says that either he helps them rob the forge and become their accomplice, or leaves, keeping his mouth shut. The guy's face remained in shock. Keeping his hand on the ground, he listens to what the leader tells him to think carefully, and he will not make the wrong choice for some pennies. Imagining the images of the gods Hephaestus and Thor, who say that here he is and the god of the mountain, in words simple, and that they were wrong about him, thinking that if he runs away, then this will simply be the end of his reputation. Gritting his teeth and letting them out from excitement, the guy thinks that at this rate, he may not be able to work part-time anymore, and he won't go like this. He went through so much to get these abilities. Imagining how Hephaestus will wrap him in ropes and turn him into a weapon, Nate thinks that at first Hephaestus will kill him when he sees the looted forge. Looking at the dwarven bandits with ingots, the guy continues to think that there are 2 chairs in front of him, either beat them or be killed by Hephaestus. Crying, Nate says that he thought the work would be easy, and how did it turn out that way? The leader, with a cigarette in his hand, looks ahead. He sees the hero coming out from behind the column with his hands up, telling him that it was a wise decision. The hero's face becomes more irritated after the leader again called him a low-level god. The leader, holding a cigarette in his mouth, listens to the guy's question about whether he and Hephaestus were partners. Looking at them with anger, Nate asks what the reason is, and if Hephaestus finds out, he won't leave it to them like that, because he is one of the 12 gods of Olympus, the great master Hephaestus, and at least they know what will happen if they anger him. The bald dwarves look at the guy with uncertainty, listening to what he says, that he will send them alive to be melted down, and send the ashes to hell, straight to Cerberus. Opening his mouth wide and pointing his index finger at them, the guy shouts at them, calling them idiots, adding that even heavenly punishment doesn't scare them. Suddenly, a bullet flies between the hero's head and finger behind him in the wall, forcing the guy to shut up. A blonde gnome with a gun and a menacing look tells Nate in another language to shut up, asking who he is baring his teeth at, and there is no mercy for him. The protagonist, holding his wounded cheek, looks at the gnome with fear. The leader looks at the blonde gnome shooting at the protagonist's place, telling him that he will now beat all the evil out of him, stopping his comrade. Enraged, Firefist the dwarf walks up to the guy, saying he has no words and he won't let it go, asking the guy what he's saying, that Master Hephaestus is great. The guy sits on the floor, his mouth hanging open in fear, listening to the leader tell him that he knows nothing. Holding a hot cigarette in his teeth, the man says that he'll clear something up for him before he makes mincemeat out of him. The protagonist looks at the leader in shock, listening to him say that Hephaestus is neither great nor a master, but just a piece of trash. The guy's eyes widen even more, and he asks again that Hephaestus is trash. Looking at the leader, Nate asks again what he's saying, that he's trash, to which the interlocutor confirms, saying that although it would be more accurate to call him a thief. Remembering that story, Firefist begins to tell that one day, he came to them on the mountain where they lived and said something. Hephaestus tells the bearded man standing with a sword that he has a beautiful sword. The man smiles and gives a thumbs up, asking the dwarf if they want to work with him, and he provides everything they need, to which the leader of the dwarves continues to tell that after they followed this monster here, they became real slaves. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, looks at the dwarf, asking him again what he wants to say, that Hephaestus made slaves out of them. Sitting at the table with his legs up in the middle of his comrades, the leader says that he will not pay them a penny, but he promised a 5-day week with a 6-hour workday, and free time to boot, and strewn with sweet promises of a beautiful life. They did not even notice the spit in their hot souls, causing the hero to ask what. Spreading his arms out in rage, imagining money and wine in a glass in the background, the fiery fist screams that if it weren't for all the wasted years and wealth and words, everything would belong to them, the dwarves, and this monster Hephaestus set it all up, asking that if he's not a thief, then who is? Nate looks at the dwarf in shock. Combing his hair back with his hands, the leader says that when it finally dawned on him, there was no dwarf left in this place who had the spirit of the master. Standing with his gang with an enemy look, he says that all they have left is desperate revenge. The guy, hiding his words, says with a smile that he understands what they mean, and they are right, and indeed Hephaestus is real trash. The leader with a cigarette in his teeth, with his eyes wide open, looks at the guy, asking the word what, to which he with a sly look tells him that God is an envious trash, wanting to destroy those who are better than him. The main gnome's gaze became clouded. He, with wild eyes, raising his hand, asks the guy that this is all he can say. Stopping the gnome standing in front of him with a hand with weapons, the guy says the word stop. He looks at them, asking them to listen to him, asking if they know how this will look from the outside. Listening to the words of the main character that if they run away like this, then for people they will become thieves, and will the gnomes, great craftsmen and proud warriors, be able to come to terms with the fact that their reputation is tarnished? The leader's eyes opened from sensations. The one fist, holding a cigarette in his teeth, opened his eyes, thinking about the phrase that they are great mullions and proud warriors. Showing the dwarves both hands up, the guy says that they have another option to take revenge on Hephaestus, telling them that it just so happens that he himself is a warrior, and the weapon in his hands was made by Hephaestus. The dwarves listen to the guy as he says that since they call themselves warriors and craftsmen, it is better to leave these games and instead fight with a real weapon that they created. Smiling at the dwarves, Nate says that they need to defeat a warrior who fights with Hephaestus's weapon, asking that wouldn't that be the perfect revenge, and if it isn't, then they should just admit that Hephaestus is better than them and run. Cursing and clenching his teeth, the blonde dwarf asks Nate how he dares to say anything when he himself is already with one foot in the grave. Pointing a gun at the guy, who raised his hands up in fear, he says that he is not going to listen to this anymore. With tears streaming down his face and his hands in front of him, the boy thinks that this is not what he expected. The blonde dwarf, reloading his weapon in his hands, looks at the fierce boss, who asks the hero again about escaping, and for him, the Fire Fist, to run. Holding a cigarette in his hands with an angry grimace, standing with his comrades, the man tells him that he has the gift of the tongue, again calling him a low-level god, to which the boy began to cry even more, thinking that he was caught. The head of the dwarves turns his back to everyone, saying the word okay and adding that he will fight him, but he is prepared to bear the responsibility for calling himself a warrior. Taking a stick in his hand, the Fire Fist continues to say that if he cannot hold out until they prove that their weapon is superior to his, then something will happen. Nate opened his eyes with his mouth, listening to the proposal from him. For what he suggested the gnomes to escape, he will do one thing. The leader of the bandits takes a huge sledgehammer on his back, sitting on the floor on his knee with a cigarette in his teeth, telling the guy that he will beat him until his hands are ground to dust. The man's foot steps on the floor, smashing it into pieces. He jumps on the guy with all his might, swinging a sledgehammer at him. Opening his eyes to madness, his fist screams at him to get it, since he is so brave. The main character clenched his teeth from his future. At that moment, an explosion occurs in the previous place of Nate's position, but he successfully dodges, flying in the other direction. Flying back, the guy with a surprised face says that this is Shu. His eyes move to the side. He sees how the column, standing in front of it, begins to collapse in pieces from the gnome's blow to the floor. It breaks and flies to the side of the protagonist. Walking across the floor and throwing a cigarette down, the dwarf asks him if he is surprised, and what? He thought that without guns they are too tough for him. Standing in a beautiful pose with a huge hammer on his shoulder, the man calls out to Nate, calling him a low-level god. The dwarf's gaze changes from the question that he thinks he can win. Making his aura more insane, and pulling out the mace of Hercules, Nate warns him to watch out, lest he surprise them. He abruptly jumps from his place, swinging the mace at the dwarf in the process. The hero runs the weapon across his fist's chest, causing him to cough in pain. Clutching the handle of the hammer tighter in his hands, he hits the boy with it with all his might, breaking the floor, screaming the word "what else?" Finding himself behind the man, Nate asks him where he is looking, adding that it was just his illusion. The man hits the boy with his hammer again. He again dodges through the bottom, remaining below him. Looking at the guy, the dwarf notes that he is good, to which, opening his eyes, Nate tells him that he is surprised too early. Running a mace over him, he in response receives a boot to the shoulder from a fiery fist. The main dwarf's comrades watch the battle, worried about the boss and shocked by the events. The main character looks at the footprint on his shoulder with a displeased face. With a villainous smile, the man tells him that he told him that the guy would not live to see anything. The hero jumps back from the proximity to the dwarf. Putting the weapon forward, he says with a smile that this is the first time he got hit with the foot, and it was painful, noting to the dwarf that he is not bad either. Standing on the handle of the hammer, the Fire Fist, with a torn shirt, tells him that he is smooth, and his stance immediately seems strange. The guy with an incomprehensible face looks at the dwarf, who says that it is even good that he immediately demonstrated his limit, and it was a trifle, to which Nate asks him that he understood it only from his stance. Looking at the guy, the fist says that even an idiot understands this, adding that he has never seen a person who would hold a blunt weapon like him. Looking at the huge red aura with his monsters of the guy, the Fire Fist tells him that these precise blows even gave him goosebumps. Taking off his shirt, the boss says that his heart has not beaten like this for a long time, and here one of two things, that either he is his equal, or even higher. The dwarf's comrades were shocked, asking again that the guy is equal to the boss. Nate opens his eyes from hearing the dwarf sincerely apologize for calling him a low-level god and for underestimating him. Looking at the torn shirt in the air, the fist says that to prove his sincerity, this time he will show respect for his strength. Creating an animalistic and wild atmosphere around himself, holding a hammer in his hands, Fire Fist says that he will fight with all his might. To which the guy, holding a mace in his hand and extending his other hand to the dwarf, says that he asks him. The dwarf begins to fly towards the guy at full speed, swinging his hammer. Both characters with furious faces swing their weapons at each other. Suddenly, from their joint collision, a bright splash of light from the weapons occurred. Intercepting his mace, the guy jumps over the dwarf's back. Fire Fist turns around and catches a blow to the chest from Nate's weapon. Fist also swings his mace at the guy. Their weapons are connected together, and their eyes are filled with the energy of the fight, looking into each other's souls with excitement. The dwarf's comrades are watching the battle, supporting the boss in every way. The blonde dwarf, standing with another dwarf, says that his heart is pounding like crazy, and it seems to remind them of something. They watch their lively fight with sparks. Fist's eyes begin to fill with tears, and he realizes that the fight reminds him of the sounds of a forge. The other dwarf also glazes his eyes, noticing the vibrating sound. The blonde dwarf talks about the roar of metal, filling his eyes with tears. All the dwarves imagine how a hammer hits iron, and they think that these are such familiar sounds of a forge. Looking at Nate's open mouth, the dwarves notice that his ardor seems to knock on their souls. Gritting his teeth in a smile, the dwarf tells him that he has the spirit of a blacksmith. Remembering the words of the protagonist about the envious trash who wants to destroy those who are better than him, the fiery fist tells himself that he has nothing to say in response to him, because it is easier to blame the capable than to admit his own inability, remembering the day when they received Hephaestus' offer. Hephaestus opens the doors for the three dwarves, telling them that they will work here. Remembering how the dwarf stood in front of the most beautiful blade, he says that they, like frogs who first got out of the well, faced a storm of emotions and inflated dreams. Remembering how he polished those same blades with tears in his eyes, he says that dreams constantly reminded them that they were not good enough. Noting that it was a pathetic story and everything that happened after they came out of the well was a waste of time, remembering all the moments with his bandit group of gnomes. Nate delivers the final blow to the fire fist, from which it drops its hammer to the ground. Letting tears from his eyes, the gnome tells himself that this is truly a complete defeat. The guy swings even harder at the body of the fist, hitting it hard. He hits the gnome with all his strength, erupting light from the blow. Suddenly, Hercules' weapon is stopped with one palm by a large man. Hephaestus stands between the protagonist and the gnome, holding Nate's weapon and saying that this is enough. The men looked at the god with fear, hearing what he was saying about how as soon as he stepped away, real chaos ensued here, and at first he even thought that he had gone to the wrong place. Looking at the men with a frightening gaze, Hephaestus seriously says that he would very much like to know what happened here and in detail. Looking at the broken columns and the broken floor, Hephaestus says that, of course, he suspected that there would be a fight, but this is just some kind of apocalypse. Holding his face with his hand and looking away, he says that everything is clear with this, but there is another question. Looking at the iron ingots, he asks if anyone will explain this to him. Hephaestus, raging at the little bearded gnome with his anger, asks him what he will explain to him what happened here. The fiery fist falls to the ground. Standing on one knee in front of the god, he says that this is all his and his people have nothing to do with it. The dwarf's comrades behind him start to look surprised, calling out to him. Looking at the fist seriously, Jeff asks what he's saying, that it was all him, and if he can find out the reason. Remembering the moments with his comrades, the Fire Fist thinks that now he understands that he can be punished for the wrong decision, but his guys are not, because their only mistake was that they trusted such a brainless commander like him. Slightly opening his mouth, the dwarf hesitantly says that the reason is that he decided to rob the forge. Suddenly, interrupting the man, Nate puts his hand on his shoulder, saying that he will tell about it. Passing the dwarf on his knee to Hephaestus, Nate casually says that it was he who made him, asking for forgiveness for the mess. The leader looks at the guy in shock, and he told the god that the dwarf acted on his orders. Jeff looks at the guy, asking why on his orders, and after all, he trusted him to guard the forge. Does he want to explain? Awkwardly laughing, the guy tries to explain something. Holding a beautiful necklace in his hand in front of the god, he says that first the god should look at this, to which Jeff opens his eyes in shock. Putting the necklace in the god's large hand, he says that he found it, to which Nate adds that Jeff said that it was missing. The leader of the gnomes imagines it in front of two gnomes, saying in his head that this is it, the necklace that he gave to those who were watching him. Being in more and more tension with wild eyes, the man thinks that if he says that he found it with them, it will not end with just one fist. The gnome hears the god's question about where he found it, thinking that this is the end. Holding his head with his hand and smiling, Nate says that it wasn't him who found it, but the fiery fist, and there was enough time, so he told him to turn the entire warehouse upside down. All the dwarves open their eyes in shock, listening to what Nate says about the dwarf being short, so after he searched every corner, the necklace was found. Looking at the dwarf on one knee, Hephaestus asks him if it's true. Looking down, the dwarf tries to say something. Squinting his eyes, Jeff began to think. The protagonist's gaze became just as tense. Laughing and opening his mouth wide, the god says, "What difference does it make? After all, he did a great job of keeping an eye on the forge and even found the necklace." Exhaling air, the protagonist, tiredly, says that he got away with it. Taking the guy by the shoulder, Jeff tells him with a smile that he really is a nice guy. Smiling even more, the god says that he once again understood why Thor liked him. Awkwardly covering his eyes from a smile, the guy thanks him. Suddenly, the god takes the hammer in his hands, saying something about it, to which the dwarf fidgeted. Looking at the dwarf with a smile, Hephaestus says that he was worried that they were losing motivation and shirking their work. Holding a huge, beautiful hammer in his hands, he says that his doubts were in vain, because he heard from Olympus how Hercules' club grappled with the hammer, but there is not a scratch on it. Holding the hammer, the god tries to say something. The dwarf looks with all his attention at the man standing in front of him. Extending the handle of the hammer to the sitting dwarf, Hephaestus says that he has become better than he was before. The dwarf lets tears from his eyes from the god's words that he always looks forward to their work. Telling the crying dwarves to continue in the same spirit, they say well. Nate looks up at the god calling him. Holding the portal with his hand, Hephaestus tells him with a smile that it's good that he trusted him with this job, and not only did he cope with the main tasks, but he also found a necklace. He takes a box out of the portal, giving it to the hero. Standing with his hand on the guy's shoulder in front of the box, Hephaestus says with a smile that here is a small reward for exceeding his expectations. Wiping his drool with his hand with an enthusiastic face, Nate asks himself in shock in his head that this is a special prize, like completing an SS rank quest, and he thought that he would receive a club as a reward. But hear this. Starting to open the box with his hands, the guy says that it would be impolite to refuse. Opening the lid with a satisfied face, the guy thanks the god. Suddenly, his face changes, seeing the contents of the box. He sees a small monster in the box, asking what is it, a monster. Coming closer to the guy, Hephaestus points at him, telling him to take a closer look. He looks at the beautiful fox, saying that he is cute, but a monster as a pet is strange. Taking the animal in his arms, the god with a sly face asks Nate that he does not need her. Suddenly, Hephaestus begins to whisper something in the fox's ear. In a moment, she is illuminated by magic, turning into a beautiful sword. God, holding the fox blade in his hand, sighing says that it is sad that he does not need her, causing shock to the guy standing in the background. Looking at the sword with shock, he asks that she can turn into him. Looking at the guy with an even bigger sly smile, the god says that he is not a simple sword either. Introducing different variations of weapons, Hephaestus talks about a sword, a scythe, a spear, it does not matter. This fox can become any weapon in the world if it is about her size. The fox transforms back into a betch animal, landing on Hephaestus' hand, to which he says that in other words, she is a real treasure. Looking at the hero with disgust, he says that it is a pity that he refuses her. Turning his back to the hero, the god says that nothing can be done, and then he will give her to the dwarves. Folding his hands in a lock and smiling, looking at Hephaestus next to him, Nate asks him how he can refuse a gift from Hephaestus himself, to which the god asks that he said that he does not like her, and he has already changed his mind. Holding his finger up and looking away, Nate says that how is this possible, and he only showed up out of politeness. Stroking the cute fox in the god's arms, the guy says that he will take good care of her. Holding the animal in his hands, he tells her with a blush on his face how beautiful she is. Looking directly at her in his hands, Nate notices that she is so white and fluffy, and from that moment on, her name is Snow White. The fox begins to lick the protagonist's cheek, to which he asks her with a smile if she likes her name. The god's hand reaches for the fox. He, casting a spell, tells the guy that he entrusts him with the moon fox, the treasure of Selene, the goddess of the moon. Looking at the fox, the guy asks with confusion what all this is. Hephaestus gives the guy a thumbs up, smiling, telling him that he now has a child on his neck, and he will also give him all sorts of things from the warehouse. Opening a portal and looking at the guy with a smile, the god says that he still has some things to do, so they will part here. Thanking with a smile, with the fox on his shoulder and a bag on his back, Nate thanks him for his concern, and the man wishes the guy a safe journey. The gnome's leg steps behind the guy, to which the fist says that thank God that Nate is still here. Seriously looking into the void, the naked gnome asks why he lied to help them. After all, they were going to remove him if he decided to interfere, adding that he was literally trash to them, so why did it turn out this way? Slightly opening his mouth, the protagonist wants to tell them that there is something. Remembering all his moments of failure, he says that this is familiar to him, and they reminded him of him from the past. Opening his eyes, the bearded man asks in shock that this is familiar to him, and that's all, to which Nate says that if he suddenly needs something, he will help, and will not ask for anything, let the gnomes not worry. The guy's hair flutters in the wind from the portal, and he smiles at the gnome, asking him that shouldn't they all help each other. Focusing his gaze even more, the guy wants to add something. Looking at Hephaestus, the guy says that the master knew everything from the very beginning and simply did not interfere. Walking into the portal and closing it in front of the dwarf, the protagonist says goodbye to the dwarf. Catching the guy's scent, the fiery fist calls out Nate's name. Bowing in front of the portal, he says that he expresses gratitude to him from their entire tribe, thinking that although they cannot wash away this shame, the fist hopes that someday they will be able to do this by returning the debt to him. Smiling, looking forward, the dwarf again thanks the guy with all his heart in his thoughts. Hephaestus looks away with a satisfied smile when suddenly he begins to say that they have a sleepless night ahead of them and everyone needs to work and raise the temperature. The bright lights of the city illuminate the dark night sky with stars. Lowering the bag to the ground, the hero holds it with his hand, trying to say something. He looks at a tall dark building with the lights on in the windows. Looking at the sign of the building that says it's a hunting shop, The guy says he'll go and get the money. The man in the suit with a glass of wine, it's Chase. He's 37 years old. He's been working in this field since he was young as a manager for hunters. Last week he was promoted to general manager at the largest hunting agency in the country. He took a sip of wine from his glass. He noticed that there was something wrong with his tie. Since he got the best job in Korea, he should leave the past and start living as an elegant man like other aristocrats. He straightened his tie, said it was terrible, he can't allow such a mistake in the future. He closed his eyes, thinking that it is the position that makes a man. In this position he should be stylish. His thoughts were interrupted. He opened his eyes, twitched the corner of his mouth. In this holy place, what did he do? Nate with a bag on his back. He has a lot of things to sell. The man was indignant. How dare this worthless person come? He paid attention to the pet, thought, even someone like him, a hunter, his pet is tiny. He looked at the guy's clothes. He has no armor or even a weapon. He twisted his mouth. He had met people like him before. This happens quite often. Fools who imagine themselves hunters pick up trash in abandoned dungeons. Hand in his pants pocket, looked at the guy, waved his hand, told him to follow him. They passed by a glass display case. Go to the goods appraisal department. Chase pointed to an elderly man behind the counter. He can give his finds to him. The items are in the bag. Now he will check and evaluate what he brought. He looked at the weapon with surprise, asked where he got it. Nate with an indifferent look answered that an acquaintance drove up a few things. The guy plugged his ears with his fingers. Chase was furious, shouted that he was right. Why did he come to them with such junk? He put his hands on the counter, demanded an answer from the appraiser. He just dragged in some strange junk. The old man frowned, said that he had been working here for 40 years, but he was the first person to call such things gizmos. All these items were at least of the highest quality, not lower than rank 4. The items on the table were shining. His eyebrows were raised, his lips were stretched forward. Chase thought, this is impossible. How could a lone wolf get such valuables? So he is a big shot. Where did he come from? He glanced sideways at the hero. He had heard that there are modest rich people, but still. He smiled broadly, bowed, invited him to the VIP room. A sign in front of the entrance. First they will talk about the cost. The heroes are sitting around the table. The appraiser spread his hands. If the guy sells all this, he will get about 3 billion won. Nate shrugged, laughed, that's all. Made a questioning face, what? Bit his fist, thought with horror, so the weapon that Hephaestus called junk is worth 3 billion. Covered his mouth with his hands, eyes wide open. The appraiser said that this is only a preliminary price. Depending on the number of buyers, it can be doubled. A shadow fell on his eyes. Chase thought that right before his eyes was a weapon of the highest quality, which would be bought at any price. Almost no one supplies it. Clenched his fist. He simply had to become its dealer. Bowed his head to the side. With an ingratiating smile began to say that if his dear client had plans to sell. Nate stopped him. The man froze, asked what? There was an ominous aura around the guy, red eyes. He said that he would sell everything. Chase, against the background of the forest with tears in his eyes, thought, this is an angel sent from heaven. With him he can climb even higher on the career ladder. The image turned black and white. The guy crushed his dreams by saying he wasn't going to sell them here. He'd never seen a manager who kept his hand in his pocket in front of a guest. Chase, the former general manager of the hunting department, was the first person to be fired after a week. The bank employees bowed. The guy took the document with trembling hands. This wasn't a dream. He cried with happiness. He had money in his bank account and so many zeros. He adjusted his hood, thought, these guys were obviously surprised by his appearance, but not as much as that guy from the hunting department. Maybe he was too dirty. Well, he had to drive around the area all day. He noticed the store window. His lips formed a smile. He had a lot of money. He could please himself with a gift for a good job. Tomorrow he, like a good son, would visit his mother. The door to Ward 331. Information on the stand. The woman covered her mouth with her hand, surprised. So much time had passed since their last meeting. There are many gifts in front of her, she exclaimed. Where did all this come from? A roommate with a remote control in her hand said that she should at least watch TV sometimes. Women are looking at the screen. She said that people are going crazy over it. The news reported that Nate received the highest level of skill in the country. Hand on the back of his head, the guy was embarrassed. The woman said that, according to reporters, he was able to cope thanks to talent and asked him for an autograph. The mother opened her mouth in surprise. Her son has talent. Scratching his temple, Nate said that he recently received it, thought, although that's not all. Smiled. Everything happened so unexpectedly that he did not really understand. Leaned towards his mother. She lowered her head, leaning her hands on the table. She cries, covering her mouth with her hand, said that she is very proud of him. Nate reached out to her, asked why she was crying. She replied that it was wonderful. The guy's worried look, she was always worried. The woman cries, covering her face with her hands, because he had no talent. The screen on the wall, the host said that they have fresh news about the dungeon. Reporters are holding microphones to the guild leader. Everyone is talking about that newbie. Who is he? Chuck raised his hand, answered that he can't tell the details, but he is the best of the hunters, strong as a swordsman and incredibly smart. Without him he would definitely not be able to clear the dungeon in time. The guy covered his face with his hand. His mother was surprised. He was talking about him. Hand to chin, Nate thought that this was his chance. Blue screens with notifications. The more popularity he has, the more divine power, which means he will be able to find even more part-time jobs. He has already chosen several good ones. He will have a special reward for the spirit in the Garden of Eden. A golden apple. It will definitely be able to cure his mother of cancer. The woman folded her hands in admiration. The host, hands on the table. There is urgent news. Portal on the highway, recently in the city of Yongan. The gates opened. An order was given for the immediate evacuation of residents. The fox cub on the boy's shoulder bristled. He hid in his jacket. His mother was surprised. It wasn't a scarf. Nate brought his hand to the trembling snowball, asked what was wrong. There were black waves of flame around the beast's hand and ear. An interdimensional rift formed in space near the earth. It was reflected in the hero's eyes. He grabbed his head, wondering what it was. He looked to the side. They said that the association was calling the guilds. Open gates on the road. Unlike dungeons, the gates do not let people in, but monsters freely enter the world. Nate thought that the illusion he saw. The hospital building. He shouted to his mother that he needed to go. She asked why he didn't stay longer. The neighbor reminded him that he was busy. Her son was a celebrity. Goblins run out of the gates. The warriors gathered on the street. The commander shouted for them to get ready. The third wave was approaching. Foot and sneaker on the ground, ordered to quickly drag away the wounded. Flock of birds in the sky, trees. Nate looks at the warriors fighting goblins from the cliff, asked, "Is this the gate?" Fox cub on his shoulder. The guy smiled, said, "Well, let's go." Stabs sword into goblin. Pulls out sword, turns head, asks, "Third wave is approaching." Commander points finger at soldiers, shouts for them to rest a bit before new invasion, but reporters are about to arrive, so they shouldn't look too relaxed. Soldier looks back, looks up. Silhouette of guy standing on the cliff, asks, "What's that?" Nate looks around, shields his eyes with his hand. Soldier realizes it's human. Commander looks back. Warrior runs towards him. Grabs him by clothes, shouts angrily. Who gave him permission to leave post? Didn't he hear what he said about reporters? The guy pointed up, stuttered, yelled at him to look down. Nate leaned down, looked down. The man asked. The soldier replied he thought it was a local. The commander opened his mouth, eyes wide, asked again, "A local in a combat zone?" The guy replied, "Yes sir, probably." He covered his mouth with his hand, grabbed his face, furious, asked then what he was doing. The reporters look at the commander who ordered the soldier to take out the guy. The man looked back at them. Did civilians get in here? The guy with glasses leaned over to the girl, covered his mouth with his hand, said he thought the squad leader was competent. She replied that apparently he couldn't even control the fence from the local population. The commander in front of the reporters, they laughed. He must have gotten the position through connections. He will have something to tell on the news. He threw his helmet on the ground, leaves, calling them untalented. He looks at the rock where the hero is standing, said that he almost went crazy when his comrades were sent to the dungeon, and he was sent here alone. There is a whirlwind of air around his leg. If he wants a promotion, he needs to sort this out quickly. Activated the air running skill. Pushed off the ground. Jumped up. The shadow fell on the guy's face. Nate looked back. The commander was behind him. He rests one hand on his side, the other on his head. The man was indignant that he has to do it himself. He waved his hand in front of the guy's face and told him to get out right now. Can't he see that this is a closed area? Nate shook his head. The man said that he can shoot a video for YouTube somewhere else. An evil grin. Noticed that he looks scared and can't even think straight at the sight of a third-rank hunter. The guy walked past him. The commander said he understood. He was excited, and if he wanted an autograph or an interview, he could make an exception. The hero asked him not to interfere. That's not why he was there. The man frowned, lowered his head. Nate asked again, interview, autograph. He was famous. He grabbed the guy's hand. Veins on his face, clenched his teeth, asked. He was ignoring him. The pat on his shoulder bared his teeth. Nate looked back, asked what he was doing, wondered how he had even survived the wave. Hand on face, grinning. The commander said, now even the guy on the left looks down on him. The fox is angry. The man noticed that he has a puny beast. He is sure that he is a third-rate hunter who decided to become famous, but he needs to know his place. He swung his fist, said that a good blow would definitely bring him to his senses. The guy dodged the blow, tripped him. The commander falls. He saw an abyss in front of him. Nate caught him by the arm. The man over the edge of the cliff. The hero smiled and asked if everything was okay, but was it normal for a third-rank hunter to hang like that? The commander blushed. He grabbed his arm and was indignant. He was just lucky he even knew who he was. He attacked again. The blow missed. The guy's legs in sneakers behind the commander. Nate raised his hands, asked if he could continue. The reporter pointed to the cliff. They had to film the fight. The commander shouted in rage. That was his goal. Next to her, an employee with a camera, she recognized the hero. Nate is standing at the edge of the cliff. This is the guy who cleared the labyrinth dungeon with the Chuck Guild, a new monstrously powerful hunter. The commander opened his mouth. Could he really be Nate? The guy in profile smiled. They attracted attention. The hero raised his hand, shouted at the reporters to take good shots. There will be cool news soon. He looked back at the commander, asking what they were talking about. He began to make excuses. The man raised his eyebrows. Nate told him to open his eyes wider and see what the left guy is capable of. A foot in a sneaker pushed off the ground. The girl looks up in surprise. The commander in profile told him to stop. A flash of light in front of the hero's face. He falls down. A purple glow around the guy. He pointed his hand forward. Touched the portal. The warriors covered themselves with their hands. A purple vortex from the gate. Smoke around. Reporters cover their faces with their hands. The girl asked what it was. The commander looks down. This is a new phenomenon that appeared 10 years ago. Unlike the dungeon, only weak monsters appear here, and after some time the gate disappears. Cracks in the asphalt. A purple aura around the portal. Some scientists have an opinion about the danger of the gate. She asked. This man just entered the gate. This opinion is that they go beyond human understanding, because no one can enter there. Multicolored interference. The hero's status was checked. He is a low-level god and can enter the other world. The guy against the backdrop of mountains. This is definitely the gate from Snowball's memories. Planets in the sky in front of the hero asked if the gate was created by gods and no one from humans is allowed to enter. Then the deity can. The corners of his mouth are down. He thought, why is it not allowed here? But it was possible in the dungeon. God said with a grin about creating a place where people will suffer. The guy remembered that he said that the dungeon was created for testing. Nate decided to look around, but hit the wall. Touched it with his hand. Removed his hand. Since the divine power is not enough, entry is prohibited. Frustratedly looks at the screen in front of him. Kicks the wall. The same notification. Hit the wall with his shoulder. Entry is prohibited. Bangs his head. Everything remains the same. Many windows with messages. The guy is lying on the ground, raising his hands in a rude gesture, outraged that he can't get out of here. Sitting, crossing his legs, said that he is fine and has no other choice. He got up. There is only one thing left. He looked at Snowball, sitting on his shoulder, asked him to stay close. The hero at the entrance to the cave. In his memories he saw himself entering inside, but he does not want this. In the darkness there are many glowing red eyes. He decided to go look at the face of the owner of the gate. Steam from the mouth. The dungeon. Nate kicked the goblin, outraged why there are so many of them here. Looking away, he thought that he would be able to clear everything if he killed the boss, like in the dungeon, but he does not even have a hint. The monster in front of the guy thought that everything was different here, as if the monsters from the dungeon were programmed like robots. The goblin quickly runs away, and these guys are clearly fighting consciously. He put his hand on the cave wall. The divine power definitely increased. How did he come here? But he could have gotten in another way. A huge goblin with a sword behind the guy. Nate looked to the side, his eyes wide. The monster struck. He managed to jump back. The guy grinned. Really? A red goblin with glowing eyes with a weapon. He found the boss of the gate. The monster turned his head, swung his sword. The guy exclaimed. He appeared. The same scene. The guy opened his mouth, looks at the goblin who raised his hand. He is so slow. Swinging the weapon, the hero dodged. Put his foot on the blade, asked, is this really the boss? He pressed hard on the weapon. Part of the blade flies up. He shouted that he will deal with him in a moment. The goblin scratched his temple, looks at the broken sword. Nate threw the sword in his hand, struck a blow at the monster. The boss fell to the ground. The guy frowned, looked at him with a question. The goblin's head was turned to the side. The hero was surprised. That's all. The guy poked a stick into his face, asked, and no notification of victory. Really the finish? He pretends to be a corpse. No one in life will believe that he cleared the gate like that. He took the sword. His eyes flashed angrily. For credibility, he decided to extract the core. The guy shuddered. Blood splashes. If you believe the videos he watched, it is in the very depths of the heart. The cave vault. Blood continues to cut. Splashes fly to the sides. Nate holds the devil's core in his hand. Found it. A black clot. Wondered why it was black. In the video it usually shines and sparkles like a diamond. He looked at it closely. It seemed as if this thing was moving. The creature in his hand opened its mouth. The guy screamed in fear. He threw it on the ground. He touched it with his sword. Thought he had cut something wrong. It was the restless soul of a goblin. He pierced the core, picked it up, apologized to Snowball. In front of him is a screen with a message that the gate core has been received and total destruction will begin. The sun is over the mountain. The section of the road where the gate opened is blocked. A crowd of reporters surrounds a policeman, asking if it is true that a person was able to enter. What is happening here? He told everyone to disperse, no questions. A woman in glasses. The commander is giving an interview behind him. She went to the doctor for the laptop, asked if they shouldn't stop them. The world would go into chaos after such news. That's not all. The man in the background of the portal pursed his lips, frowned. She shouted that a bunch of claims would fly to their academy for spreading false information. The guy adjusted his glasses, asked the chairman standing next to him what his opinion was. He offered to watch. She shouted from outstanding dungeon explorers, a man in a suit with a cigarette in his mouth, to members of the Hunters Association. An indignant woman behind her from the portal, Nate's displeased face. She added that if something else happens. The guy looked at the people around him, as he expected, a bunch of people. Nate gets out of the portal, embarrassed. Everyone is surprised how the man managed to get out. The woman looks at the guy, her mouth open. He just took and walked through the gate as if nothing had to be done. Eyes closed. The guy inhaled air, noticed that he was much better outside. Camera flashes, reporters trying to get to the hero behind the tapes, shouting different questions. Nate waved his finger. He brought his fist to his mouth, said that this is not important, but that from now on humanity, he pointed at the gate, can destroy it. He nodded. People were surprised. How can they be destroyed? If they cannot even enter, then they can be cleared, like a dungeon. The guy took out a sword. The camera is pointed at it. The core in his hand said that he took it from the heart of the boss of the gate. He threw it up. People looked up, looking at the core in the air. The hero said that now he will show something very interesting. He swung the sword, cut it into pieces. Cracks, fragments, a flash of light. The gate behind him collapsed. The guy in the cap, the other in the orange hoodie, opened their mouths in surprise. The hero smiled contentedly. It was great. The woman with glasses holds a shard in her hands. She thought she had seen everything while experimenting with the gate. A vortex in the sky, colorful fragments. She looked back at the guy, asked who he was. His lips formed a smile. He was waiting for this question. The rays of the sun over the cliff. He said his name. The hand on the hilt of the sword. The guy repeated it again. A map of the island with borders and arrows, a mysterious hunter who entered the gate. From the news that captured everyone's attention, the name Nate became famous throughout Korea. Comments on this from users. Blue windows, where it is reported that the divine power is rapidly increasing. The guy has reached the top in the rank of a lower level deity. Nate reaches out his finger to the screen. He thought this was an important notification. The microphone passed through the blue screen. The hero was scared, seeing a reporter in front of him who asked him to ask a question. Journalists are shoving microphones in his face, trying to find out how he can enter the gate, how he got the core to destroy it. The guy screamed that he just received an important notification. A crowd, a car nearby, a girl's legs in high heels coming out of an open door. She is wearing a short pleated skirt. The man said that they just found out. The guard pushed the girl reporter, asked for forgiveness. She noticed a girl with long black hair behind him. The reporter grabbed the guy in glasses by the shoulder, exclaimed, "This man." The man looked at the beauty with admiration. In front of Nate are microphones. He raised his hand, trying to calm everyone down. They turned to him. Chloe with the guards, phone in hand, said that the boss wants to see him. The guy turned his head, froze. She said that from now on. The girl with a serious face, he must go with them. Nate walked into a room with a sofa and a TV, as expected from a top 2 guild in Korea. The building is huge and the rooms are spacious. As he was leaving, the guard told the guy that the guild leader was temporarily unable to see him due to the discovery of an underwater cave near Okinawa, but he would be back soon. He wondered what his business was, calling someone and then going to go to the dungeon. He sat down on the sofa. Did they really have an urgent order to pick him up after the news about the gate on the way to the dungeon? Apparently he said too much to keep him here for so long. Maybe they will try to recruit him. A sad face, but if you think about it, these people really came on their own. The men in suits bowed to Chloe walking on the red carpet. She was able to move up the guild leader list without anyone's help, one of 3 level 7 hunters in all of Korea. The girl with the sad look, in this incredible age, when thousands of hunters appeared, she is known all over the world. Everyone in Korea knows her. He sits, leaning back, thought that otherwise she would not have been able to get him out of this mess. People like her stay away, but they can cut the Red Sea. He leaned over, said that in contrast to everything, this is good, because there was something he wanted to check. A screen appeared in front of the guy. He opened the system. Blue windows with messages that he had unlocked additional abilities. A question whether he wanted to see the available titles. Nate was delighted, asked, titles like Thor the God of Thunder or Ares the God of War. He simply had to choose the coolest one at any cost. He poked his finger at the screen to see the options. The guy was delighted. These are the titles of gods. Glowing screens, among the options the god of fans, fly swatters, or a bottle of water. He raised his hands, extremely indignant. Who even entered such titles? Nate in gloves, swatting flies. He yelled for them to stop making fun of him. He runs his finger across the screen, trying to find something worthwhile. A bead of sweat on his cheek. He smiled. He found something an hour later. A blue screen with options. The guy noticed the god of swords. He frowned, decided that it suited his talent perfectly. He pressed his finger on the accept button, choosing the title. The guy looks up in surprise at the glowing core. Light on his chest, a swirl of numbers. Wide open eyes glow blue, sparks around his hand. Discharges at his leg. Glow from a closed door. Nate leaned over, putting his hand on his chest. Notifications with congratulations. He became the god of swords. Unfamiliar gods blessed him. He sank onto the couch, exhaled. It was so hard to find a suitable title. Nate lies on the floor, remembered that he almost died when he received the talent. The guy clenched his teeth, the veins on his face and neck bulged. New messages in the windows, he needs to choose a power. He looks at the many screens in surprise. He raised his head, thinking with excitement, finally he will be able to use the power of the gods. A surprised look. On the blue screen is the spirit sword, but here he needs divine power. He decided to calm down. He is not buying something expensive in the divine store. All this will become his with a level up. He touched the screen, thought, not the best starter kit. Finger near the screens, selects the first power. Press the button, choosing intuition. Nate's profile is on the screen, it will be updated. The guy rubbed his cheek on the screen, was glad that now at least he looked like a god's profile. He paid attention to the skills section, he will need to test them. He looked around in fear, there was a knock on the door. Nate turned his head, asked, "Is it Chuck?" The fox jumped onto his shoulder. No, he went into the sunken dungeon. He could hardly return so quickly, no one here would look for him except him. He turned the door handle. The door opened slightly. Behind it stood a girl with long hair. The guy asked who it was. He was amazed. Chloe was standing in front of him, her arms crossed over her chest. She tilted her head to the side, asked if she could come in for a while. There was a drop of sweat on her cheek. Nate asked what brought her. She reached into her pocket, told him to wait a second. She handed him a red card with a tiger. The guild leader asked him to give it to her. The hero took the card. The girl explained that this was an exclusive pass for members of the Sangan Guild. On its territory he could use all the amenities. He looked up, thought, was this part of some plan? The guy smiled at Chloe and thanked her. The girl looked at him coldly and was silent. Nate repeated that he was grateful for the pass. They stood opposite each other, tense silence. White eyes, a frowning face, he thought, so awkward, she was always so silent. Chloe looked down, he thought that there was a strange energy coming from her. Nate smiled shyly, said that then, his pet's eyes sparkled. The fox jumped off his shoulder. The hero is confused. Snowball jumped to the girl. Nate's eyes widened. He waved his arms, asked for forgiveness. He is not usually like this. Chloe strokes the animal, said that everything is wonderful. He is very cute. The guy looks at her, his mouth open. The girl asked if she could give him a treat. He said, of course. She reached into her jacket pocket. She gave the fox a seed. Nate frowned, thinking that he somehow did not care about the hospital staff. What did he like about her so much? He raised an eyebrow. Maybe he prefers pretty girls. And what does she feed Snowball? The girl looked in his direction. He asked if it was a seed. The animal eats a seed. Holding it in its paws, she said that these are some kind of food supplements. Nuts are very useful. A contented fox on Nate's shoulder. Chloe, opposite the hero, said that it was nice to meet him. She leaned towards Snowball and said that they would see each other later. The door was closed. He sat down on the couch. He complained that it was incredibly difficult to communicate with her. He looked at Snowball sitting on the couch and asked if he liked her. He lay down in her arms and ate what they gave him without caution. He trusted her so much. He shifted his gaze. Above the guy's head is the scene of Chloe saying goodbye to the fox. He wondered if he had ever told her its name. The girl is walking down the hallway. She smiled slightly. Nate holds his new phone in his hand, searching through it for ways to get rid of the stalkers, and thoughtfully says that he needs to look it up. Thoughtfully kneading his chin. He remembers how Chloe addressed his pet by a name that he had not told her, and, thinking out loud, he asks himself what he should do with Chloe, and notes that she looks normal, and regretfully asks who knew that she would turn out to be a stalker. A system window appears near MC and shows that he has one new notification. The irritated hero, in the background of many notifications, shouts, asking what is going on and says that he has so many offers. The system window informs that a new part-time job has appeared. The hero, perplexed, still decides to look at what kind of notification he received, asking what kind of new part-time job. System window about part-time work. The name of the one who came is Cerberus, the employer is Hades, and the requirement for divine power is that it should be above 10,000. No work experience is required, but experience in taming divine beasts will be a plus. The job description is as follows. Cerberus has been sitting alone for 3 days while Hades is on a business trip to Olympus. The task for the worker is simple. He just needs to take care of Cerberus. Full insurance is included. The payment will be 200 plus 200 Hades. In the postscript, Hades asks why there are still no volunteers, and notes that he will double the price. From the notes only that the dog does not bite. Mad from the amount of payment, Nate grabs the system window and screams, not believing that such happiness has fallen on him. That Chloe with her stalking can wait. He presses the accept button and starts moving, saying that he went and he doesn't care even if he has to starve. A view of a gloomy forest, a castle rises in the distance, hidden behind the fog, and in the middle of the river someone is sitting in a boat. The sky opens up with a bright beam of light green energy, and crows begin to fly towards it. MC lands in the boat, and rubbing his head, says that he has even begun to get used to falling. Then a bright light begins to fall on the hero, from which he, squinting, covers himself with his hand and asks what it is. A withered man with a lantern in his hand looks at the reader, and the hero asks who dared to blind him. The hero's face distorts in horror when he notices the man, and he begins to squeal with fear. He suddenly jumps up and gets to his feet. Looking around, he realizes that they are in the middle of the river. The hero looks back and thinks, realizing that it is a boat. The withered man raises his hand and shakes the lantern a little, beginning to address the MC. The view changes to the withered man staring at the reader, noting that the hero is not dead. His face is in shadow, and there is a river running behind him, and he says that it is the river Styx and that it carries the souls of the lost. The view zooms out, and the withered man stands in front of Nate, and he tells him that the way is closed to mortals. The hero is in close-up, and it dawns on him, and he realizes that if this is the river Styx, then the withered man standing in front of him is Charon, the boatman. He scratches his head and says that he is there on important business, and asks if Charon can help him cross the river. The hero, still clutching his neck, is clearly annoyed that Charon, calling him a baby, is telling him to run back. In a close-up of the withered man's angry face, the hero asks where he can find Hades, to which he is answered angrily, asking how dare someone like him so recklessly utter Hades' name. The hero, playing dumb, spreads his arms in disbelief and smiles, saying that he should call him Hades, or asking what else, and asks, clearly mockingly, if he should call him by his title, listing options such as ruler of the underworld, god of the dead, and his excellency. Charon looms over Nate menacingly, asking if he values life, to which the hero asks if Charon provoked him. Charon's scythe begins to appear in his hand, and he says that he definitely warned the impudent fellow in front of him. He raises the scythe above his head and, hiding his face in the shadows, says that the hero must return. Charon's eyes glow white and he holds the scythe to his head, saying that many hot low-level gods have fallen at his hands, and the hero, mockingly, says that the withered one is a real machine. Bringing the scythe to the hero's head, the boatman says that this is useless and unthinkable, and that this is Nate's last chance, and that he should run home. Grinning, the hero shows the middle finger. Intercepting the scythe with both hands, Charon prepares to attack and shouts that the hero is acting too presumptuously. He aims the scythe at MC's neck, shouting as he attacks that he understood him and will give him death since such is his desire. The hero, emotionless, looks at the reader as the scythe flies at him. The hero looks to the side, at the scythe, and begins to grin predatorily. He dodges the scythe at the last moment. He calls his pet and it begins to transform into a weapon. Charon starts attacking again, swinging his scythe and shouting that the hero must accept death with dignity, and he will, in that case, ferry him across the river. Nate looks at the tip of the scythe flying at him. He attacks the scythe, breaking it in two. Charon looks with angry eyes, tense to such an extent that his capillaries burst and his eyes turn red. He asks how such a valuable thing got into the hands of the newcomer. MC plays with the club in his hand, smirks and asks if his reaction means that the myths are true and whether the withered one will not recognize the club. He grins predatorily in response, and his face distorts in anger. He raises his hand and says that of course he will recognize that this is the club of Hephaestus and remembers the human degenerate who beat him and swam across the river alive. Charon is hit on the head by Hephaestus' club while he is trying to finish talking about the fact that the man did not even pay him. Charon scratches his head after the blow, and MC threw the club on his back. He says that the boatman talks too much and orders to hurry because he is in a hurry, to which Charon asks to at least pay for the ride. The hero takes the club in his hands and grins angrily, bowing his head, showing the withered one that he does not even want to hear such a thing, to which he, starting to cry, tells him to sit down and that they are leaving. View of the kingdom of the dead, the moon is shining brightly. The boat moors to the ground. MC turns his back to the boatman and begins to get out of the boat, thanking Charon for giving him a ride. He, while MC does not see, takes out his spear again. He swings at the hero, thinking that Nate is a reckless bad man and that if he lets down his guard even for a moment, he will die right there and let him, since he did so, die. He, hanging over him from behind, almost attacks him, but the system window notifies that the power of the god of swords, intuition, is activated. Close up of MC's eyes, they glow with a bright blue light. He calmly dodges the impending threat, slightly dodging to the right. Close up of Nate's face. Charon, extremely surprised by this turn of events, close up. The hero turns to the frightened boatman and thinks that now he understands how intuition works and that this feeling, as if the body itself reacted, and Charon, at this moment, does not understand how he did it. MC turns around and strikes with his club, and his face is distorted in a mocking grin. He says that this will not do and the boatman needs to be thoroughly beaten, in response to which he screams. Close up of a distorted Charon, whose face is hidden in the shadow of the hood. MC looks at him predatory and he asks him to wait. The boatman lies battered and shaking in his boat, covered in his own blood, and Nate, standing on the shore, shakes himself off and thinks it's not nice that he wasted his precious time. Nate is approached and turns around a little, asked if he is the man from the ad. A girl with a bright aura, red eyes and blonde hair, she hesitantly asks if he is a temporary worker. She fixes her hair and smiles softly. It is the goddess of the underworld and fertility Persephone. She says that she is pleased to meet him and that her husband was very angry that no one responded, and says that if the hero had not come, then she would have had to take on this job. Confused hero close up, he says that yes, he is Nate, their temporary worker, and thinks to himself if he is Aphrodite, but realizes that since her husband is Hades, then she must be Persephone. She nods her head to the side and says that she asks to allow the hero to be escorted to Cerberus. A view of the sky in the underworld, crows are sitting on the branches, and the girl says that Cerberus lives far away. They walk through the forest, with their backs to the reader. She says that they used to call Cerberus to them, but Hades said not to do it anymore, to which the worker asks why. She turns to him, and smiling softly, says that it is because half of the hero's predecessors, who also took on the job, immediately ran away, only seeing Cerberus, and that for this reason. Her husband decided that first the workers should show their skills at a meeting with Charon, to prove their ability to negotiate, to which the hero understandingly notes that this, it turns out, was a test. Close up of the nervous eyes of the hero, he thinks that he understands his predecessors, because Cerberus from the legends is a terrible monster, the overseer of the underworld, and realizes that he is nervous. Flaming in confidence, to calm himself, he decisively punches his hand, and behind him the fire of his determination is visualized. He thinks that he is the great god of swords, and that even if it is about Cerberus, then for him he is just a dog, and his companion, not understanding what he is doing, smiles in his direction. They approach some gates. Lava traces are spreading on the ground, and Persephone, looking around, says that they are in place and that Cerberus is right in front of him. In front of the gate sits a huge three-headed dog. He stands on the hot ground, and from under his paw, which is shown in close-up, steam comes out. The dog with flaming scarlet eyes looks at the hero, and saliva oozes from his mouth. MC's face, from which there is hopelessness, from which he smiles, he swears to himself. The system window with the description of the task and a note that the dog does not bite is highlighted separately. Nate smiles desperately in close-up, and Persephone asks him if he is okay, to which he, having come to his senses, laughs nervously and answers that of course. The girl at this time takes out a scroll and shakes it, saying that this is a manual warning about the dog, which her husband wrote and that he should read it before starting. He asks again about the warning. Persephone hands MC the package and he reaches for it, thinking that everything is correct because Hades threw it to the devil dog empty-handed. He happily opens the package, thinking that Hades foresaw everything. An open package in MC's hands, it has Cerberus's preferences and triggers written on it, that he is usually affectionate. But the risk of injury increases during feeding, and it is worth taking care of your hands, head, body in general, legs and everything else, and then the worker will not be bitten. Below are described situations that require special care. Among them are when Cerberus guards the gates of the underworld, when Cerberus lies on his tummy, when Cerberus sits, when Cerberus washes his paws, when Cerberus yawns, and so on, which raises questions in Nate. He throws the package on the ground in rage, screaming if they are mocking him, and that Hades just wants him to die, to which a smiling Persephone says that there is a schedule written on the back, and that it needs to be checked, and that Hades wrote it, so it is reliable and accurate. The package lying on the ground, MC asks again about the schedule. He holds the package in his hands and looks at the back of it, shaking. There is written the daily schedule of Cerberus. It has 3 points. This is breakfast and a walk, lunch and a walk, dinner and a walk. Everyone has a note that all this is only for the underworld. MC in a rage tears the list to pieces, and he screams that this is nonsense, and asks how he is supposed to take this devilish machine for a walk, and that Hades should shove this schedule somewhere deep in his chest, and that the announcement only talked about feeding, and asks what kind of devilish trick is this. MC, choking from his rampage, stands with his head bowed, trying to catch his breath, and Hades' wife, gently leaning next to him, says that it is okay if he changes his mind. She puts her hand to her cheek and looks away sadly, saying that she is a little worried because her husband caught the previous worker when he escaped and now he is locked in hell, and comments that he is such a poor boy. A terrified MC, sweating profusely, imagines all of his limbs being torn off, while Persephone continues the story about Hades tore off all of the previous worker's limbs and that she is sorry that she cannot tell him more. Then upon seeing MC's face, says that she should not have said that and tells him that he needs to run now. He, in response, begins to silently examine the 2 parts of the package. He bends down and begins to do something with his hands. He picks up Hades' glued instructions and smiles nervously while his employer's wife looks on laughingly. He says, laughing, that he screwed up a little while coming to his senses and asks where he should start, and silently says that he misses his mother. He turns around and sees figures carrying large chunks of meat in a cart, and Persephone tells him he needs to feed the dog first and asks if he saw the nymphs carrying the meat to the warehouse, and he asks if he should join them and says the meat looks heavy but is pulled out of his thoughts by Hades' wife, who says her husband also tore off the limbs of workers who tried to trick him. A view of the underworld. Nate, shaking and bent over from the weight, is carrying 3 pieces of meat on his hump and says what he brought and asks what he should do next, to which the girl notes his excellent work. She turns and points to Cerberus with her hand, and the hero, sitting with the meat in his hands, turns in the direction she points. She says he can throw the pieces of meat one at a time to Cerberus. A close-up of the dog's head. He is beaming and his mouth is drooling with anticipation. The hero exhales, saying that the dog is growling terribly, and asks if even Cerberus becomes like a regular dog when he is being fed. He shows him a piece of meat, standing up to his full height with it, and Cerberus looks at him sweetly. He says that he has meat and asks if he wants to eat it. He remembers how he worked part-time at a pet cafe and sat playing with 3 dogs, and thinks that working with Cerberus reminds him of that time, and that big dogs have their own charm. A close-up of the guardian of the underworld's face. The hero notes that if you look closely, he even looks a little cute. Sitting in front of Cerberus, he slaps the ground, giving Cerberus the command to sit. With a blow of his paw, Cerberus throws mud at MC. He looks at him, 2 heads are laughing, and the third one is sitting discontentedly. Persephone is bursting with laughter, looking at the MC covered in mud. The hero is looking at the reader discontentedly, and Hades' wife is laughing behind him, saying that they finally have an interesting worker. Cerberus is sitting on the ground, scratching the chin of one of the heads, and the girl says that giving him commands is pointless because he only listens to Hades. And Cerberus is sitting in such a pose as if telling him to give him food as soon as possible, and MC replies discontentedly that now he understands why no one responded. He angrily grabs a piece of meat. Then he throws it to Cerberus with a grin on his face, shouting that here, his meat, let him catch it. The piece of meat flies right into the eyes of the central head. The remaining heads burst into laughter, and Nate, apologizing, says that he miscalculated his strength. A piece of meat flies into each laughing head, and Nate, laughing, says that you can't laugh at a friend. Cerberus's angry, grinning face with meat on his eyes. Cerberus suddenly lifts his paw from the ground. The hero looks at all this with an emotionless look. Cerberus runs up and growls in his face, standing a little further away. The dog's chain knocks, not letting him run further. MC's grin close up. He taps Cerberus on the area below the nose and mockingly tells him, asking what he can do while he sits on the chain and laughs. The dog begins to try even harder to run closer to Nate, and the ground under his feet begins to split. The chain begins to break. He makes the hero recoil with a kick to the ground. He looms over him with a broken chain, indicating that the jokes are over, and MC tells him to slow down. He looks at the broken piece of chain and asks why the dog broke the chain too. Cerberus tries to bite MC, but he jumps back in time, cursing. Persephone stands calmly and looks at the chain up close, saying that it did break, and Hero, sitting to the side, yells, asking why it's frozen. Cerberus raises his head up and starts howling while the hero grabs the girl's hand and yells at her to run. While running, MC looks back at the dog and says that this crazy dog almost bit them because of a simple joke, and Persephone notices a wound on his shoulder and asks if his hand is okay, to which he replies that it's just a scratch. While running, he yells at Persephone and points his finger back, asking why the chain broke so easily, and that if it was old, it needed to be replaced, to which the companion, incomprehensibly, replies that she herself encounters such a thing for the first time. Cerberus catches up with the heroes, and he yells that the dog is too fast and they need to push harder, to which Hades' wife replies that no, and that he needs to stay closer to her. A close-up of Nate's face, he asks why this is necessary. Close-up of the girl's confident face, she says that even though she looks like that, she is still Hades' wife, and the dog will not attack while she is around. They stop and look back at the dog, who has already opened his mouth wide to bite, shouting over the dog's roar. Nate asks if he is sure he will not attack, to which, laughing uncertainly, Hades' wife answers that he does. MC pushes the girl away from the dog's bite and screams, calling for Snowball. He jumps high up, out of the dog's bite, and calls for Hephaestus Club. Concentrating his energy, he flies straight at the dog. Close up of the hero's serious face, and he, calling Cerberus names, screams that he will get it now. Effectively flipping in the air, he landed, hitting the dog's head with all his might. But she simply raises her paw and prepares to hit him. The dog throws MC far away with his blow, and he hits the ground. All in blood, he shakes, bares his teeth, and thinks why the dog is so strong. A bright scarlet light comes from the dog's eyes, and he looks angrily at the reader. Hades' frightened wife screams that Nate needs to save himself. He sits with a confused look, trying to come to his senses from the dog's blow, and behind him, from the river, the hands of the dead crawl out. The girl tries to shout to him that if he falls into the river Styx, then Cerberus will catch him and eat him, but he thinks that everything in his head is like a fog and that he cannot hear what is being said to him. A frightened Persephone close up, she thinks that it seems that she stunned the hero and thinks what to do. She approaches Cerberus and tries to stop him, giving him a stop sign and screaming that he should stop, giving him a command to sit, and screaming again that she ordered him to stop. Close up of Cerberus' eyes filled with anger, she screams at him that he should listen to her and calls him a mongrel. But the dog does not listen and takes off, continuing his onslaught on MC, and Persephone desperately screams after him. Cerberus is already a few meters away from Nate, and continues to run, raising the earth behind him. MC thinks that this is his end, that he came to feed the dog, but in the end he himself became food. Grinning like a madman in the face of imminent death, the hero says that this is nonsense. He jumps back with his foot. Spreading his arms, he flies into the river Styx, looking at Cerberus and screaming that he refuses to die like this. Persephone, terrified, covers her face with her hands. A view of the water, and the girl can be heard screaming the hero's name. The hero, listlessly sinking under the water, thinks that he is very cold and realizes that he cannot even move a finger. His slightly open eyes, his head in close up, he wonders if he is dying. He remembers how he showed the middle finger and thinks that he is as if in a dream. He remembers how the system descended on him and thinks that everything that has happened to him so far. He remembers his part-time jobs, building a dungeon, how he fought with dwarves, and how he cleared the dungeon that he built himself, and he thinks that all the part-time jobs he toiled at his whole life were just an illusion. He sinks even deeper into the water in close up. He remembers the things from the divine shop, Odin's spear, Gungnir, the Nemean lion armor, and the amulet, and thinks, regretting that there is so much junk from the divine shop that he once wanted for himself and could not buy. It is as if his memories come out of the hero, and he reaches out to them with his hand, thinking that it seems to him as if consciousness has left his body, and his thoughts are rushing forward, and he remembers that they say that when you die, your whole life flies before your eyes. A snowball, violently waving its paws, tries to swim to the hero's hand, and the hero, relaxing his hand, thinks that it cannot come closer. Snowball stops a few meters from the hero, who has already abandoned all thoughts of fighting, and thinks that at least his pet should survive. Snowball almost swims to MC, squeezing his cheeks from the fact that almost all the oxygen left him. He grabs his master by the mouth and opens his mouth wide, releasing oxygen. Then he bites him hard on the nose, waking him up from his delirium and causing him to open his eyes wide. He mumbles something to his fox, crying in pain as his nose bleeds profusely. He turns around and notices hands pulling him down. One of the hands grabs him by the neck and he tries to understand what it is. He opens his mouth and air rushes out in a stormy stream. He mentally sighs and notices that his eyes are darkening. The fox cub howls restlessly, looking at his master. He remembers his fight with the fire fist and remembers that he has the dwarven hammer skill, and mentally sends everything to hell, realizing that he simply has to. Snowball begins to turn into a hammer like the fire fists. He pushes away the dead hands that were dragging him deeper with one swing. The hands begin to reach out with renewed strength, close up. The hero swings his hammer again, preparing to strike, a grin on his face. The system reports that the skill has been activated, and the hero uses a sweeping motion to push the dead hands away from himself even further, using the dwarven hammer skill. Suddenly, the rest of the air leaves him, and he covers his face with his hand, thinking to himself that he cannot breathe. He turns around, Snowball returns to his fox form, and they wave their arms wildly, surfacing. The surface of the river Styx. A seething black dot appears on the surface of the water. Snowball and Nate swim up, and MC greedily inhales air, finding himself on the surface. They swim to the ground, and he grabs it with his hand, screaming that he has returned from the dead. A large shadow hangs over him, and he looks up with one eye. Cerberus, not having cooled down during MC's absence, is already finishing his bite, growling furiously. The hero is terrified, understands that he won't have time to do anything. Cerberus bites him to the waist. The hero screams in panic, being in the dog's throat. Suddenly, he notices something and calms down. He sees a system window that says that the effect of the river Styx is activated and its duration is an hour. Many system windows appear that explain what happened. One of them repeats the previous one, that the effect of the river Styx is activated, that he has received immunity to poisons, stunning, blood loss, and to all physical attacks. The hero, wide-eyed, flooded with light from the system windows, asks, addressing all living things, what is happening. Still in the mouth of Cerberus, he rests his hand on his tongue and looks at the system windows with interest, trying to understand what kind of effect the river Styx is. A memory of a myth comes to his mind. A woman stands next to a child wrapped in a sheet. The myth said that if you dip into the river Styx, you will become an invincible warrior. The woman holds the baby by the heels, dipping him into the water. The goddess Tethys dipped her newborn son in the river Styx to make him the strongest warrior in history, but his heels did not touch the water. A beautiful illustration, on one side colored, on the other faded, depicting Achilles. He remembers that the fact that the heels did not touch the water is due to the fact that Tethys held the baby by them. That's where the expression about Achilles' heel comes from. A close-up of the hero's eye, he realizes that he has dipped from head to toe. Meanwhile, Cerberus shakes his head, trying to figure out Nate, and he thinks that he is now invincible, and Persephone screams, looking at this picture. She grabs MC's hand and leans back to pull harder, trying to free him from Cerberus' jaws. Cerberus shakes his head, preventing Persephone from pulling Nate out, and she screams, asking if the hero is alive, and turning to Cerberus, screaming that he should let him go. Cerberus displeasedly spits out MC, and he hits the ground, which is looked back by the shocked wife of Hades. She starts running towards him. Not seeing what happened to him because of the dust that has risen, she screams, asking if he is okay. They, with Snowball, lie on the ground, covered in drool, and the girl screams that it is an abomination. He moves his gaze to her, and displeasedly asks how she can call someone who just returned from the dead an abomination, and notes that this is too harsh, and she says that she is sorry, and that she could not help him. MC gets up and the girl, scared, asks if he's okay. He stands there shaking himself off, complaining about the mud, and she asks him how he can be okay after falling into the river Styx, to which he replies that he just swam out. Cerberus approaches them, but they do not notice it yet, and the surprised Persephone asks in what sense he just swam out and emphasizes that he just swam out from there. To which the hero replies that this is true, he just swam out rowing with a hammer, to which an even more surprised Persephone replies that she has never heard of such a thing. The dog bites MC on the hand. He lifts him into the air, after which he hits the ground with force under the frightened screams of Hades' wife. Cerberus, wide-eyed, notices something. The hero, yawning, lies on the ground and asks if the dog is finished. MC's hand is in Cerberus' mouth, but he cannot bite it. He asks what, is he too hard for him, and laughing, he notices that his hand does not even itch. Persephone stands dumbfounded by this sight, thinking that this can't be true, that it's incredible that a low-level deity is perfectly fine after being bitten by Cerberus, and realizes that he was blessed with immortality. With sparkling eyes and a bright grin, he lies down, resting one hand on the ground, saying that he fed the dog, and that it was his problem if he wasn't hungry, and asks if it's time for a walk. The guy stands in front of a three-headed monster on a chain. One of the monster's heads is bared in Nate's direction. Exhaling, the guy asks him with a tired smile that he knows that this is useless, and he continues to growl, adding that if he continues, there will be no walk. Suddenly, the monster's mouth abruptly closes, and he opens his eyes from what he heard. Exhaling, the wolf's muzzle looks at the hero. The monster instantly turns away from the guy sitting in front of him. Looking at the wolf's shaking tail, the hero thinks that it worked in the dog cafe, and yet, he is different from ordinary dogs. The wolf takes a huge chain in his mouth. The hero sees how the wolf's head in the middle holds his chain leash, which is completely torn. Looking at the wolf's excited face, the guy says that no, he is exactly the same as the dog. Connecting the chains with his hands, Nate says the word like this. Suddenly, Persephone, behind the guy, calls out to the protagonist. Smiling, closing her eyes and showing one finger up, she tells him that Cerberus has not been walked for a long time and let him walk as slowly as possible. Looking at the girl and holding the chain in one hand, the guy tells her that he understood everything, asking her not to worry, adding that in the dog cafe they called him the puppy president, so it's nothing. Without finishing, the guy's body suddenly jerked to the side. Flying on a chain, his mouth open in shock, he shouts at the wolf to stop. The protagonist rolls his jaw on the sand, and then he gets rocks on his cheeks. Screaming in shock, continuing to hold onto the chain, the guy chases Cerberus. A notification appears stating that a new skill has been acquired, wind speed. The guy looks at the notification with even more shock, asking what the hell is that. An elegant girl's foot in a shoe steps onto the ground. He begins to run after the guy, asking him from behind what he is doing. Running next to the guy, parallel to the guy, she shouts at him to use divine power to strengthen his body. Opening his eyes in shock, the guy asks her the word what, wondering in his mind how she can keep up with them. The girl continues to run next to him, shouting at the guy that she is telling him to strengthen his body with divine power because Cerberus is too strong. The guy looks at the girl with confusion at her question about why he does not use divine power. Looking at the notification stat, he thinks about using power, asking that is not a stat, and it can be used. Continuing to fly on a chain next to the girl, he asks her how to do it, to which she asks him that he does not know how to use divine power. The guy's positive answer to the question in a moment stopped the girl from shock. Stopping behind the guy on a chain, she screams at him that this cannot be. Asking in what sense he means this, to which the guy screams at her that he is telling everything honestly and has no idea how this happened. Opening his mouth and his teeth with gums, the guy screams, asking how much longer he is going to run. The girl, running with all her strength next to her, tells Nate to remember how it feels when he uses the Force. Looking at the blonde, Nate shouts that he does not understand her, to which she urges him on with words. Squinting, the guy asks himself in his head what he feels when he uses power. Remembering the fight with monsters and the notifications that come during it, he tells himself in his head that in the battle with Charon it activated on its own, and he did not even notice. Continuing to run, the girl shouts to him that he remembered the image, and imagined that magic, like water, spreads over his body and let him control it. Closing his eyes, Nate thinks about the image. Imagining water in the dark, he thinks about how it needs to be controlled. The guy slowly opens his eyes. His hand with the chain begins to illuminate the magic. His leg, under the influence of magic, also begins to stop its movement. The dog stopped abruptly in front, opening his eyes in shock. The protagonist stands with a chain, holding the wolf. Gritting his teeth and pulling the dog towards him, he asks if he really stopped. The girl looks at the tense guy, noting that this is great, and that's how it's done. He needs to focus the divine power on the part of the body he wants to strengthen. The enraged wolf takes the chain in his teeth, looking at the guy. The hero's legs begin to come closer to the wolf, and he says that he is pulling him. Gritting his teeth from the weight, the guy drops a word of abuse. Squeezing the chain with his hand, he wants to say something to the dog. Pulling the chain towards himself even more, opening his eyes from the weight, he shouts at him to be a good boy, thinking about how he needs to think about the body part and then focus the divine power. At one point, he pulls the chain towards himself, causing the wolf to fly into the air. The girl opened her mouth from the shock of the shadow falling on her. She sees how the main character, by pulling the chain towards himself, knocked the wolf down right in front of him. Holding the chain and looking at him, Nate says that he has had enough walking for today, and they go back. The wolf's head began to grin, looking at the hero, to which he asks him what he is going to resist. Grinning just as contentedly, Nate says that then he will do it the hard way. The guy walks next to Persephone with a chain on his shoulder, pulling the huge body of a disgruntled dog behind him. The girl covers her mouth with her hand from what she saw. Turning to the guy, she, holding her hand to her mouth, tells him that he used divine power for the first time and is doing so well. Walking next to him and looking at Nate from the side, Persephone says that it looks like they have an excellent worker this time. The hero looks at the blonde with caution, thinking that this is somehow strange, asking himself that she is strong enough, so why did not she intervene, and even he, a lower level god, is able to stop him. The hero looks at the girl, asking her if he can ask a question, to which she answers positively. Looking down at the girl, he asks her why she does not approach Cerberus. With her mouth slightly open in surprise, she listens to the guy's assumption that she could easily cope with him. The girl lowers her head down. Looking at her hands with a blue bracelet, she replies that it is all because of the restrictions. The protagonist looks at the girl, who turns her head to the side, asking again about the restrictions. Introducing Cerberus, chains in hands of other people in advance, she says that Cerberus guards the underworld and does not allow countless lost souls to return to the mortal world, and also stops those who try to look at them out of curiosity. Standing in front of the surprised guy, she says that she is one of them. Looking into his eyes with a blush, she repeats once again that she is one of those who want to return. The moon illuminates the dark crowns of the forest. The guy's feet are on the ground. Remembering the moment when the guy was looking at Persephone, he thinks that she is limited in her actions here and can't do anything with Cerberus. Taking his chin with his hand, he continues to think that all she can contact is a couple of lower gods that Hades allows into his abode, like him. And that's true because according to mythology, Hades kidnapped Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld because he was enchanted by her beauty, adding that he thought it was nonsense, but it turned out to be true. Looking at the girl's long braid, he thinks that it is difficult to imagine how much time she spent here all alone, noticing how unhappy he is. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy thinks that he needs to put aside his sense of heightened justice, because her husband is Hades, the brother of the greatest god Zeus, asking what he can do. The protagonist lifts his head up, looking forward. The fox opposite him starts yapping, to which he does not understand what she wants. The protagonist covers one eye from the fact that she jumps on his shoulder, saying that he completely forgot about her, apologizing for this. The wolf, sliding on the ground, begins to look around, not understanding where he is. The heroes came to an atmospheric place with a bloody light. Suddenly, Cerberus pays attention to something. The dog begins to growl, to which the protagonist, standing next to the girl, asks her what came over him. Looking at the aggressive dog from behind, she explains that he follows the trail of the dead, and despite his appearance, he copes with the job with dignity, and this is also the reason why she cannot leave this place. Turning to Nate, she says that as soon as he chains the chain back, his tasks for the morning will be finished. Wrapping the chain around his hand, the guy continues to look at the girl with distrust, thinking that for a dog to watch the gods, then this Hades is a real stubborn person. Pulling the chain to himself with a tired look, Nate asks why Hades would keep a dog that only listens to him. The notification that appears says that the power of intuition is activated. The guy's eyes began to glow blue. He sees something glowing blue inside the wreckage in hell, to which Nate asks what it is. Clenching his hand into a fist and releasing magic from it, the guy tells himself in his head that he does not think that it is something alive, asking himself that it could be an object, or should he better check it. The blonde turns to the hero, telling him that the morning chores are over and he better get ready for the day's affairs. Interrupting herself, the girl calls out to the guy, who begins to seriously beat the interesting structure. She sees how the guy's hand takes out a collar with chains. The girl's face fell into a stupor from shock. Holding a huge collar in his hand and holding his head with his hand, he apologizes to Persephone, saying that it seemed to him that there was something valuable inside. The notification tells about the Cerberus collar, that Hades used it to train Cerberus, and when used, Cerberus will obey his commands. Holding the collar in her hand with a lady in the background, she says that it is incredible, asking why he hid it here. Approaching the guy with the collar, the girl says that she searched everywhere, but could not find it, asking Nate how he was able to do this, to which he, looking away, replies that it is intuition. Looking down, he asks if this collar is really so omnipotent. Holding it in his hand, he listens as the blonde tells him that Cerberus is a symbol of the underworld, and controlling it is the same as controlling this entire place. Continuing to examine the collar in his hands, the hero admits that it looks like a very ordinary collar. Holding it on top in his hand in front of the girl, the guy asks with a smile that he will not be able to use it then, because it belongs to Hades after all. Covering her chin with her hand, Persephone looks down thoughtfully. In a moment, she takes her hand away from her face. Nate looks at her with a smile, hearing that it does not matter, to which the hero asks if this is true. She, closing her eyes and taking her hand away from herself, standing in front of the guy, tells him that it was not she who found it and gave it to him, and her husband sometimes tells her to look for this collar. Slyly opening her eyes, she adds that he said, and will allow him to try to train Cerberus if she can really find it. Confidently looking at the collar, Nate thinks that the girl has accumulated a lot for Hades, and he cannot miss the opportunity to make his life easier. Standing in front of the wolf with a huge collar, he tells him to come to him and he will put the collar on him. The wolf snorts and looks away, to which Nate asks him if he hasn't learned his lesson yet. The hero smiles and asks the wolf if he hasn't learned his lesson yet. The wolf's face grins, looking at the hero. In an instant, the wolf's head is battered and crying. Looking at the frightened animal, the hero laughs and says that it suits him, and how wonderful it would be if he had been so docile from the start. The corners of the guy's lips stretch higher and higher from a smile. Pointing his hand upward, the guy shouts that he chooses Cerberus. The animal sits and stands up at the owner's commands. The wolf's eyes are in complete bewilderment at what his body is doing at the guy's command to roll. With his mouth open, the guy asks the wolf if it really works, and now he sees that there is something cute about him. Standing behind the dog, he tells him that this is for biting him and dragging him along the ground, and he will sit in the corner and think about his behavior until he says that's enough. Grinning evilly, Nate thinks that at this rate this job will really be very easy. Persephone looks at the evilly laughing hero. She touches his shoulder with her finger, calling out to him. She pokes her finger into the cheek of the guy, who asks her if she sees, and this dog can do nothing about it. She says some kind of spell, spreading it throughout the hero's body. The guy's eyes widen in shock. He falls down at the lady's feet almost unconscious. Looking at her in shock, he hears that she tells that her husband gives Cerberus 2 orders. The first is to watch the dead, who are trying to escape from the underworld. Languidly looking down at the guy, she wants to tell him about the second. Squinting her eyes and looking at Nate's eyes that were gradually leaving his soul, she says that the second was to follow her, to which the guy says in his thoughts that he is sleepy. Turning to him, the girl wishes him sweet dreams. Turning her back, she says that she will return before Hades arrives and let him not worry. The guy sees only the girl's underwear, thinking that this is true, that for Hades the most important thing is not the underworld. Lifelessly looking forward on the ground, the guy thinks that he cannot. His eyes gradually close. The protagonist opens his eyes from the sound of Snow White's yapping. He sees the fox right above him against the background of a dark forest. Lying on the ground, the guy says Snow White's name. In a moment, the protagonist's eyes opened in shock. He, getting up from the ground, asks what he did, passed out. Turning around, Nate asks where Persephone is. He looks around, but there is no one. Covering his chin with sweat, the hero thinks about something. Opening his eyes and sucking his lips, the guy thinks that he is finished. Looking at the stat with a notification, he asks how long he slept. The notification that appears says that the river Styx effect has occurred and 5 minutes and 20 seconds have passed, to which the guy says that thank God that not so much time has passed. Running away from the wolf to the side with the fox on his shoulder, he shouts to him that he is leaving and let him guard the gate. Running forward, the guy thinks about how Persephone could not leave the underworld before because of Cerberus. Looking into the dark thicket, he continues to think that if it becomes known that she ran away because of him, then Hades will beat all the nonsense out of him. Turning back to the fox, he asks how far she went, adding that he must quickly find her and take her back as soon as possible. A new notification appears stating that the wind speed skill has been acquired, to which the guy thinks that he himself has acquired a new skill. He steps his foot on the ground, enveloping himself in blue magic. A new notification appears stating that the wind speed skill has been activated, and the skill increases significantly based on the user's physical abilities. The protagonist's eyes widen at what he sees. He runs from side to side across the dark field. Turning back, the guy is shocked by his own speed, noting that it is very fast. Sitting on one knee on the ground, he looks forward, saying that he will try to activate the skill while using divine power. In an instant, the guy jumps away from his location. He flies towards the thicket. Suddenly, in mid-flight, fluttering his hair, he notices something in front of him. Looking at the river, he sees a boat with Persephone standing in it. Looking at her, he shouts that there she is. Water splashes against the sides of the boat. The night planet illuminates the girl's face on the boat. She turns around sharply, asking what it was, hearing a sound from the forest. Looking at the front of the boat, she asks herself that maybe she ran over a stone. From the water, right in front of her, the main character emerges, scaring the girl to death. Looking at Persephone with a terrible look, Nate asks her if she is in a hurry somewhere. Against the background of the landscape, the guy shouts to her that she told him that even the dead are not allowed to cross the river Styx, shouting at the girl, and she, holding out her hands in front of him, asks her how he will explain this to him, to which she apologizes to him, saying that she just really wanted to see her mother. Recalling his moments with his mother, the guy's face fell into shock. Standing in front of the blonde, he sadly tells her that she planned everything. The girl, winking and holding her index finger to her face, tells the hero not to worry, and her husband will return only in 2 days, adding that it is a secret, but the guy is the first one to catch her. Open-mouthed in surprise, the hero wonders in his thoughts that this is not the first time she has done this. Suddenly, the boat crashes into a rock, causing the hero to stagger. The bottom of the boat has completely split. Water splashes on the guy and the girl. Nate, looking away, thinks that the boat is unlikely to hold up, to which a notification says that the effect of the river Styx will last for another 15 seconds. Standing together on one boat on the river, the guy thinks that it looks like they have no choice. The hero goes down to the water on the boat, holding his nose with his hand. He falls into the water in an instant, splashing it. He abruptly emerges from the water, greedily gulping air. The hero's hand grabbed the side of the boat. He aggressively began to swim forward, saying that come what may, ordering the characters to hold on tighter. The heroes stand on the shore next to the boat. Suddenly, they find themselves in a sunny valley. Stretching, Persephone, with a smile, notes how wonderful it is there, causing a tired reaction from the guy in the background. Suddenly, the girl is distracted by the guy's question about whether she will promise him something, asking what. Looking at the blonde with irritation, he tells her to promise that they will return right after he sees his mother. Winking at the guy, she says that Nate is too worried because she has never been caught. Taking the hero by the hand, he tells her that he is definitely finished if she is caught, to which Persephone says that everything will be fine, and since he is so worried, then maybe he will go with her after all. The bright sun illuminated the crowns of the trees. The girl calls the main character to follow her into the cave, to which Nate says why all the Greek gods live in caves. The girl enthusiastically says the word mother. A woman with a red headband sitting on a chair turns to her, to which history says that this is the goddess of fertility Demeter. She gets up from the table, coming up to her, asking what's going on, to which the blonde tells her that it's her. Taking her daughter by the cheeks with both hands, Demeter looks at her, asking if it's really her, to which the girl replies that of course it is, and who else. The women joined hands with each other, and close to each other, began to cry. Looking at the ladies, Nate, rubbing his nose, thinking that he is here like a fifth leg for a dog. Suddenly, the guy's attention moves to something else. Next to his feet, he sees a growing flower, thinking that in myths the earth withered from Demeter's grief for her daughter when she was in the underworld. Looking at the most beautiful white flowers, he continues to think that if we talk about their world, then we can say that winter was beginning. Persephone's eyes opened in surprise from the main character's word that he has things to do and needs to go. The girl turns to the guy waving at them and asks him that he won't follow her, to which the hero tells her that they will meet by the river at 8. The guy turns around at his name, called by the girl. Standing in an embrace with her mother, she thanks him. The moon continues to illuminate the dark forest. Standing near a boat with glowing flowers, the guy says that everything is ready. Holding the phone in his hand, he looks at the time, saying that she should already be here. Suddenly, behind the guy, someone's hand begins to kill the flowers. Turning around with a smile, the hero says that here is the girl. Suddenly, his eyes widen in fear. He sees a brunette man in a suit with a flower in his hands who says that it means that a boar has come to him for a part-time job. Notifications began to say that the intuition skill was activated and danger and death are coming. Widening his eyes even more, the guy sees that the system is telling him that he will die. Hades, burning the flower in his hands with his magic, looks at Nate, asking where his wife Persephone is. Nate's face showed horror. He did not understand why Hades returned so early. He looked at him calmly, frowning a little. He could not understand how someone like Nate could find the collar of Cerberus and help Persephone escape. The guy broke out in a sweat. Hades reached out to the boy. He pressed his hand to his forehead, wanting him to die. Nate was overcome with horror. Someone's voice was heard. The guy was surprised. Persephone came and looked at everything that was happening. She did not understand why Hades was trying to send an innocent deity to the next world. Hades turned to her. He was trying to find Persephone. The girl began to yell at him. He himself ordered the workers to find the collar of Cerberus. The guy did it, so why was Hades mad? They stood there, looking into each other's eyes. He let out a breath and bowed his head. In his opinion, she had slipped away without saying anything. The goddess crossed her arms and gave him an irritated look. She had only gone out for a short while. She would have come back as soon as she had seen her mother. Hades looked upset. She should have said so. She turned her head away from him. Did she have to report every little thing? Did he take her for a child? Nate looked at them. He noticed that Hades seemed a little worried. The boy was looking down. He was genuinely worried about Persephone. The girl looked at him. It was time for them to return to the underworld. She handed Nate a gift. Hades was upset that Persephone wanted to keep him alive. The boy had done his job well and deserved a gift. The girl poked Nate in the head. She smiled tenderly at him. She promised to take care of his salary, no need to send a request to the system. And she also threatened him not to come back there anymore. A bright pillar of magic illuminated the forest. Dust rose in the room. Nate looked exhausted. How many times had he almost died on these part-time jobs? In his hands he held a gift from Persephone. He began to unpack the box. He wondered what was in it. Light began to come out of the box. The guy was surprised. There were 2 apples in this box. The first apple was the forbidden fruit. It grants the ability to distinguish evil from good. The second was a golden apple. It was a symbol of immortality, the fruit of the gods. Grants eternal youth. His mouth opened at what he saw. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought, are people allowed to try divine fruits? In one hand he took the golden apple. In the other he took the forbidden fruit. Holding it in his hand, he began to examine it. They were actually offering him to eat it. It was daytime. A scream was heard from one of the offices. Nate and his mother were sitting at the doctor's. The doctor was holding his head with one hand and holding documents in the other. He told her good news. The cancer cells had miraculously disappeared completely. How could this even happen? His hand moved to his glasses. He confirmed that it was true, but there was no scientific explanation for this in modern medicine. Mom covered her mouth. Her eyes started to water. She didn't understand how this was possible. How could such a miracle happen? They walked, hugging each other with one arm. The golden apple worked. Nate's mind was recalling the picture of that day. He made juice and gave it to his mother to drink. The guy was leading her to the exit. The doctors said that she was completely healthy, so they could go home. They walked hand in hand to a taxi. The guy opened the door for his mother so that she could get in. The guy got in the front and told him the address where they were going. The driver was a little worried. He warned him that they would have to make a circle to get home. Nate didn't understand why. It would be faster to go straight through Uedo Park. The driver calmly told him that there was a disaster near the park. He turned up the radio. The radio was broadcasting a live report from the Blish dungeon of Uedo Park. A cylindrical massif had recently appeared out of nowhere, and the residents were continuing to evacuate. Guilds and individual hunters had gathered together to investigate, but there were complications due to traffic jams. The boy was horrified by this news. His mother grabbed his shoulder. They looked at each other. The woman could get there herself, but he had to walk. Smiling tenderly, she couldn't wait to see him on TV. The boy got out of the taxi. His mother warned him that she would be waiting for him on the news. The main thing is that he didn't embarrass himself. He waved to her. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. The boy looked at the cylinder. It was built in the shape of a tower. Shielding his face from the sun, he realized that he would have to work all night long. A smile appeared on his face. He turned towards the divine store. He wanted to check it out. Looking at his balance, he realized that the salary had not been transferred yet. He updated his profile. He had a title, Taming Cerberus. He was surprised. He decided to look at the explanation. He was the one who tamed the charismatic guard dog of the underworld. From now on, all dogs will obey your commands. He is the master of dogs. He did not understand how he could be the master of dogs. Some man shouted in his direction. The guy began to turn away. Chloe was being interviewed. They asked her to say literally a few words about what was happening. This was a regular dungeon. not like that labyrinth, and the dungeon was almost cleared out. Why did they have to come in person? The guy exhaled. They were not talking to him as he thought. She turned to the reporters. In keeping with tradition, the Sanguine Guild always arrives at disaster sites. They wanted to ask her one more question, but she decided to end it there. Nate looked at the reporter who was trying to shout to the girl. He covered his face with his hood. He needed to move. Chloe was standing among the people. They were talking among themselves. Two of them were discussing their topics and laughing. They say the last person to come in was mauled by a dog. His interlocutor was shocked. Did he see it with his own eyes? Chloe waved her hand and shut them up. They began to talk more quietly. The girl turned to Chloe. She looked at the back of her head. She did not understand what was wrong with her. Her behavior was clearly different. Chloe just walked straight ahead. There was a corridor ahead. Torches were burning. They illuminated the way. The guys stopped. Chloe bowed her head. They were approaching. A huge dog was running towards them. There were several more of the same kind behind it. The guys were scared when they saw them. One of them started screaming. They had not been warned about this. They were zombie dogs. Even the slightest scratch from their fangs soaked in poison would kill anyone in 10 minutes. The girl was clearly scared. The dog's tongue was hanging out. Its poison was dripping onto the floor. They are incredibly poisonous creatures. Chloe began to take out her weapon. This was quite a problematic enemy. The dogs were approaching them. Those who were strong in close combat, they moved away and the rest followed Chloe. Someone's voice was heard. The girl began to yell at those who were with them. The guy waved his hands, saying that it was not him. He assumed that the sound came from the dogs. The guys looked in their direction. Among the dogs stood a guy. It was Nate. The girl was shocked. How could he tame zombie dogs? Nate petted one of the dogs. As a rule, if you do not know who your opponent is, then do not consider the enemy. The girl prepared for battle. She wanted the one who tamed them to show himself. She pointed the sword in his direction. The dog began to get angry, and the guy asked him to lower the sword. He stepped forward and smiled a little. The girl was terrified. Behind Chloe stood a dog. Nate was scared. He ran towards it, using the speed of the wind. He approached the girl. The second girl, who was his partner, got angry. Nate pushed Chloe aside. He swung his free hand. He hit the dog on the head with his fist and started scolding it. The dog sat down in front of him. The girl was surprised. Chloe turned to look at him. Nate looked at Chloe. He saw a bracelet on her arm. Looking into her eyes, he smiled. Here they met again. The guy was sure that Persephone had the same bracelet. He frowned. Chloe, bowing her head, interrupted him. There were so many witnesses around them. The guy did not understand, which surprised her. He was still kneeling and holding her hand. It must have been just a coincidence. The girl was filming everything on camera. Nate looked at the dog. The dog looked at the guys. All the dogs sat down at the guy's command. Smiling, he pointed to the spot and ordered them to dig there. Safety above all. The dogs began to dig. Sand was flying everywhere. They were digging hard. One of them found some red crystals. She barked as a sign. Nate patted her head. She was holding the crystal in her teeth. Everyone was surprised. The girl thought she was dreaming. Chloe just looked at him and didn't say anything. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at the guy. She was amazed by his ability and wondered how he got it. Nate looked at her. Didn't everyone think that abilities were given at birth? How did she know that he earned it? He looked at him with disbelief. Still looking at Chloe, he waved it off, saying that he was born with the ability. But anyway, he was more interested in that bracelet. She looked at him calmly. Her arms were still crossed over her chest. He wondered if it was her bracelet. She took out the bracelet on her hand and showed it to her. Nate came closer. He wondered where she bought it. His face grew more irritated when she didn't answer the question. He looked into her eyes. Sometimes he glanced at the bracelet. No doubt it was the same antique design. An image of Persephone popped into his head. On her hand was the very friendship bracelet she had talked about. The guy moved closer to her hand, examining the bracelet. Nate looked at the girl. He didn't understand why she was silent. Chloe took her hand in hers and tilted her head slightly, remaining silent. Her answer shocked the guy. She bought it online. She answered him completely calmly. Looking at her hand, she offered to give him a link if he liked it so much. Nate was still standing there in confusion. He began to sweat. He began to say that he really wanted one. The girl with red hair had images of him with this bracelet in her head. They began to laugh at him and his face turned red. He coughed into his hand. He must have become more sensitive after traveling between worlds. Now he would be considered a pervert. This is how his reputation would go down the drain. He looked at Chloe. An idea occurred to him. Since it was all about that, he decided to redirect their attention. He asked her how she knew Snowball's name. Had she been digging around for information about him? She knew right away what he meant. She had just heard it from others. At the gate, she heard someone say, "Snowball, let's go." He was confused. They looked at each other. He narrowed his eyes. She wasn't lying. She had her own intentions. The thought flashed through his mind that he, in fact, was a crazy stalker who had gone crazy because of a misunderstanding. He didn't know how to react to that. There was a noise from behind the door. A cloud of dust poured out. A monster with a human body came out. He started threatening the guys. His face looked angry. Nate punched him in the face before he could say anything to them. In the end, he got a punch in the face from the monster. The girl was surprised. How did he punch the boss so easily? The guy just exhaled. He did it solo. The boss was lying on the ground. He was looking at the guys. It was clear from his face that they were in shock. Taking the girl by the shoulders, he asked her to keep it a secret that he was in the dungeon, and what he said there, to also keep it a secret. He smiled at her. She said, otherwise he would warn the whole team. The guy took the man away for a talk. Chloe was watching. She looked at her bracelet. A crowd of people stood in front of a huge tower. Chloe stood with her eyes closed. They brought her microphones and asked her to share her impressions of clearing the dungeon and asked if the clearing went smoothly again. Nate watched her. Chloe said that as a raid leader, she was glad that everything went without losses and injuries. The protagonist thought with a serious look that the abilities developed unexpectedly, and he suddenly became a hunter before he did not care, but he imagined a tall building and noted that in order to be a hunter in their country, you need to officially pass a test and get a hunter's license. He emphasized that armed groups of hunters and guilds need management, and in this world, anyone can search for information on any hunter on the internet. He remembered how he fell in the abyss and stretched out his hand and added that since he, not being an official hunter, penetrated the dungeon, little by little it began to attract attention. An image of people texting Nate asking if Nate really had a hunter's license popped into his head. The protagonist mentally noted that again, if public opinion was bad about it, his godly power might diminish. Adjusting his cap, Nate noted that he would leave it to Chloe and that it was time for him to go. He bumped into the guy and apologized. The guy with glasses looked at him and asked if he was Nate. The protagonist was taken aback by this. The guy started laughing and saying that it was really him. Raising his glasses, the stranger asked what such a talentless, stupid bug was doing there. Surprised people started looking at their conversation and discussing that Nate was standing there. People watched them and discussed why the protagonist was talentless and that they were on TV. It didn't look like it. Frowning, Nate thought that he had been thinking for a long time about who called him by name. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He smirked and said that their Nate had grown up. The protagonist thoughtfully asked what Chase was doing there. Nate thoughtfully emphasized that he was the keyball bully who had marred his school years. He remembered how he had been beaten and noted that he had even begun to wonder. The protagonist imagined Chase's face, who was holding a cigarette. He suggested that perhaps it was not God who ruled the world, but the rich keyball families. Grabbing his hand, Nate noted that things were different now and that the situation had changed. Smiling, the protagonist stated that people didn't change after all. He asked if Chase still made fun of and mocked others just because he was from a keyball family. Nate emphasized the fact that he was going to surpass even them. Chase, taken aback, asked again what the protagonist had said. He raised his fist and asked if Nate had become famous a little while they hadn't seen each other and immediately got all cocky. Holding his hand in front of the protagonist's face with a grin, he said that he saw on the news that he had cleared a dungeon labyrinth and broken some other gates. He noted with a smile on his face that it was somehow strange. He took off the protagonist's cap and started shouting that Nate was untalented and that he should have come up with a more convincing legend. People watched their dialogue with a surprised look. Chase screamed that it was nonsense and that among the bottom without talent, the protagonist was the very bottom. The dumbfounded protagonist looked at the people behind him who had started discussing him. He thought with a serious look that the situation was getting more complicated. Chloe was watching their conversation. She hit Chase on the hand. She stood between them and grabbed his cap. Chloe gave it to Nate. Chase looked at her, surprised, and asked if she was defending him, calling him trash with no talent. She said with a straight face that people without talent are not trash. She asked if Chase could be held accountable for his words. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked what responsibility and if she knew, noting that he knew him well. He screamed that Nate was just a fool with no talent. Chloe looked at him intently. She was watching the protagonist. Nate looked at her, confused, and in his mind asked what she wanted him to do. Looking at her face, the protagonist wondered if he needed to prove it. He started walking towards Chase. He jumped on the bus. Chase was dumbfounded. He looked at Nate and said that he couldn't have talent and that he was definitely untalented. The protagonist thought with a disgruntled expression that he felt sorry for wasting his time. Nate waved his hand and said that he was going. The protagonist thoughtfully noted that there was something he realized after the incident with Chase. Looking at his phone, Nate emphasized the fact that he needed to qualify as a hunter as soon as possible. While tying his shoelaces, he said that he had just heard the news that there would be a hunter qualification test at Docto today. As he left the house, he saw a black car. He looked at the mirror that was lowering and thought about how he was going to go alone, without attracting attention. Chloe looked out the window and asked if Nate was going to the hunter exam, noting that he could get it. The sun was shining on the city. As the protagonist got out of the car, he said that thanks to her, he got there comfortably and thanked her. A small island stood in the middle of the sea. The plot takes us to the place of the hunter exam. A crowd of people had gathered in front of a large building. Nate, displeased, watched her pet Snow White and mentally wondered why Chloe had dragged him all the way there. He asked if the next heir was allowed to spend her time so idly. She held Snow White with a smile and replied that she had no business today. He walked next to her and asked why she had suddenly switched to you. Chloe asked if he was the same age as Chase, noting that she was the same age as her. She asked if they could be friends. A notification appeared that the target's intentions were close to good. Looking at her, the protagonist agreed. He looked at the loudspeaker in surprise, from where a request was heard for number 1117 to go for a physical strength measurement. Looking at Chloe, he said that this was his number, and she would look after Snow White for now. Nate thought seriously that this was what she was there for. He watched Chloe feed Snow White and noticed that other than feeding her seeds, she didn't do anything weird and always showed good intentions in the window, so there would be no problem if he left her. A voice started coming from the loudspeaker that they were starting the test. A voice was heard saying that they were asking to take into account that only the equipment provided at the venue was allowed during the test. The protagonist looked at his hand. They said that they were starting the strength test from the lower body. Nate was holding a barbell on his shoulders. The protagonist was stunned and said that he couldn't even move. Holding the barbell, he asked what kind of basic physical fitness test this was. Chase smirked and said that this was why you need to know your place. A message popped up saying that the target was clearly hostile. Nate thought that it was a ton and that a normal person would never be able to lift it. He mentally noted that he heard that annoying voice. Chase was standing in front of him pointing to his watch telling him to lift it faster, and if he didn't lift it even once he was out. Nate thought that it was Chase. The protagonist exhaled and said that he just wanted to quietly get his license. An orange aura enveloped him. Chase, with a smirk on his face, said that if he broke under the weight, he wanted to be squashed like a bug. The protagonist lifted a barbell. He was told that lower body strength was rank 6. He lifted a dumbbell above his head. He dragged a bunch of tires connected by a chain. He hit animals that were crawling out of holes with a hammer. Enraged, Chase said that this was crazy. He grabbed the guy by the collar. He ordered him to stop this with an angry look. The man apologized, noting that the test could not be stopped until there was an error. Nate held his hand. The protagonist listened to the evaluation of his abilities with a tired look and heard a request to go to the next testing ground. Bright sunbeams enveloped the building. The man stood in front of him and asked the future hunters who successfully completed the first test to congratulate them. Holding the button in his hands, with a smile on his face, he said that this was a test of teamwork, the most important skill of hunters. People with a dumbfounded look held blades in their hands. He said that the use of personal equipment other than the provided one is prohibited. The protagonist saw a bunch of monsters under his feet. The man asked to keep in mind that defeating monsters from other groups will not count towards their team. The enraged monster held a sword in his hands. He was preparing to dash. The monster jumped on the crowd of guys. He hit the guy. The monster grabbed him by the throat. He swung the sword at him. The frightened stranger covered his face in fear. Nate rushed to his aid. He parried the monster's blow. Turning around, the protagonist asked if he could stand up. Swinging his sword, he asked to leave this to him. He held his sword in front of his face with a serious expression. He delivered a powerful blow to the monster. Nate looked at the corpse of the monster. He heard screams and looked back with a surprised expression. He saw the monster hitting two guys. Nate prepared himself for a dash. He rushed and delivered a powerful series of attacks to the monster. The surprised girl asked what happened. The protagonist stood in front of a pile of corpses. The guys screamed that thanks to him they would be able to move on. Chase watched him. He frowned. He held a potion in his hands. He poured it into one of the monsters. The monster suddenly opened its eyes. A message appeared that the object was emitting obvious hostility. The monster rushed at the protagonist. Nate turned around and saw the monster. He managed to cover himself from the blow. The protagonist flew back from its blow. He tried to stop. The dumbfounded girl asked if there was one alive. The monster's eyes were glowing red. He rushed at the guys. He grabbed the girl's face. He knocked her to the ground. The monster hit the guy with a powerful blow. He hit the last member of the group. The monster stood in front of a crowd of injured guys. Nate was dumbfounded. He heard a voice that all members of the group except number 1117 were expelled. The protagonist looked at the monster. Chase was standing above his head, who said that without teammates, there is no way to score. He asked with a satisfied look if Nate did not think that this was quite an interesting game. He kept his fist on the ground and wondered if Chase did all this just for him. He looked at the injured members of his team. The protagonist's face was serious. Chase, squatting, asked if Nate was going to refuse. Smirking, he said that it was useless if he did not attack with his teammates. A yellow aura began to emanate from the protagonist. The protagonist prepared to rush and said that a capable person will always find a way. Nate cut off the monster's head. His face was serious. The protagonist delivered a powerful series of attacks and killed all the monsters in the arenas. Holding his sword to the ground, he noted that he had finished with them all. Standing by the pile of corpses, Nate noted that even if he did not get points for teamwork, there were individual points. He assumed that if 100 points was the maximum, then he scored about 200. Smiling, the protagonist clarified if this was true. Chase and the man's faces were dumbfounded. The surprised examiner said that the result of the second exam. Suddenly, a loud sound began to be heard from the loudspeaker. They said that an emergency had occurred and all people on the exam sites were asked to evacuate to the shelter. The ground began to shake in front of the people. They said that a large tsunami had occurred. Nate saw water flowing from above and heard that they needed to evacuate quickly from there. He noted with a serious face that he needed to check what was going on. He jumped onto the platform. The protagonist jumped up. Chase asked what dangerous thing he was planning. He jumped out of the arena. He started looking around. In front of his face, the fortress wall broke from the water. Nate was dumbfounded and thought, was it a wave? He looked at the scared guys and said that at this rate, everyone there would die. His face was surprised. He saw a message that payment had been received from Persephone with words of apology for the delay. Nate thought about the payment. He started scrolling through the store and looking for something useful. A smile appeared on his face. He saw the ability to cut waves and said that this is what he needed. Snow White was running towards him. He looked at her and asked where she came from. The wall broke through behind him and he said that now is not the time. He grabbed the yellow blade and asked Snow White to help him. He held the sword in front of him. A message popped up that the skill cut waves was activated. Nate's eyes lit up with a yellow light. He swung his sword and cut the wave. The joyful protagonist cried out that he succeeded. The wave covered him. Drops of water flowed down him. He looked at the loudspeaker, which was broadcasting that the probability of a tsunami was very high and all examinees should move to the shelter. Surprised, Nate asked if there would be another wave. Looking at the sea, he asked if he could stop this one too. A blue projection appeared in front of him. He read a message from Poseidon that he was recruiting a repair crew for the Dragon King's palace. The description said that tsunamis were happening in the human world due to damage to the palace barrier. Nate came to the conclusion in his mind that these waves were from the world of the gods. He looked at the message. He thought about the fact that judging by the announcement, the tsunami would continue until the repairs were completed. He picked up his jacket and noted the dwarves stealing gear, Persephone trying to escape at every opportunity. Nate ripped his shirt off with a displeased look. He emphasized the fact that the gods were becoming more and more troublesome anyway. He clicked on the screen to accept the order. He was transported to the underwater palace. He stood in front of a tall statue. He saw a man behind him. His face was pleased. Nate asked if it was Hephaestus. Hephaestus put his hand on the protagonist's head and said that he knew they would meet again. Pointing his finger at Snow White, he noted that the moon fox had grown up nicely. She pushed his finger away. Nate looked at the upset Hephaestus, who was saying that she hated him and they had not seen each other for so long. The protagonist noted that Snow White was just shy. He looked at her and noticed that she was rubbing against Chloe. He asked about the business of Hephaestus there. Hephaestus' face was tear-stained. Smiling, he asked how the blacksmith could be absent during repair work. He noted that there was still a shortage of manpower, but he was glad that the protagonist had come. Walking away, Hephaestus said that before they got down to business, he asked to allow him to explain something. He asked with a serious expression to look at the side. Nate saw a huge hole. Hephaestus reported that the barrier was destroyed there and water was leaking into the human world. He noted that even if it looked like a wave in a pool to them, for humans it would probably be a huge tsunami. Looking at the hole, Nate wondered why the barrier was so badly damaged. He pointed to the dark portal and asked if Nate could see it. The protagonist's face was surprised. Hephaestus told that all the headaches were because of that gate, adding that they get rid of it and it appears again. Nate frowned and mentally wondered if the gates weren't made by the gods. He pointed out that he thought they were like a dungeon, so naturally the gods made them. He wondered what a gate was then. Snow White was taken aback. She slapped Nate across the face. He looked away and asked what happened. Powerful currents of energy began to flow around the gate. He looked at the dark portal. Powerful gusts of energy erupted. Nate, dumbfounded, said that nothing was normal in this stupid world. Hephaestus looked at them and said that he would figure it out and that they should hold on to something. Snow White began to fly away from Nate. He turned around and called out to her. Hephaestus was enveloped in fiery energy. He concentrated his mana above his head. He clenched his hand into a fist. He prepared to strike. He delivered a powerful blow. He looked at the purple portal. Holding his hands in front of him, he asked how dare they. Huge hands grabbed the portal. They surrounded it with fiery energy. Nate was surprised. Watching Hephaestus' energy, he mentally noted that as expected, the highest ranked gods are on a completely different level. Hephaestus continued to try to seal the portal. Nate watched in surprise. He saw a purple hand coming out of the portal. Many monsters jumped out of the gate. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if there were also gates with waves of monsters in the world of the gods. Hephaestus snapped his fingers and called out to Nate. A sword appeared in front of the protagonist from the portal. Hephaestus looked at him and asked him to take the sword and deal with the enemies while he tried to close the gate. Taking the blade, Nate cried out that he thought it was going to repair the barrier. Rushing into battle, he said that he would have to ask for additional payment. He pierced the monster and said that it was -1. The monster had a smirk on its face. A message appeared that intuition was used. Nate suddenly turned around. The monster swung its fist. Nate backed away. He dodged the attack. Taken aback, he mentally noted that this was nonsense. Looking at the monster, the protagonist mentally asked if it could withstand it, noting that he hit it with godlike strength. The monster stated that it would tear the stupid Olympians apart. Surprised, Nate wondered if it was talking, noting that these monsters were different. He imagined a huge demon in his mind and asked if the gate monsters were weak to begin with. He held the blade in front of him. Looking at the crowd of demons, he said that it could be dangerous alone. He turned around and looked behind him. He saw a blue flag. He looked at the demons. The monsters ran at each other. They began a fierce battle. They struck each other. Watching this from the side, the protagonist noted that the same monsters were fighting each other. Looking at the emblem on the monster's hand, Nate said that Poseidon's reinforcements had arrived. The monster rushed at him from behind. The protagonist thought that he was already afraid that he would have to deal with everyone alone. The demon was approaching him. He emphasized that it looked a little strange. He repelled the attack of the monster that was running at him. Squeezing the sword in his hand, he said that if once on time, and not alone against a crowd, then it is quite possible to try. The monster flew away from him. Many messages appeared about various cuts inflicted. He inflicted many attacks on the monster. The protagonist was taken aback. Frowning, he noted that it meant that the fact that he could not cut it with one blow was not a mistake. He looked at the demon, who was holding back all the attacks, and thought that he was cutting with all his might, but only scratches remained. Nate wondered why they were so strong. Swinging his fist, the monster said that he was tired of playing with the protagonist. Holding his hands above his head, he asked Nate to stop trying and die. Grabbing the blade, he clarified if the monster thought so. Preparing to dash, he offered the demon to try to endure this. The protagonist used wave cutting and delivered a powerful blow. He directed a powerful attack at the crowd of monsters. The demon stood in a stupor. A cut appeared on the wall of the building. The monsters were cut. Holding the sword in front of him, Nate exhaled. Putting it behind his back, he asked the next one to come. Frowning, the monster cried out that the protagonist was a fool. The demons ran at him and wished him death. Swinging the blade, he asked them to grit their teeth. He began to attack them, but suddenly a message appeared that the divine power was not enough to use wave cutting. His face was happy. He looked at his sword with an enraged expression and cried out that he was wondering why it was working so well. The monster rushed at him and swung its fist. Nate cried out that he gave up. The protagonist suddenly jumped away from him. He dealt many blows. Holding a gun in his hands, the man asked how dare they come there. Nate looked at him in surprise. Holding a cigar and a grenade pin in his teeth, the man noted that it was fish. He threw a grenade at the monsters and continued his speech, adding that fish tasted best fried. There was an explosion behind him. The protagonist asked if they were gnomes. Grinning, the gnome said that they were a little late. Nate was kneeling, covering himself with his hands. He looked warily. A crowd of monsters were sitting on the ground. One of them was standing. The two armed gnomes heard their name being called and looked around while Firefist was smoking a cigar. The monster was sitting on the ground and looking at them growled, calling them stupid rats. He ran forward furiously, shouting that he would tear them all to pieces. The blonde gnome stood in front of the monster and pulled out a gun, telling him to come closer. He was very surprised, aiming at the enemy. The man saw a stone in the monster's hand. He raised his hand with a gun, into which the stone flew and bared his teeth. The monster jumped on the gnome from above, kicking. The monster flew into the air, throwing the blonde man back with a blow. The boss and the green-haired gnome turned around to look at their comrade, who flew into the wall. Firefist, holding a cigar in his mouth, turned around and called the monster a fool. He grabbed the gun tightly and swung at the frightened monster. The man activated the dwarven hammer and hit the enemy with all his might, breaking through the ground. The protagonist frowned and cried out in alarm. He looked at the dwarven chief who had killed the monster and said that as expected, the dwarven hammer was very powerful. He remembered swinging the hammer with a grin and thought that if he thought about it, when he fell into the Styx river, he accidentally used it once. Maybe it was because of his talent for fighting. The protagonist imagined himself striking the waves with the hammer. Nate asked the system for information about the dwarven hammer skill and a window opened. The program with all the skill data opened and he said that the requirements for divine power were low. This was perfect. Nate turned around to see the monster strangling the green-haired dwarf who said that he had caught a stupid shorty. The monster swung at the man holding his hand. The monster heard the protagonist calling him and turned around. He saw the protagonist activate the skill and fly at him with a sword. Nate tensed up and said that he was the only one who would die here and activated the dwarven hammer. A notification appeared about canceling the skill use, since it can only be used with blunt weapons. He jumped on the monster sitting on the dwarf and only lightly hit him on the head. Nate was surprised and confused, and the monster swung its fist at him. He hit the protagonist. The monster threw him far back. Nate sat exhausted by the wall. He scratched his chin and thought about the fact that because this is not a blunt weapon, the skill cannot be activated, and Snow White is not around now. The protagonist looked down. He looked at the fist and thoughts came to him. Nate continued to look at it in surprise and thought that at first glance, does not it look like a blunt weapon? If there is a talent for fighting, cannot he use the skill of the dwarven hammer with his bare hands? He heard a cough and raised his head. The monster was furiously beating the dwarf in the face. The protagonist gritted his teeth and decided that there was no time to hesitate and trusted the talent for battle. He pulled his fist back and quickly ran towards the monster and the dwarf. Nate swung with all his might. The monster looked back. The protagonist delivered a very powerful blow. The monster grabbed his hand. The monster stopped his hand and smiled evilly. Nate looked at him determinedly and exhaled. The monster was surprised when suddenly Nate hit him, breaking the ground. He raised his fist from the opponent's stomach. A notification appeared about the activation of the talent for battle. Then, a message appeared that the hammer of the dwarves had been changed to the hammer of the dwarves, a punch which made the protagonist very happy. He turned around and saw Snow White running towards him. Nate picked her up in his arms and asked if she was hurt. The guy smiled and raised both fists up, saying that he was counting on Snow White's help. He quickly ran and attacked another monster. The guy flew into the air and happily watched as a kick hit the monster's face. The crowd of monsters watched him run. They growled in surprise. One of them looked tensely, when suddenly Nate, swinging, jumped at them. He ran, inflicting many blows. Seeing the explosion left in their place, the guy ran back. The protagonist grabbed his wrist and asked if they had spread out at least a little. A purple portal appeared, emitting energy. Jeff looked at it in fear and wondered where such a sudden force came from, and gave the order for everyone to prepare for the blow. The water was filled with energy, creating waves. The protagonist quickly ran to the frightened Jeff, asking what happened, to which he replied that he could no longer hold back the gate. Nate watched as a huge vortex of energy appeared from the portal. The monsters were sucked into the stream and they screamed for salvation. The protagonist covered himself from the whirlwind and said that it was breaking through the barrier, so they would all be sucked in. He looked up in fear and shouted Jeff's name. The man was sucked into the stream. His hand was still sticking out of the portal, and the protagonist continued to call him. He frowned, looking away and thinking about what they would do if Jeff was sucked in. A notification appeared that something big was felt. A head with a weapon appeared from the whirlwind. Many notifications appeared warning of danger. A monster with a trident appeared from the whirlwind. Nate watched as it advanced, holding a weapon and saying that they dealt with his servants well. The protagonist looked at it in fear. The monster smiled and called them stupid trash. He stood in the center of the portal. The monsters joyfully shouted at him that he stopped the whirlwind. Nate was afraid. His pupils narrowed and he realized that this was Poseidon. The hair of the ruler of the seas was flying, and he himself was smiling. The monster turned to Nate, who screamed for everyone to wait. He looked at Poseidon, surrounded by ominous energy, and said that this was a terrible aura. Was this really Poseidon? The main character continued to think about the fact that from what he heard, he sounded somehow strange, and if you look closely, he also looked different. Then who is it? Nate looked at him in fear and thought about the feeling of pressure on the back of his head. He looked at Poseidon's face, his ugly mark on his forehead, the same pattern engraved on the fish from the gate. The guy clenched his fist and thought about his intuition screaming that he was dangerous. Poseidon smiled evilly, surrounded by a dark aura, and said that they had done a good job of trampling his cute subordinates. He pointed his trident at the gate. Nate ran away and screamed in fear that something was coming. Everyone needed to dodge. The monster raised his trident and a stream of energy appeared from the portal. One of the monsters looked at him in surprise. Many lasers appeared around Poseidon, coming from the trident. They cut his servants into pieces. Nate and Snow White lay on the floor, hiding from the lasers. Poseidon stood alone, surrounded by blood. He grabbed his head and laughed. He had a crazy smile on his face and kept laughing while holding it and calling them stupid scum. Nate was sitting on the floor, and behind him Poseidon, straightening his shoulders, was laughing loudly. The protagonist turned around in fear and thought that his intuition was telling him that this was a monster he couldn't defeat. Poseidon noticed him. The monster turned around and pulled out his trident and asked if there was another bug left. He released a stream of energy from his weapon. Nate and his pet dodged the piercing stream. He bared his teeth and thought in fear that he had already noticed him. The protagonist decided to use a gust of wind and pushed off the ground. A notification appeared about the use of the E-level gust of wind skill. The guy ran at great speed and clenched his teeth and decided that he needed to run as fast as possible. Poseidon smiled. He appeared right in front of Nate and asked him where he was going with an evil look. The monster pointed a trident at the guy's face and told the fool from Olympus to die. The protagonist looked at the light in fear. He screamed and a powerful explosion occurred. A hole appeared in the wall behind the frightened Nate. The man smiled and said that Neptune was a stupid fake. The protagonist sat on his knees and looked at him in surprise. The real ruler of the seas appeared, who took Neptune's trident and asked him if he thought he could hold him back forever, Poseidon himself. The monster frowned angrily and told him not to make him laugh since he was the absolute god of the sea. A fist approached his face. Poseidon hit him with all his might, shouting for him to shut up already. The real god looked at the monster holding his cheek and said that even his name Neptune originally belonged to him. Poseidon grabbed him furiously, asking how dare he pretend to be him. The monster grabbed the god by a lock of hair. He pulled Poseidon's head back by his hair, who said that hair was mean, and Neptune demanded that he take it back. Nate looked at their fight in confusion and thought that he could not believe that he was witnessing a fight between two top-level gods with his own eyes. He watched as they grabbed each other's hair and fooled around, thinking that they were fighting like children. The monster's hands were holding Poseidon's head, who called him a fake and said that he would destroy him today anyway. Neptune smiled evilly and said that he had not been able to do it so far, only threatened. He had already failed 78 times, hadn't he? Poseidon smiled with a frown and replied that that was why he had hired a very great god today. The three boys looked at the portal and Poseidon said that it looked like it was coming. Nate turned around and thought about Poseidon personally hiring a god. How great this god was. A man appeared from the gate, talking about monsters using sneaky tricks. He climbed out of the portal with a smile, and the protagonist thought that it was Jeff. He laughed, blood flew around, and he said that he didn't think this body would fall for such tricks. Jeff knelt in front of the protagonist and said that he finally got rid of everyone. Nate looked at him tiredly and listened as he said that he hadn't fought like this for a long time. His muscles and bones were aching. The protagonist thought that he could handle it. Jeff smiled and asked him to take care of the rest. Nate watched as 3 more people appeared from the portal. He looked at them in surprise. Chloe looked at him seriously, and behind him was the Witcher and the monster. They all looked confidently at the protagonist, who was surprised by the girl's appearance. The portal was cut into 2 parts. Chloe stretched out her hand and threw out its fragments, and the gate behind her cracked. Neptune screamed indignantly. He got angry and said that this was his gate. The monster looked at the corpses of his subordinates and said that not only his servants, but also his home. He furiously swung his hand with a ball of energy and screamed, "How dare they do this?" Nate frowned, remembered this technique, and screamed the girl's name. Neptune launched a powerful stream of energy screaming, "How dare they?" Chloe stood confidently while the protagonist screamed for her to leave since it was dangerous. She slightly bowed her head. Chloe swung her dagger. With 2 knives in her hands, she jumped at Neptune. The girl calmly looked and dealt many blows. She jumped back, sat on one knee, and imprisoned Neptune between swings of blades. He tensed and looked away in surprise. The monster reached out to her head. Chloe turned around. Suddenly, Nate appeared, shielding the girl from the monster with his sword. He smirked and thought that his intuition was wavering, so his body acted on its own. Neptune grinned and called him a vile bug. He swung his trident at the main character in rage and told him to die. The girl grabbed Nate by the collar. Chloe stood confidently, throwing the guy away from Neptune. The giant ran at the monster with an outstretched fist. Neptune grinned and angrily called them fools. The magician put down his staff and created an energy circle. Chloe stood next to the sitting Nate and looked at the powerful explosion. She asked him why he was interfering unnecessarily. The guy indignantly lowered his eyebrow and clicked his tongue, answering, "Is it really too late to help?" The girl turned around and asked if he really thought she would be affected by something like that. Nate frowned and thought about how annoying it was that it was true, but he couldn't admit it. She looked at him calmly and said that he was faster than before. She looked at Neptune, who had not bent over, and said that he was already in an unstable state. The monster was screaming in fury and pain. Nate looked at her in surprise and thought about being faster than before, who she even was. Chloe said that she could see from his face that he had a lot of questions. She turned away and threw him a bottle, adding that she would tell him as soon as it was over. He looked at the bottle with confusion and caught it with both hands. A system window with this bottle appeared. The description was limited due to lack of information. The protagonist looked at the potion in doubt, and she told him to drink it. Chloe turned around and said that he was the one who should interrupt Neptune's last breath. Nate looked at her in surprise and clarified what she had said. She quickly ran away, saying that she was counting on him, and he asked to explain normally. The guy grabbed his head and screamed that this was crazy. He looked at her in fear and wondered what it all meant. Chloe was flying at Neptune with 2 blades. She struck him many times again and squatted down. The girl looked at the monster purposefully and leaned over and struck his leg. A giant was flying from above, ready to strike. His fist was approaching Neptune's face. There was an explosion. The giant looked at the hand and stood over the monster's body. The magician was descending towards them with a staff in his hand. He pointed it at Neptune's face. The monster slightly raised its paw. It abruptly grabbed the magician by the head. The giant watched as Neptune pressed the Witcher into the ground. He pressed his head firmly to the ground with his paw. The giant looked at him in surprise. Neptune threw him back, creating a powerful explosion. Nate looked in fear and thought that this was impossible. He looked at the bodies of the magician and the giant, thinking that he had scattered the gods in an instant. The protagonist anxiously drew his eyebrows together and thought that Chloe wanted him to deal with this monster. Poseidon frowned and screamed that Neptune was out of control. Nate confidently walked towards Neptune and thought that a few days ago he was nobody, even if he was a low-level god now, but how could he? He walked on the ground and thought that he would never be able to do this. Neptune bowed his head and closed his eyes. He looked at the protagonist in rage and called him a low-level god, saying that he had dared to interfere with him earlier. At the peak of his anger, he accumulated an energy ball and screamed that he would tear him apart. Nate looked at the light in fear. He was standing in front of a huge stream. Chloe jumped towards him, trying to grab his hand. She asked why he froze. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Chloe was lying on the floor covered in bruises. Neptune put his foot on her and looked at her menacingly. He smirked and said that it was stupid because she could have easily escaped and stayed alive. He asked if she thought that something would work out if she saved this bug. Nate looked at her in fear and asked why Chloe did it. She lifted her head, weak and covered in blood, and answered that it was obvious. The protagonist looked at the exhausted girl under the paw of the monster, who told him that the monster was much more incredible than he thought. She frowned and said that he would eventually die at the hands of a low-ranking god, whom he underestimated and despised. Neptune looked at her in surprise. Nate looked at her in fear and asked what she was saying, that he could against this monster. She said Nate's name. Chloe smiled and said that she knew he could do it and she believed in him. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, his mouth slightly open. A notification appeared that the target's intentions were close to good. Nate reflected on the fact that he was untalented, the future which was determined from the moment of birth. He remembered the other kids playing without him and laughing, thinking that people born with decent talent lived in the same place as others, but their world was completely different. Nate remembered how they told him he had no talent, how dare he be untalented, useless, asked him not to even talk to them. He imagined his little self, who was called pathetic. The boy remembered that there was one person, his mother, who thought that talent was not so important and believed that he would succeed. The main character imagined himself walking alone in the street and how his mother happily waved at him. He thought about how he tried his best to keep up with those who had talent. Nate thought about how later, on the day when they were in debt because of his uncle, the only person who believed in him abandoned him. He imagined himself standing in a military uniform and his mother holding him and crying. He thought about how his mother didn't come out on her own and that he didn't have talent because of him. The guy remembered his upset face and thought about how he realized that this person's trust was just a consolation to take the blame off himself and his child. Nate remembered that what he felt then was not anger or sadness. The first thing he thought was thank God. He remembered how he smiled and decided that it was even better, now he could give up. The main character continued to think that it was a relief, that there was no one to disappoint, because no one believed in him. I tried so hard, but it didn't work out for such excuses. He thought about how he felt disgusted with himself then. He had already run away once, then he had nothing. Nate remembered how he was imprisoned in the shackles of consciousness, how he suffered from pain and cried, looking into a puddle. He imagined himself sitting in front of the ball of energy, killing the monster, holding the sword and smiling with Snow White on his shoulder. He decided that things were different now. There were people who believed in him. A notification appeared that the blessing was spreading throughout his body. Nate drank the potion, deciding that there was a chance. A message came that in an instant he received a huge increase in divine power. He threw the bottle of the potion and said with a smile that he felt that Chloe was strange. The potion flew down while the protagonist said that this time he would never run away. Nate quickly ran. He grabbed Chloe from under the monster and held her tightly in his arms. Neptune turned around in surprise. The protagonist looked at the girl lying exhausted and told her to rest. He would finish quickly and return. At this time, the monster furiously jumped on top of him. Nate called Snow White and a sword appeared in his hand. Neptune looked at the blade approaching his face in fear. He dodged the sword. Nate pulled the sword forward and realized that his body was overflowing with power. The guy quickly jumped up. He swung at the monster and decided that this could very well work. Neptune grinned and said that he had become a little stronger. He grabbed the sword and threw it back, shouting at him not to be arrogant. Nate clenched his teeth and frowned, thinking that he was sure that he had become stronger, but there was still a big difference between them. He frowned and looked at the lying Chloe, thinking that even if so, he could not retreat any longer. The guy clenched his fist. Nate furiously hit Neptune with all his strength. The monster grinned and got scared. The main character was furiously fighting with the monster, grabbing him with its paws. Nate managed to dodge the monster's clutches. He thought that he needed to be faster and swung his fist between the paws. He beat the monster, thinking that he had to be even faster. Neptune swung his paws. The monster's blood flew around his hands. Nate grabbed his paw. He swung and clenched his fist. The protagonist beat him furiously, thinking that he had to beat him, not giving him a breath. He realized that he had to do this until Snow White returned. Neptune coughed up blood from pain. He grabbed the guy and lifted him up. The opponents collided face to face, and a flash shone between them. Nate kicked the monster in the stomach. There was an explosion and he flew up. Neptune swung a flash of energy and screamed furiously that this time he would put an end to everything. The protagonist clenched his teeth in fear, and Snow White barked behind him. A huge explosion struck the space. Nate bent down, covering himself with a shield from the flow of energy. He got angry and frowned, coughing. A weapon flew into Neptune's hand. He raised his trident up and, baring his teeth furiously, asked if he thought that his attempts would change anything. Poseidon frowned and summoned a water dragon with reinforcement. A bloodthirsty dragon appeared. Neptune turned around and saw the dragon open its mouth. There was a powerful explosion. Poseidon pulled out his trident and exhaled, saying that he was finally caught. Columns of dust filled the space. Suddenly, an enraged Neptune appeared. He accumulated energy in his palm and said that it was enough. The monster raised its head and activated a huge stream, adding that they would all die together. Nate replied that someone would allow him. A notification appeared that all the divine power was invested in the wave-cutting reinforcement. The protagonist flew at the enemy from above, swinging his sword. He remembered Chloe lying without strength and thought that faith does not prove the truth, but even a fool understands. The guy imagined how he was bound by the chains of consciousness and, looking away, thought about how he, who received only contempt from others and for the first time received sincere trust, could not trample all the expectations of this person. The blade cut Neptune's face. A notification appeared congratulating him on his victory over the forgotten god Neptune. The system reported that an unknown goddess was very pleased with his fight and the progress condition last blow was fulfilled. A powerful explosion occurred, breaking through the ground, and a message came that thanks to the last blow, he absorbed the power of the forgotten god Neptune. A window appeared with an increase in the level of the moon fox from 0 to 1. Nate stood, holding the sword in his hand and trying to catch his breath. He closed his eyes and fell to the ground in front of the rift, saying that he did it. Chloe smiled sweetly. The main character began to slowly open his eyes. Someone's sea figure was shown near him. The guy was surprised and couldn't understand what was happening and what to do. Nate began to look at his hands, which were chained. The monster began to tell the guy that his wounds were healed and his clothes were returned to their previous state. The monster sat on the throne, looking at the main character and telling him that he was grateful for the victory over Neptune, but the monster wanted to ask one question. The sea monster held power in her hands and told the guy that due to the fact that the guy dealt with Neptune, most of the power returned to the monster. The monster was gaining power in his palm, saying that due to the fact that the guy dealt the final blow to Neptune, part of Neptune's power passed to the guy, and thanks to this power it is possible to establish order in the world, but also to create chaos. The system window began to show that intuition tells that this is malice and a neutral, close to evil intention emanates from the target. The monster began to look at the guy confidently, saying that now he would ask a question. The sea monster began to look angrily at the guy, asking him what he was going to do with this power. The system window showed that Poseidon could see right through the guy. Nate looked at the monster, realizing that lying would be useless now. The guy began to carefully open his mouth, saying that the monster was going to kill him if he answered incorrectly. Nate calmly looked at Poseidon, telling him that he killed Neptune not for the sake of power, but so that Poseidon would allow him to use his power to be stronger and become a god recognized by everyone. The monster began to look at the guy with incomprehension. The monster began to look away, thinking about the guy's words. Nate calmly looked away, saying that he was looking as if he was looking at his former self. Poseidon looked at the main character with a smile on his face, saying that he was sincere, and the monster was looking into the soul of a newborn god. The monster looked at Nate, telling him that he was very pure and had destroyed the damned gate. Having met such a smart god, there was no reason not to celebrate today. The monster began to shout to all his people that they would throw a party. All the sea comrades laughed loudly. Some people were drinking. Nate walked through the hall, looking for someone. The guy began to look at one girl, saying that he needed to talk to her. Nate looked at Chloe, not having time to say anything, because Snow White jumped into the girl's arms. The guy began to look at the animal with anger, saying that they had a very important conversation. Snow White was sitting in Chloe's arms and did not want to leave. Nate began to look at Snow White with incomprehension and anger, realizing that she had increased her level and was now not watching anything. One girl began to push the main character. Crowds of people began to ask Chloe what she was doing here. Nate tried to say that they needed to talk to the girl, but he couldn't do it because he was constantly being interrupted and pushed. The guy looked at the others, shouting that he was the first to talk to her. The sea monster's hand began to touch the guy's shoulder. The monster took the guy and told him to talk until they finished the job. Chloe looked at the guy with neutrality, listening to how Poseidon called him brave and courageous. Nate looked at Chloe with confusion, who said that they met quite early. The girl looked at the system window, telling the guy that they must definitely succeed in this life. The system window showed all the data about the girl. Voices were heard from the island that they tried hard and successfully passed all the tests. Nate looked at his hunter license. The guy was happy that he became a 6-star hunter. The ranking system of hunters around the world is based on stars. There are hunters without stars and up to 9 stars. In Korea there has never been a 9-star hunter, and hunters above 5 stars are currently only 13 people, including Nate. Screams were heard from the team. Nate looked at Chase with a smile on his face, who was angrily shouting that he had been in the dungeons and gates without a hunter's license, and that Nate had been given the license. The guy smiled and rejoiced. The animal was sitting on Nate's shoulder. The guy noticed that she had become heavier because she had grown. The hero looked away, noticing that Snow White had increased her level. Nate began to remember that she could continue to grow and become independent. The guy smiled and cuddled with the animal, saying that she loved him more than Chloe. The girl stood leaning against the wall and told the guy that he had a good destiny. The heroine began to look at Nate, telling him to follow her so that she could tell him everything. The guy looked at the girl, who was telling him that he should know what would happen in the future. The car was driving quickly along the road. Voices were heard from the car saying that now it was clear why there was such a strange feeling from the very beginning. Nate looked at the girl with bewilderment, asking her who she was. The heroine looked at the guy, asking about the fact that he was only curious about this. The girl looked askance at Nate, telling him that a year ago a window with a part-time job from the gods appeared before her eyes, and using the reward for the part-time job, she received power and became a mid-ranking god, and then the girl again gained the ability of foresight. The guy looked at the girl with bewilderment, thinking about what foresight is. The girl looked at the road, saying that now she knows the future. The heroine's frightened eyes saw that the war of the gods would begin. The girl began to look away, saying that sometimes the names of the gods differ from myth to myth, like Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, Eros and Cupid. The heroine opened her mouth, saying that people know it as the same poem, but these are different gods with different names, because unlike the gods, having reached their days, thanks to faith, and like the ancient gods, forgotten from the past, they accumulate their power through the gates to return their names. The heroine answered that the gates are a refuge in which the power of the ancient gods is stored and concentrated, and as soon as the ancient gods collect all their power in the gates, they will meet face to face with the existing gods to restore their forgotten names. The girl began to calmly look at the guy, telling him that eventually the 6th Ragnarok will happen. Nate looked at the girl in fear, not knowing what to tell him. The guy began to look at the girl, shouting to her that there are also gates in the human world. The heroine said that it was so, and so that people could withstand the gate, the gods created dungeons, making them similar to the gate. It was a kind of training ground for people. Nate did not understand with anger what training ground meant and how many people died. The guy looked at the girl, telling her that the dungeons were just a training ground, and if the gods intervened, they would stop all this. The heroine began to say that Nate himself should understand that Neptune appeared before his strength was restored, but he was already at such a high level. The girl looked ahead, saying that even the gods were puzzled by the existence of the gate. The heroine replied that the more the forgotten gods gain strength, the harder it will be to block the gate, and the gods will try their best to protect their own world. The heroine looked ahead. The car was driving along the road, and a girl's voice was heard from it saying that there would be no god who could protect the human world. The heroine was saying about people that they don't know the fact that they consider the danger of the gate to be an analog of a car accident. She didn't know what would happen if someone like Neptune ever appeared in the city, then everything around would be destroyed in an instant. Nate looked ahead in fear, not knowing what to say to this. The guy decided with incomprehension that now everything fits into a puzzle. Nate realized that talents and skills similar to the power of the gods, created together with the dungeons and everything like in the game, and this is the last gift that the gods give to people. The guy was angry that people should survive on their own. Nate did not understand how they should block the gate that even the gods cannot cope with. The girl looked at the guy, saying that she would help him and he could do it. The heroine looked at Nate, telling him that she saw the guy in the future protecting the world from countless gate armies. She began to slow down, telling the guy that she would do everything she could to help him. The car began to stop. The guy got out of the car, saying that he did not even notice how they got there. The guy smiled and thanked her for giving him a ride. Nate began to notice something in fear. A sign appeared on the street that there was an urgent presentation of the new 6-star Dumdog Hunter. Journalists began to approach the guy, shouting for everyone to get ready quickly. Nate began to look at the girl in fear, asking her if she was sure that they had come to the right place. The hero realized what kind of help Chloe was talking about and became incredibly angry. The system window showed that the guy's fame was increasing and thus his divine power was increasing. A month later, everyone was looking at him in amazement as a 6-star hunter cleared 3 dungeons in 1 month, and all the dungeons were cleared successfully without any casualties. As the person who cleared the most dungeons that month, he earned hundreds of billions in profits just from magic stones, items, and dungeon byproducts. Nate was smiling, saying that being popular was not good and it was necessary to increase his godly power. The guy was lying down and saying that these reporters were too intrusive. Nate started to remember something. The little animal was looking at the guy, who was telling her that she also had a fan club. The hero was looking at Snow White and saying that she was becoming popular without doing anything. The guy was sitting on the couch, telling his pet to get better. Chloe was watching Nate, telling him that this fame would soon become his power. The guy looked at the girl, telling her that the upcoming battle would be much harder. The girl told Nate that this was the intended end and that the guy must be split and disappointed with the hopeless future, and this future could possibly be terrifying. Chloe asked the guy if he was ready to face a harsh fate. Nate began to tell the girl that it would be better if he did not know the end, because there should always be at least some limit. The hero confidently looked forward, saying that now that he knows everything, he is not going to just sit around and wait. The girl watched the guy, saying that she knew that he would react this way. Nate began to disappear with Chloe in the portal, heading to a part-time job with the gods. The man snapped his fingers and greeted his little chicks. The blonde man crossed his arms over his chest. He opened his eyes wide and said that they were honored to work part-time for Apollo. The protagonist's mouth opened wide and he exclaimed in delight that he never thought he would see the sun up close and that it was very bright. Apollo brought his hand to his face and replied that of course the sun was bright because it represented him. The blonde boy smiled widely and asked what they thought that was all, and then he said that even the sun carriage was beautiful because it reflected his greatness and that it was flawless, just like his body. Nate looked forward and Chloe crossed her arms when Apollo added that the carriage was not yet up to his excellence, and then he asked if they knew how perfect he was. God added that he was becoming more perfect with every second of his life. The boy and girl were riding in a carriage when the main character wondered how he managed to praise himself non-stop and not get tired. Then he suggested that his abilities were somehow connected to his pride and realized that it was good that it was almost dawn. Chloe squeezed the reins and said that she barely restrained herself from hitting him. Nate looked away and asked about how it wasn't fun, then the girl asked what was fun about it. There was a fireball behind the carriage when the boy said that before this he was engaged in building dungeons or training dogs, and that it was nice to feel like a powerful god for a minute, doing his job. Chloe looked forward seriously when a joyful Nate asked when he would get the chance to control the sun again. The girl looked away and asked the guy if he realized that it was not a real sun, because even a child would have guessed. Chloe imagined a blonde boy and explained that it was a fake created by Apollo and that they were just flying across the sky and trying to keep up with the time of the real sun's rise. Nate remembered the guy in the red hat and thought that, frankly, somewhere deep in his soul he knew it. The main character grabbed the reins and asked why he was doing this then. The girl turned away from the guy. The carriage flew over the people in cloaks. Chloe remembered the people lying on the ground and said that after seeing this illusion, people began to believe in the sun god and respect him. The girl imagined a smiling boy with blonde hair and added that this way it increases his divine power and that this is how Apollo became the sun god. Nate turned to the girl and asked if this was a scam. Then Chloe replied that the guy was right and that it was a scam and Apollo was just a con man who took advantage of people's gullibility. She closed her eyes and told the protagonist that he had nothing to worry about. Chloe looked ahead and told the guy to just focus on his job and asked if he remembered what reward was waiting for them. The girl's hair rose up as she suggested that the guy should hurry up and figure it out. The protagonist opened his mouth and told the girl that she was good at this, and then he asked her if she had driven a carriage before. Chloe looked ahead and replied with displeasure that she had done this job countless times and that she could do it even with her eyes closed. Nate looked at the girl and asked if this was not the first time. The guy looked away and said that Apollo seemed not to recognize her. The blue-eyed girl thought about how he was slow most of the time, but at times like now, he was quite smart. Then she realized that he would definitely know if she lied. Chloe imagined the blonde boy and replied that the god did not remember her because he only thought about himself. A huge paw appeared in front of the carriage when the girl added that that was why, even though she often worked here, Apollo did not remember her. The furry animals were surrounded by a golden aura. One animal jumped onto the roof of the carriage. Nate's eyes widened. A system notification appeared saying that the ability intuition was activated. The animals attacked the fireball behind the carriage. The horse looked at the protagonist when he asked what the animals were up to. The horse's eyes turned black. Chloe turned her head to the side and exclaimed that it was strange because she had never met a sun wolf on this route before. Nate opened his mouth wide and replied that they looked exactly like hellhounds. A system notification appeared saying that the dog master ability had been activated. The girl looked at the clouds when she said that she thought she could handle them and asked the guy to take the reins, and the protagonist replied that he would do it himself. Chloe looked away and exclaimed that this task was beyond his strength and that if he touched the fur of a sun wolf, it would burn his flesh to the bone. Nate smiled and replied that he must be able to handle such tasks in order to become as strong as the prophecy. The guy, holding a sword in his hands, pushed off the roof of the carriage. The protagonist brought the blade to his head. He swung it and attacked when he exclaimed that he had already thought of everything. The sun wolf bared its teeth. The furry beast dodged the attack. It opened its mouth in front of the guy. Nate gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and told him to watch carefully as he won. The protagonist struck the sun wolves. The animal bared its fangs. The leg pushed off the surface. Nate grabbed the wolf by the head. Black smoke came out from under his hand. The guy squinted and cursed when he realized that the flames were still burning, even though he brushed them away. A system message appeared that the activation of a power belonging to Neptune called the Blessing of the Waves would protect his body. The protagonist was enveloped in blue energy when he thought about how he no longer burned and that with this power he could handle everything. A system notification appeared which said that the ability of the Master of Dogs was activated and that the number of dogs following him was 33. Nate continued to hold the wolf's head. The guy smirked and exclaimed that there was one left. Chloe silently looked at the protagonist and the beast. She closed her eyes and said that Nate was really funny. The girl remembered the embarrassed guy and said that when she first met him, he was just a dumb guy who couldn't do anything. She then imagined the protagonist and the goblin and added that no matter how hard or painful it was, he still moved forward. Chloe remembered the guy in armor who fought the monster and suggested that to others, it might seem like a waste of time. The girl then imagined the protagonist chopping off the goblin's head and added that he tried hundreds of times and that each time Nate tried to improve his skills. Chloe remembered the different expressions on the guy's face and concluded that achieving such a success after going back 1869 times was not so little. The girl in the pink cape stared ahead as she said that there was no one else and that he was the only one who could kill it. Chloe's eyes widened and she added that she had been reincarnated just for this purpose. Nate was squeezing the sun wolves, calling them, respectively, first and second. The animals were behind the protagonist when he said that they would help him. The guy smiled and told him to herd everyone else. The wolves on either side of Nate bared their teeth when he said that it was time to begin. A glowing aura enveloped one of the beast's faces. The guy bent his finger. The sun wolves rushed forward when the protagonist ordered them to do so, calling them fire puppies. The animals began to fight each other. The wolf touched his nose with his paw when Nate asked him if he was surprised that his pack had suddenly turned against him. The protagonist swung his sword at the beast and added that there was nothing to worry about because very soon they would become friends again. The guy attacked two wolves at once. Nate sat on one of them. A system notification appeared that the ability Dog Master was activated. The protagonist, riding a wolf, turned around and looked at the two animals when he exclaimed that they were ready. A system notification appeared which said that the number of dogs following him was 40. Nate, riding a wolf and holding a sword in his hand, offered to tame the remaining ones. A congratulatory message appeared stating that the number of dogs following him exceeded 40. The guy's eyes widened when he looked at the system window, where it was written that the ability Additional Skill Dog Master was unlocked. The notification with the wolf icon said that the additional skill was howling, and that he could now summon all the dogs he had ever tamed, and that they would follow his orders with the utmost loyalty no matter what he said. Nate smiled when he realized that he could summon all the dogs he had tamed. He pictured the two dogs and thought that of the tamed dogs, the hellhounds were not the most useful at the moment. Then the guy remembered himself and the grinning predators and wondered what would happen if he could summon that one. The protagonist smirked and decided that it would be interesting to watch them fight. Chloe looked at Nate and told him to hurry up and tame the rest. The guy looked away when the girl added that their current form was not so dangerous, but in moments when the solar wolves felt threatened, they united into one. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. His mouth opened wide as a huge beast loomed over him, shrouded in flames. A fireball appeared in its mouth. The sphere of flames flew towards the sun dogs. Nate's mouth opened in surprise. There was a huge explosion. The carriage was surrounded by fire. The girl grabbed the protagonist and exclaimed that he was slowing down again at the most crucial moment. Chloe looked away and added that he really needed to be watched closely. Nate's mouth opened wide when the girl told him that if he was awake, he needed to act quickly because they didn't have much time. Then the guy asked about the carriage and the sun. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise when Chloe explained that the giant sun wolf and the destroyed carriage fell on the village. Nate looked away when the girl said that there was no time to explain all the details, But in short, the moment the giant sun wolf appeared, the nearby villages were already in danger. The fire-breathing beast attacked the fleeing people when Chloe exclaimed that saving people was the most important thing right now. The girl tried to escape from the flames. She looked back. A pillar started falling on her, then she screamed. A beam of light broke a piece of stone. A man appeared in front of the girl, telling her to get out of there quickly. Nate ran with a serious face. He swung his sword at the huge beast. The guy gritted his teeth, taking the blow. He dodged the dog's sharp claw. The beast's eye was red. The dog opened its mouth in front of the guy. The protagonist looked at the fangs of the solar wolf. Nate smiled when he said that even though the solar wolves had become one, he was sure that they would not be able to resist Cerberus. 3 open mouths appeared on the side of the wolf. Cerberus pressed the wolf to the ground. The protagonist squeezed the hilt of the sword in order to hold the wolf tighter. Nate raised the blade above his head and exclaimed that now was the time to finish him off. There was an explosion. The man with the beard looked away and asked who this man was that he fell from the sky and defeated such a beast so easily. The girl standing next to him replied that his name was Nate. The protagonist placed his hands on the hilt of the blade when Chloe repeated that this man, or rather God, was called Nate. The man with the beard looked forward and repeated the guy's name. The girl smiled and said that he really liked being the center of attention. Fire was pouring out of the wolf's mouth. The protagonist stood next to the beast and exclaimed that he saw that they had a lot of fun today and that now they needed to clean up this mess. The guy looked away. He was standing behind the wolves when he shouted that just because he wasn't looking at them didn't mean they could ignore his words. Nate turned his head and added that he could swear that if he had not told them anything, they would have continued playing. A man approached the protagonist and called him a saint. He knelt down in front of the guy and thanked him. He also said that as a representative of the village, he brought him a belated greeting. Nate opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that everything was fine and that in any case, everything happened due to his carelessness, so he asked the man to stand up. The bearded man raised his head and replied that it was thanks to the gods who looked after them and that they were grateful to him for the kindness they had shown them. The man opened his eyes wide and exclaimed that this was why from now on they would leave him offerings every month, giving him their wealth. The protagonist disappeared from his place when the man repeated the words several times about Saint Nate being healthy. The man began to shout, asking where he had gone. The guy touched the stone pillar while wondering what relationship he was talking about, and then asked Chloe what she had told them that everyone was acting so weird. Clouds were floating above the forest when the protagonist concluded that they were in trouble either way. He remembered the burning carriage and said that the carriage was smashed to pieces so they couldn't use it, and that the sun that fell with it was eaten by the sun wolf. Nate introduced Apollo and reminded them that they still had a week of part-time work with him, and then asked what they should do. Chloe, standing behind the guy, replied that they would just make a new one. The protagonist stood in front of the girl when he asked how they would make the sun, and added that he had some trouble making things, and Chloe replied that she wasn't talking about him. The girl looked away and added that he already knew him well too. She pictured a man wearing a blindfold and holding a hammer. Nate was walking behind the girl and talking about Hephaestus. The guy looked at Chloe and said that she must have a lot of money if she went to ask him to make the sun, and the girl replied that she didn't have a penny. The protagonist's eyes widened. He opened his mouth wide and asked if she was serious, because no matter how close they were, she couldn't go empty-handed. Chloe looked ahead and told the guy to shut up and follow him. Nate clutched his chest at the insult. They were walking past some tall pillars when the protagonist exclaimed that he would probably just refuse her, and that he bet Hephaestus would never agree. He then added that she probably knew it herself, and then said that the loser grants the winner's wish. The bearded man smiled and laughed when he said that he owed her so much that this request was worthless. The god crossed his arms in front of the girl and added that everything would be ready in 3 days. Nate wondered how much he owed her that he decided to make the sun for free. It was already getting dark when the guy and the girl stopped at the cliff. The protagonist, standing behind Chloe, said that she wanted to talk, and then asked how secret it was that they had to leave for it. She touched her neck with her hand and reminded him that the guy said that the loser owed a wish to the winner. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when Chloe added that before she voiced her wish, they had to discuss something. Then Nate asked what exactly and why the atmosphere had become so uncomfortable. The girl stood in front of the guy when she turned to him and explained that he had to start gathering priests in order to stop the war of the gods. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked again. Chloe pictured a blonde man with a mask on his face as she explained that when a lower-class god's divine power exceeded 50,000, he would gain the ability of God Call, and that by using this ability, he could call upon his priests at any time to aid him in battle. Nate opened his mouth and asked if she was joking. The girl turned to the boy, who exclaimed that he couldn't just go around shouting that he was a god, since he wasn't one. Chloe looked away and replied that despite that, he would have to do it anyway, because his power alone wouldn't stop the war of the gods. She pictured men with swords in their hands and added that he could call upon priests from other dimensions, and that the prophecy said that he would stop the war with the help of 12 priests. Nate grabbed his head and asked her to wait because he couldn't process that much information at once. Then he added that it wasn't even 1 or 2, so he suggested they drop the number 12 for a second. The girl was facing the guy when he asked what she meant by other dimensions. Clouds floated over the mountains when Chloe answered that for now he could only work part-time on this continent. She pictured a globe and a book when she added that if he gradually increased his godly power, he would eventually be able to work part-time in other dimensions. The protagonist's hand dropped when he said that working in the world of Greek mythology was already tiring enough. Chloe introduced the guy with white hair and replied that he shouldn't worry about it so much because his first priest who would serve him well was in this dimension. The girl crossed her arms and reminded him that Nate had promised to grant a wish, then she added that she had come up with something. The sun appeared behind the mountains. People were looking in its direction. They knelt down. The man raised his head and looked ahead. He asked the man sitting next to him who Nate was, to which he was told that he was the god who saved the neighboring village from fire creatures. There was a banner attached to the carriage. Then the man added that Apollo must have valued him very much, since he attached his name to his carriage. The protagonist blushed. He turned to the girl and exclaimed that he understood that she wanted his divine power to grow, but not in the same way. Chloe looked away and asked about the fact that didn't he say that he would grant any wish. She presented a palm with blue energy and replied that their goal was to receive the call of the god with this job. There was a fireball behind the carriage. When the girl added that so as long as they were here, they had every chance of it, then Nate exclaimed that she should at least try on the design. Light came in through the window. The protagonist was sitting on the floor and looking at the system window. The notification said that the purchase of the SS level shooting talent skill was successful. The guy smiled and thought that this should help in long-range fighting. He remembered the god with a sword in his hand and realized that his only weapon for long range was just a splash of water, so it was difficult to fight Neptune. Then Nate remembered looking at the god's face and thought that if he miscalculated even one thing, it could cost him his life. The protagonist pointed his finger at the status page when he suggested to look at how much divine power he had managed to accumulate. Sweat appeared on his face as he added that he couldn't sleep because of the shame of that sign. There were several notifications in the system window stating that his divine power was 50,011 and that the ability to call a god was unlocked. It also said that only those who were filled with blessings could register as a priest. Nate's mouth dropped open and he began to shake as he wondered how his divine power had increased so quickly and if that horrible advertising campaign had helped after all. A man leaned over in front of the system window and asked what the boy was looking at. Apollo was standing behind the protagonist as Nate exclaimed that he had scared him. The blonde boy extended his hand to the boy and asked why he was so nervous if the mother system did not allow others to peek. The protagonist shook his hand when he realized that he was talking about the system page. Apollo opened his mouth and asked if something had happened. Nate stood in front of the god as he replied that they had been attacked by solar wolves, but they had fought them off. Apollo brought his hand to his face and said that they had done a good job. The blonde god placed his hand on his belt, smiled, and added that in that case, he should give the boy a special reward, like a small bonus. A system notification appeared, which said that a power belonging to Apollo, regeneration, had been registered. The protagonist closed his eyes. He looked at his open palm and asked about regeneration. The blonde youth opened his mouth wide and laughed as he exclaimed that this ability could only be obtained by working for someone as great as him. An animal peeked out from behind the boy as Apollo added that many dreamed of obtaining this ability, and that Nate did not know how lucky he was. The protagonist stroked the pet and asked if it was already awake, and then asked the beast to let him use its power for a while. Snowball opened his eyes and made a sound. A dagger appeared in the guy's hand. He pricked his finger with it and thought that he wanted to check how this ability works. A system notification appeared that the regeneration ability was activated. The cut on his finger began to disappear, then Nate noticed that it was still healing little by little, albeit slowly. The protagonist opened his eyes and said that it was a mesmerizing sight. The pet licked the cut. The guy smiled widely when Snowball asked if he was trying to comfort him because the guy used it to hurt himself. Apollo approached the animal and said that it was amazing that this creature could turn into a weapon. The blonde god looked forward and asked if he was right about Neith having the ability to tame creatures. The protagonist introduced a hellhound and a sun wolf as he answered that he believed so. The boy looked at Apollo and asked him why he asked, and the god replied that there was something he had been trying to figure out for a few days and that he was wondering how to tame it. The blonde boy touched his face with his hand and added that it was tiring because he was constantly trying to bite him and eat his son. Apollo's eyes widened as he concluded that he wanted to tame a sun wolf. Furry animals appeared above Neith as the blonde god thought that he had never heard of a god who could tame a sun wolf. Snowball touched the beast when Apollo exclaimed that a lesser god could do what even the higher gods had not yet managed. A wolf laid its muzzle on the boy's head when another god asked how he had managed to tame a sun wolf, and the protagonist replied that he did not know. Nate raised his index finger and added that he would tell, but on one condition. The boy asked to be taught how to shoot a bow. He pictured a blonde youth with the sun shining on him and explained that many depicted Apollo as the god of the sun. He then pictured a musical instrument and arrows and added that Apollo was also the god of art, music, writing, and archery. The man held an arrow in his hand when he advised him to concentrate his power on his fingertips and create an arrow. Apollo prepared to shoot when he added that he needed to hold his breath and pull the bowstring. Bond fired when he exclaimed that he needed to aim at his target and shoot. The arrow pierced the apple. Apollo smiled and said that it was easier than it looked. Then Nate asked him if it really seemed easy to him. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought about how he looked down on him because he was acting so arrogant. The apple was on the opposite bank as the guy added that one of the reasons he must have risen to the level of a god was because of his abilities. The arrow pierced the fruit as Nate thought that, surprisingly, Apollo was a much stricter teacher than he expected. As it pierced another apple, the protagonist added that it had already been a month since they started training in the god dimension. Nate stood with a bow in his hands. The guy smiled and said that he knew how to shoot a bow now. He remembered the black screen of the player and realized that before that, he had only learned new skills through YouTube videos. The protagonist imagined a man in a shirt. He then remembered the warriors with pointy ears and added that he was simply copying the attacks of the dwarves and underwater soldiers. Nate touched his forehead with his hand when he realized that learning something from a god was a whole other level. He imagined people surrounded by skulls and decided that if he combined the skills he had now with the skills he learned from other gods, he could rise to a new level. The guy stood silently with his back turned. A girl approached him and said that it was time for them to go back. Chloe was holding a pet in her arms when she explained that there was not much time left before meeting his first priest. Nate looked away and asked where Apollo was, adding that he asked not to leave without saying goodbye. The protagonist imagined the god with a furry beast when the girl replied that he was busy playing with the sun wolves, after which the guy laughed and assumed that he had finally become close to them. Nate held up a finger and explained that there was something he learned while working at the dog cafe, and that was that all dogs could be controlled if there were treats for them, and Chloe responded that he was lucky that it worked. The guy waved his hand when the girl asked what would have happened otherwise, and the protagonist responded that then he would have just told him to do it until it worked. Chloe walked behind Nate as she talked about how he should think about the consequences ahead of time, otherwise it could come back to haunt him in the future. The boy turned around and looked back as he answered that she should stop worrying about small things and that he had increased his divine power, gained a new ability, and learned a new skill. He then asked about what could go wrong. The moon was shining on the water surface. The man was standing by the window as he asked if the information was definitely verified. Then the man with long hair answered that he checked many times before coming and that he was sure that someone had summoned Cerberus to another world without his permission. The boy with pointy ears opened his mouth. Glass shards flew above him as he asked about who dared to summon Cerberus, which is the symbol of the afterlife. The boy opened his eyes and menacingly promised that whoever it was, he would no longer live. He stood near the melted grate as he added that they would soon find out what would happen to those who decided to go against the will of the god of the afterlife. The multi-story building of the Sangan Guild was illuminated by the sun. Several system notifications popped up saying that the sword skill level had been increased. There were tree trunks on the ground. Another message appeared saying that the sword skill level had been increased. The protagonist chopped the tree into several pieces. A girl was standing behind the guy when he said that he was happy to train here and all that, and then asked her if she was sure that the priest would come. Chloe looked at her phone and suggested that they wait a little longer. Nate looked at the stumps and said that it had been a week since he had been swinging a sword here all alone, and that the longer he trained alone, the slower his skill and divine powers grew. The girl was drinking through a straw when the protagonist offered to finish his part-time job, and then asked if she was listening to him, and Chloe replied that she had found it. She turned her back to the guy when he asked if she had found the priest, to which Chloe replied that she had found a part-time job and told him to wait here for her because she would be back soon. After which the protagonist asked again and exclaimed that he would go with her. The girl turned around and asked the guy to stay here. He opened his mouth wide and asked where she was going and if she wanted to take all the work for herself, then Chloe replied that she had some things to do and that it would take a long time to explain. Nate approached the door when he exclaimed that no one had shown up for a whole week and that how could he wait without even knowing when he would deign to show up, so he would rather work than sit here. The guy in black glasses smiled and said that apparently because he was born into a poor family, part-time jobs were in his blood. The protagonist looked back when he recognized that annoying voice. Chase opened his mouth wide and said that Nate was acting like a starving animal, and then asked if he would take any part-time job when he was really desperate. He walked up to the protagonist and added that he was smart because in this world, those who had no talent had to run around doing part-time jobs. Nate tilted his head and asked if he was bored and what he was doing in the Sangan Guild since he was in a different guild. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he suggested that Chase would be his mentor. The guy with glasses smiled and asked what he was doing here if he didn't know anything. Chase looked ahead and explained that there would be a training competition. The protagonist's pet frowned when the guy asked what Nate was going to do with his useless cat. A black dog stood next to Chase as he said that he got this handsome guy from a German dungeon and that he had the blood of hellhounds in his veins. Then he added that the main character should have had someone like that to have any hope of winning. Chase put his hand on Nate's shoulder and advised her to go to her part-time job and not get in the way, because today was an important day, so there was no time to be distracted by losers. The main character looked away and said about the training competition. People's mouths opened wide and they screamed when a voice asked them to welcome contestant number 9, named Chase. A guy with glasses stood next to the dog when the voice exclaimed that he broke the historical record and that he had 39 points. Chase smirked and thought that this dog was good for something after all. There was a tall man standing in the stands. The boy looked at him as he mentally addressed his father, saying that this was his chance to prove himself and that he would see how good his son was. The man with the gray mustache, named Ethan, was the leader of the leading guild in Korea, called Iris. Chase exclaimed that he would prove that he was definitely a worthy successor. The man held a piece of paper in his hand as he said that it was time for the last contestant, and that they should know that not long ago, he was the main topic of discussion in Korea. The guy with glasses looked away as a voice said that they should welcome contestant number 10. His paw was covered in fire. Nate appeared with a sun wolf as the host said that it was time to evaluate his training skills. The woman with glasses exclaimed that she had been on the jury for 10 years, but this was the first time she had seen such a thing, and the guy next to her shouted that they had never had a fire-breathing hound before. Chase's eyes widened and he swore when a voice exclaimed that the others didn't stand a chance. A hand was placed on his shoulder. The protagonist walked past the guy and asked if it was the first time. Sun Wolf hugged the dog when Nate said that Chase was good, but not good enough, and then asked him about how he really thought he could win with such a pathetic beast. The man gritted his teeth in anger and told him to stop mocking him, calling him a freak. Chase grabbed the protagonist by his clothes and asked why he was always in his way. Ethan appeared next to them and exclaimed that his son needed to learn to lose, and then asked if he was crazy. Chase turned his head towards his father and said that it was not so. Then the man exclaimed that he should shut up before he was sent away on an exchange somewhere far away. Ethan looked at the protagonist and said that the boy lost his temper and that he was sorry for his behavior. Nate smiled and said that there was no need to apologize because everything was fine, but thought about how he never thought he would meet him here. The man with the mustache smiled when the boy remembered that he was the leader of the best guild in Korea. Ethan put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that he had matured since the last time they met. Chase pursed his lips and became angry when his father added that he did not have to worry about him because he was wrong and he realized it. A vase broke when the boy cursed. Chase stood there, bent over, exclaiming that his father always did that. The boy grabbed his hair and explained that he always picked on someone who did not have a drop of his blood in him. Chase's eyes widened and exclaimed that he always screwed up. The boy in the school uniform smiled and asked why he was so angry. Chase was standing next to him when he asked who had gotten him this time. Then he asked where the schoolboy had been. Nick looked at his phone and said that he was playing and that the event was ending today, and Chase asked if he had really given up everything for games. The boy with glasses gritted his teeth when he thought about whether he really thought that because he was his father's favorite, he could do whatever he wanted, and added that they were all the same. Chase looked down. He smirked and decided that such fools would tear each other to pieces anyway. A voice was heard in the multi-story building, telling Chloe that she would not believe what had happened while she was at her part-time job. Nate smiled at the girl and added that Chase looked like the end of the world had happened. The protagonist's eyes widened and he exclaimed that it was unforgettable. Chloe's mouth dropped open. She looked away and said that there he was. Nate looked at the system window and asked again. A notification popped up saying that a premonition had been activated and that mortal danger had been detected. A guy appeared behind the protagonist and Chloe and asked if he was Nate. The guy squeezed the handle of his blade and explained that he had just crossed his brother. The protagonist turned around when the guy asked him not to be offended. There was a blinding flash. The blonde guy smiled and said that it was nothing personal. It was the best hunter in the Iris Guild, named Snow White Cloud. A pop-up window informed him of a premonition that had been activated because mortal danger had been detected. Chase sits with his head thrown back and says that the Snow White Cloud is an elite member of Iris and the one whom his father favors the most. Nick sits on a mountain of corpses with a grin, and the plot says that from birth he had the talent of a swordsman of the SS level, and at 10 years old this incredible genius had a supernatural level of swordsmanship. He smiles and the plot continues that having an arrogant and cruel nature, Nick was ready to kill any of his opponents in training, which is why they began to call him the White Ghost. Chase smirks and continues that now, and Nick says that Nate will definitely answer for everything. Nate and Nick cross their weapons. Nick looks at his opponent in shock. Nate repels his attack. Both are in a fighting stance. Nate smirks and says that he is clearly not very good at stealth. Nate's feet leave the ground. He swings at Nick and asks if Chon sent him. Nick counterattacks and Nate yells that he now has an idea of his level. A beaten Nick says that Nate is funny. Nick wipes the blood from his face and continues that he just wanted to settle things quickly. Nick prepares to attack and says that Nate asked for it. A quick attack is made, which Nate dodges. Nick swings again. He hits the floor, breaking it into pieces. Nate, with a cut face, notes that Nick's movements are very sudden. Nick looks madly into Nate's face. He angrily asks what is the right hand or the left, let him choose which Nick will cut off first. Nate looks ahead in horror and thinks that even the first condition cannot be achieved here, even if the desired state is achieved. Chloe looks slightly to the side and says that this condition is to create awe in the opponent. She frowns and continues that there are several ways to achieve it, but the easiest way is with overwhelming superiority in strength. Nick screams that if he opens his mouth again. Nick kicks the floor hard for support. He cuts off Nate's right arm. Nate thinks with pain in his eyes that Nick handles the sword better than him, the sword god himself, and how to break this madman's morale. Nate bares his teeth and Nick prepares to finish him off. Nick strikes. Nate blocks it with his sword and flies away. Nate is perplexed because he cannot be defeated with just a sword. Nick looks at Nate madly and the latter thinks who even said that in such a situation you can only use a sword. Nick looks at him in surprise. Nate blocks the attack with a glove and Nick asks what the hell is that. A pop-up window says that the skill is activated. The glove squeezes the blade of Nick's sword. Nick gets hit in the jaw. Nate throws Nick away. Sunset against the backdrop of a multi-story building. Nick lies on the broken floor and remarks that Nate is crazy. Nate hits him in the jaw again and asks what's wrong with him. Nick asks discontentedly that Nate should shut up because a swordsman using gloves is unworthy. Nate smirks because Nick cannot reach such a level with a sword alone. Nate says that Nick is a naive child if he doesn't already know this, to which Nick angrily yells back at Nate to shut up because it was just a moment of weakness. Nate smirks and asks if this is true and if they will continue, because Nate is sure that Nick will not allow himself to do this again. Nick fearfully asks Nate to stop. Nick's long scream is heard. Nate's house at night. Nate stomps his foot. He tells Chloe that he left him a message that he can meet him if he doesn't piss himself, but he's not sure if he'll ever show up after that. Nate remembers Nick being beaten up and notes that it was after he beat the crap out of him. Chloe closes her eyes and asks that it probably doesn't apply to the others, but she thinks he'll come back one day. Nate is confused because it tires him out more than working for the gods. He frowns and continues that Chloe says that 3 conditions must be met. With a blue priest in the background, the plot informs that in order to get the priest, 3 conditions must be met. The priest stands with his palms pressed together and the plot continues that you need to make the priest feel awe and respect you. The hand reaches for the priest's head and the second condition sounds, saying that you must make sure that the priest really wants to be yours. And the last third condition the plot gives, it says that the priest must agree to everything and swear to be your priest. Nate clutches his head in horror and asks why there are so many requirements, to which Chloe notes that this is why many do not use the divine summoning, even after unlocking it. She looks at Nate and he asks why Chloe still does not use the divine summoning, because she is a mid-level goddess, and the divine summoning should have been unlocked a long time ago and he thinks that she has enough strength. She turns to the window and asks that she cannot do this for some reason, to which Nate asks again for what reasons she cannot use the divine summoning. Chloe continues to watch silently. Nate does not understand what he did wrong, maybe he blurted out too much. Nick reaches for the door handle and Chloe says that she has a long explanation. Nate calls out to her and Nick clenches his fists. Nate turns to the door and notices that it must be Nick. Nick looks at the door in horror from behind, which Nate tells him what he is doing because if he is here then he should come in and not stand there like a post. Nate smirks and Nick yells back at Nate to shut up because he just needs an answer to one question. Nick crosses his arms over his chest and asks who Nate is anyway, a martial artist or a swordsman. Nick turns his head and waits for an answer and Nate asks that Nick saw everything himself because Nate is both a martial artist and a swordsman. Nick angrily kicks the door open and says that Nate's words are nonsense because such a thing is impossible. Nick walks towards Nate and asks what is a sword or a martial art, which one? Nate smirks and asks that if he does not believe him then they can start over. Nick is confused and asks that Nate should stop because Nick does not want to fight. He frowns sadly and says that he is just trying to figure out why he lost. Nate looks at him and asks if he really doesn't understand. Nate stands up and asks what Nick lost. Nate smirks and asks if he won't tell you why, to which Nick swears indignantly. Nate glares down at him and continues that Nick is being rude and thinks that anyone is going to answer his questions. Nate grins contentedly and continues that if Nick really wants to know, then fine. Nate smirks and says that then Nick should say the phrase, "Master Nate, take me as your student." Nick looks at Nate in horror. Nick nods sheepishly. He turns around in displeasure and asks that he would rather die than say such a thing, so he leaves. Nick is furious, thinking that this idiot wants Nick to call him Big Brother. Nick angrily remembers Chase and thinks that he called this idiot Big Brother for 10 years and that was enough for him, and calling someone I've never seen before that is unthinkable. Nick stopped, and Nate asks if Nick is really just leaving. It's a pity. Nate continues jokingly that he wanted to teach Nick all the tricks and he could have pumped up decently. Oh, how he regrets it. Nate's face changes to a serious one and he thinks that because of his pride after the defeat, Nick decided to give up. Nick trembles, while Nate thinks that maybe Nick understands this himself because swordsmanship and martial arts are an incredibly powerful combination and this will help him become stronger. Sweat drips off Nick's hand, while Nate says okay, Nick should forget this conversation as if nothing happened, and he himself thinks that people like Nick should be teased a little. Nick bares his teeth. He is shaking all over, but he calls Nate Big Brother. Nate scoffs and asks again what Nick said. He didn't hear anything. Nick feels very awkward and thinks, okay, he needs to get over himself. He clenches his fists and continues that having learned martial arts, he can easily defeat Nate. Nick shouts out with all his might that his older brother Nate will take him as a student. Nate smiles softly and says that he agrees. He will teach Nick the secrets of martial arts. Nate smirks and says that he would like to ask Nick for one favor. He reaches his hand to Nick's head and the plot says that after taking the student, all the conditions for gaining a priest were met. In the background of the Matrix, the first condition sounds, called causing awe in the candidate. It was fulfilled earlier, and being like the gods, he could pass into their world through the gates and then he had a desire to devote himself to serving the gods. Nick looks inspired and thinks that he was afraid that all this sounds like simple absurdity, but it looks like a game. The plot notes that the fact that Nick gave in so easily was very unexpected, and thus the initiation into the priesthood was completed without any problems. Nick punches. Nate notes that he has had enough of Nick for today. Nick sat on the floor while Nate said that Nick was doing pretty well. Nick scratched his head and asked if that was true, to which Nate replied that it was, because why would he lie? Nate smiled and thought that Nick's ability to learn was also better than he expected. Nate remembered how Nick hit him and thought that Nick was learning even from the hit he took. Nate remembered the final hit of the sparring and continued that at this rate he would soon be able to handle the dwarven hammer. Nate walked away and said that they should do it all over again at the end. Nick wiped his sweat in displeasure and said that Nate was indeed a pretty tough teacher. Nick repeated the hits and a pop-up window stated that Priest Nate had learned a skill called combination punches and Nate's combat skills were increased. Nate looks at the pop-up window with satisfaction and thinks that even though this system is quite complicated, he definitely likes it, because when Nick gets stronger, Nate gets stronger too. Night in front of Nate's house. In front of the training hall, Nick screams asking why. Nick continues to scream that why can't he go to the dungeon he wanted to go to. Nate covers his ears, and Nick continues that Nate told him that he could try out his new skills there, to which Nate asks that yes, he said that and that Nick shouldn't make him repeat it again. Nick asks with satisfaction that this is about the war of the gods and that it would never be a bad idea to stop this war. Nick continues to scream that there is another reason to send him there and why do they need those dungeons, which are essentially useless. Nate sighs and thinks that maybe this is an expected reaction, considering that he tells him almost nothing. Chloe probably told him about this because recently he himself felt the same way in a similar situation. He probably needs motivation. Nate opens his eyes and asks Nick to calm down. He looks at Nick seriously and says that he should listen to him, because in this dungeon they will be able to find out exactly when the War of the Gods will begin and it would also be nice to find helpers in other worlds. Nick sits down on the floor and interrupts him with the words that he does not care and in general it does not matter, because if they go there, then he does not play like that. Nate remembers in horror Chloe's phrases when she asked him to just trust him and said that she was too lazy to explain and again asked him to trust and realizes that now he understands her. Nate got angry and yells at Nick that he does not understand what is wrong with him because he should just listen to Nate. Chloe points out that they should just go there. She turns around and says that always works. Nick is playing a video game, a cat game, and Nick is complaining that it's all nonsense and he's tired of it. He looks up in disgust and says that he hopes they're okay. Zoom in on Nick and he continues that he's still considered a priest so maybe he should go. He throws the video game at the wall in anger and yells that he doesn't need to worry about it and that he could get paid well for that dungeon. Nick looks at the pattern in the sky and says that the more he thinks about it, the more angry he gets. He's furious and continues that Nate doesn't even understand what he went through for this. Nick notices something. The window is glowing. Nick is confused but materializes next to Nate and Chloe, surprising Nate. Nate smiles and says that he can actually be summoned from anywhere and that it's amazing. Nick yells at Nate asking what's going on, to which Nate asks what Nick is thinking since Nate summoned him with his godly power. Nate punches Nick in the face and asks him to focus and look at the monster behind him. Nick immediately uses his ability. He slices the monster into many pieces. Nate watches in surprise. Nate calmly walks on and says that it was good and calls his priest to deal with the rest, to which Nick asks if he's serious and asks who that was and continues that he's not going anywhere. Nate smirks and says that if it's as Nick wishes, they'll have to drag him. A pop-up window states that Nate the priest will be transported to a place in front of him. Nick yells that he agrees and will go himself, just let Nate stop. Blood splatters on the floor. Nate stands with his sword near the monster's corpse and says that everything went quite smoothly. Nick has finished as well, to which Nate continues that his priest was able to practice the skills he taught him. Nick is embarrassed by the praise, and Nate asks how he liked the blow of the dwarven hammer. Nick kicks the monster's corpse and asks that he doesn't know if they are already finished. Then they should go quickly since he still has things to do in the game, to which Nate asks what he means, since everything is just beginning. Nate rubs the purple clot and notes that this is not all and their true goal is elsewhere. A pop-up window states that a transfer to another dimension is taking place. Nick looks at the symbols under his feet in fear. Nate goes into the portal and says that he has said everything. Nick looks in horror. He disperses screaming that Nate has gone crazy. All three materialize in a new location. Nick looks up excitedly and notes that this is a magical world. A white clock tower, white silhouettes against white buildings. Nate is stunned and says that it doesn't look like what he expected, to which Chloe asks what he expected then. Stone streets, and Nate asks how they can find another priest in such a huge area since they don't even know what one looks like. Chloe looks up and asks him not to worry since it's not that hard. In front of them is a holographic poster of a potential priest, whose name is Adele, age 27, who won for Best Actress in a Magical Film. Nate, horrified, asks her again about her profession and notes that how could such a famous person become his priest. Chloe says that Nate should get it together since other priests will be even more difficult, and Nick enthusiastically encourages Nate to go. Chloe says that things won't be as easy as they were with Nick, to which Nick says with displeasure that she dared to call him a simpleton. He shows his fist and asks if she has ever thought that if he allows it, she can wipe her feet on him and continues that she doesn't want to sort things out. Chloe immediately puts Nick down and rubs her hands. Nick lies there beaten and Nate says that he told him that Chloe is even stronger than him, about which Nick apologizes. Chloe says that Nate shouldn't worry about meeting the priestess. The courtyard at the estate, and Chloe says that the priestess specializes in divination and attends a school of magic every Friday, to which Nate is surprised that in this world, people go to school at 27. Chloe notes that this is a special case and asks him to follow her because they need to go somewhere. The building of the Academy of Magic. Nate bows his head, greets someone and says his name is Nate and he would like to start training. Nate is very unhappy with what is happening and wonders what he is doing at his age in school, and did Chloe really mean this when she said she was going to work part-time on her own? Nate looks ahead in surprise and hears someone say that he is that loser who just got here on a recommendation. Nate, depressed, surrounded by red symbols, hears someone continue that they heard that Nate's mana level has hit rock bottom. Another asks him to be quieter or Nate will hear him, to which Nate thinks that everything is just as bad here. Nate gets angry and thinks that there is a similar division by skill level here. Someone claps their hands and asks to be quieter. The man in glasses smiles and tells Nate that there are enough empty seats. He can go ahead and they will begin, to which Nate agrees. He goes forward. He walks up the steps and thinks that the place has already been chosen. Nate sees the future priestess in front of him and thinks that physical closeness contributes to closeness in general and thinks about sitting next to Adele. She looks away with displeasure while Nate asks if he can sit next to her. The priestess replies that she wants to. Nate happily thanks her and says that they can get acquainted and asks if she knows where the training room is, since he is here for the first time and does not know a lot of things. He awkwardly continues that his next lesson is right there, but since he is here, for now he thinks that it would be a good idea to start a conversation, since the part-time job as a consultant should bear fruit. The priestess grins and listens as Nate says that the class is very huge. The priestess angrily gets up from the table. She looks at him and tells him not to suck up to her and asks if he thought that if he was in the same school with a celebrity, he could immediately force himself on her as a friend. Nate listens in shock as she continues that he could do her a favor and leave her because she is annoyed by people who take her classes so seriously, to which Nate apologizes and thinks that he screwed up his first attempt. Bells ringing. Nate walks down the hallway and says he's in trouble and asks where the training room is. He looks at the sign and asks again where the room is. He stops near a turn where someone says that the priestess should remember her promise that if she doesn't finish the year. The man says that she should focus on acting, to which she replies that she knows perfectly well. She turns away and the guy asks what she knows. Nate overhears the guy continue that the priestess shouldn't be stubborn, because she knows that at this rate her mana levels will continue to drop. Against the backdrop of flames, someone says that everyone in the audience should feel the mana flows and picture the flames in their minds. Shots are fired at the targets. The man in the hat says that then they will get a fireball. Nate watches with excitement. He smiles and prepares to do the same and says that it is time. He holds out his hand and says a fireball. He tries different positions and says fireball many times, but nothing works. Nate stands awkwardly and says that it is all useless. Nate stands in a ridiculous position and thinks that he tried to use divine powers. Maybe at least something will work, because he has already tried different positions and apparently magic only works with mana. Two people in uniform mock and ask what he is doing. Nate asks discontentedly if he does not see, but Nate is training. The priestess watches as the guy asks if Nate is really training and how he even got here, not from the circus. The man encourages Nate to do it again, to which Nate orders not to meddle where it is not wanted. Nate turns around at the shouts of the priestess. She hits him in the shoulder and says that she has something to talk about and asks him to stay after class. Sunset at the same building. She is standing by the window and begins her speech. She looks at Nate and asks if he has no mana either, because his efforts are so painful to watch, and she continues that why doesn't he just leave it all behind. Nate frowns. Nate says, "Don't you think it's time to stop projecting your problems onto others?" The priestess is confused. She turns away and asks what he's talking about, to which Nate asks if she has mana deficiency syndrome. She looks out the window, and Nate continues that with this syndrome, she can't use mana no matter how much she has. Her hands are shaking, and she asks how he knew that. Against the background of red streaks, the plot says that mana deficiency syndrome is a rare and incurable condition that destroyed the priestess's dreams, and she asks why the one who ended up in the same boat with her. Nate smiles, and she continues that instead of a sense of community, she looks back with displeasure and asks why he only made her hate her. Her inner voice continues that even if she did this forever, this guy only reinforced the idea in her that she will not become a great sorceress, no matter how hard she tries. She thinks that she still believes and starts screaming that she always continued to try and believe that she could. She remembers that guy who says that how much longer will she be stubborn, because she should just do what she is good at. She sat down and covered her face with her hands and says that she is telling him all this, so she is really pathetic. Approaching the priestess, and Nate says that he will help her start using magic. He smiles brightly and says that this will only be on the condition that in return she helps him. She looks angrily and screams that Nate is deaf, because she says that no matter how hard she tries, all her attempts are futile, and how can someone like Nate help her? He holds up a finger and asks her to give him a week. He looks at her and continues that he will show her that he can use magic. She is still outraged and asks if a week is not enough for him and to stop talking nonsense since he can't even use basic magic. The sun is shining through the window and he asks if she is sure and offers to test it. Chloe stands in front of Nate and says that he said that he would learn magic in a week. She puts her hand on her forehead and continues that why the hell did he even say that? Nate awkwardly looks away and says that he knows it was stupid but he had no choice since she would never talk to him again, and thinks that it is not Chloe who should judge since she does not know her. Chloe looks thoughtfully and thinks that it was a good way to get her attention since she is genuinely interested in magic. Nate scratches his head and she continues that in any case it is incredibly stupid to say that, to which Nate asks if this statement can be considered prophecy. Chloe looks thoughtfully and reasons that magical abilities are not lying around on the road and that it takes a long time to accumulate mana and learn how to use it, because even in her past life it took her 3 months. The city is engulfed in flames, and she continues that of course, you can use the secret part-time job, and in 2 months the forgotten god of magic, Kalos, should appear, and when he tries to destroy the magical city, the god of magic, Vermouth, will post an ad for a part-time job. A pop-up window says that there is a vacancy that Vermouth posted. The job is that he needs urgent help to prevent the destruction of the city. She continues that then the payment for the job will be the granting of magical abilities. She tells Nate that there is no other way to gain magical abilities, to which he asks in surprise that there is a way after all and asks what it is. She closes one eye and thinks that if Nate learns too much, it will slow down his development, and therefore they need to wait, and says that in 2 months the gate will explode and release the forgotten god Kalos. Nate holds his hand to his chin and Chloe continues that when this happens, he will have to take a part-time job with Vermouth, therefore he should tell the priestess that they need to wait 2 months, because this is the best solution. Nate smirks. He smiles and asks why they need to wait, because they need to act now. She asks with displeasure how he even thought of this, to which he asks that she should not worry, because he has everything under control. Nate, against the background of silhouettes, says that Chloe said that when the city is in danger, Vermouth will post an ad for a part-time job, and what then? The silhouettes became ferrets, and he continues that they themselves will act as monsters and he will post an ad for a part-time job right now. Chloe is perplexed. She looks at Nate in surprise. The domes of the School of Magic, and the plot says that the magical world is very complex and confusing, and before its 1869 revival everything went as before, and yet, like Nate, She smiles, approaching Chloe, and she thinks that how could he offer something else, but she agrees partly. She crosses her arms over her chest and notes that this plan is too complicated. She turns sideways to him and says that if he is careless, he can die, to which he smiles and says that he does not see a problem here. He points his finger at her and says that she will be the fighter, not him, because she is the strongest of them. She grabs his finger, drops of blood, and Nate screams. People in hats walk next to the temple of Vermouth. There are many magicians. Nate looks on with displeasure and says that there are more people here than he expected. His companions are terrified of him, and he continues that he will hide here and the other two should create a commotion. Nick angrily yells at Nate, saying that he said that he fought a god, so why did he decide to hide at a time like this, to which Nate asks him to be quiet, because who is talking about a fight, he just needs to create a little commotion, to which Nick asks that it makes no difference, because he is sending him to his death. Nate ominously asks if he is contradicting him again and if Nick wants to choose between dying there and dying by his own hand, after which Nick obediently agrees. Nate says that this is how it should always be. He urges Nick to be careful and not get caught. Nick steps on the leaves in front of the magician. The magician points at him with his staff and asks who is here and how dare he get in here. Nick bares his teeth and asks what kind of business he is, and in general he is not even a priest, but just a slave. The magician is going to use fire magic and continues that Nick must stand still, and if he takes even one extra step, they will have to incinerate him. Nick is angry and hears the magician screaming that this is the last warning, to which Nick says that these two are just mocking him. He takes a step. The magician screams fire and uses magic. Nick goes straight to the stream of flame. He thinks that Chloe and Nate should see this. He makes a cross-section of the stream. He angrily screams that he is a great snow-white cloud, and when he masters martial arts, they will bow before him. He goes on the attack and says that Chloe and Nate must, and then tells the magicians that they must die. A pop-up window states that Priest Nate has received the Fire Destroyer skill. He started by learning fire resistance. He learned the Fire Destroyer skill. Nate, with a surprised face, thinks that Nick must have a lot of anger, because if he could create a new skill himself, then he is definitely a genius. Nate extends his hand and says that he just needs to add the finishing touches. He uses the roar skill. Nate creates a fire animal and urges them not to kill anyone, but just to play a little. The mages shout that monsters have attacked the temple. They block Nate's animals with magical barriers and give the command not to let the animals into the temple. The mage shouts that someone called for backup, because the monsters are from the gate, and Chloe attacks him from behind. She cuts off the mages with precise blows. The mages are knocked out and Chloe leaves. She looks back and notes that it was faster than she thought. Nick has started a fiery massacre and asks if the security here is too weak. Nate looks at him with displeasure and says that after what they did, he should have shown up. He sat with his back to him and said that when Vermouth gets there. The man with the monocle asks what Nate is doing here. Nate looks back in horror and thinks that it seems like he should have shown up and asks who it is. The man with the monocle asks with displeasure that he was the first to ask and what they are doing here anyway. Nate looks down and thinks that he should remain calm, because if he wanted to finish him off, Nate would already be dead and maybe he just hasn't figured out the situation yet. The man with the monocle squints and says that someone has attacked the temple. Nate asks that he wanted to check who these madmen are and continues that this happens so rarely, because they are both gods and he thinks that they are both interested in this. The man with the monocle points out that Nate must be underestimating him. He grabs Nate by the chin and says that yes, the temple was attacked today, but why would Nate think that he and the man with the monocle are equal? Nate asks that no, that's not what he meant. The man with the monocle looks into his soul. He squeezes Nate's cheeks into a funny face. The man puts his hand on Nate's shoulder and tells him that he was scared and should stand up, to which Nate agrees. He straightens his jacket and says that he was rude and apologizes for being so disrespectful, to which Nate asks if everything is okay. Nate looks awkwardly and the man says that he was just checking to see if Nate was telling the truth or not, but he felt no threat from them, which means that Nate is a god, which he never even heard of, to which Nate asks that he has no reason to attack the temple in the middle of the day. Chloe calls out to Vermouth. Vermouth asks where Nate is from, to which he replies that he is from South Korea. Vermouth thinks about it and asks that he has never heard of South Korea, but points out that there was another god who came from a place called America and he does not know if it is in the right dimension. To which Nate thinks America, so someone from America came through the window between dimensions just like he and Chloe did. Vermouth says that he would like to ask for a favor. Nate opens his mouth and asks again about the favor. Then he opens his mouth and shouts that if it is about suppressing the gate, then he is ready to help. The guy smiled and noted that it sounds reliable, but that is not what he meant. Then he stuck out a finger and added that since the monster is at the gate, even a small insect has its own circumstances. The guy looked at the water and added that the temple can be restored if he sees them again. Just let him scare them a little and send them back. Then he smiled and noted that they actually had a miserable life. The protagonist let out a breath and thought that now it was clear why he was losing even with such a powerful divine power. Nate remembered the sword and added that based on Chloe Soyle's prophecy, it seemed that Kairos knew Vermouth's identity well. He would ambush him and seriously injure him, and if this was not prevented quickly, the dimension would be absorbed by the gate. The guy stretched out his hand and said that his request was to merge with people and teach them magic. Then he imagined two silhouettes in his head and added that the monsters crawling out of the gate were like the flapping of a butterfly's wings for him. But for people, these flaps were like a destructive storm. If the monsters from the gate were as strong as the previous ones, people would never cope with them. The guy darkened and noted that he himself went, but he needed to restore the temple. When would he finish? The guy imagined the girls in his head and noted that he would send his priests, but unfortunately now that will he be able to help him? Nate opened his eyes and heard that of course he will thank him, since he will have to teach magic to people. He will make it easier to use magical power. The main character opened his mouth and shouted that of course he is an expert in this matter, let him entrust it to him, and the guy noted that he will inform everyone so that he can work in comfort. The sun was shining through the window. Silhouettes were standing in the backyard of the Magic Academy. The magician extended his hand and said that he has not been seen lately. The guy shook his hand and added that apparently he realized that he has no talent and left. It was funny to see his sad face when he could not use magic. The man opened his mouth and asked to be silent. Adele looked away and heard to focus on the lesson. The girl looked away and thought that this was the reason she hadn't gone to the set, and what had she expected? The protagonist stepped on the grass and said that it wasn't an academy, it was a damn labyrinth, and classes had already started. The crowd looked at the protagonist and thought that he had come, let them see his pomposity even after being late. The man hunched over and the crowd added that he should have come now, that professor couldn't stand being late. The professor opened his mouth. Then he smiled happily and noted that he had come, and the protagonist apologized for being late. The crowd of magicians opened their mouths and heard that there was no need to apologize. He should apologize for not picking him up personally. The protagonist turned to the crowd and the professor introduced him. That now everyone's attention, the most valuable high priest of the great Vermouth, Kate, would teach them magic. Kate smiled. The protagonist looked at the mages and asked what was wrong with their faces. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Maybe he missed them. The student opened his mouth and asked what he was talking about. Then he stood forward and shouted what this guy would teach them. The guy pointed his finger at the protagonist and added that everyone knew that he had no mana, and that he had gotten into this school through connections, and now someone like him would teach them. The professor opened his mouth and shouted how dare he say such a thing, and Keith noted that he was fine, let him calm down. The guy began to take off his glove. Then he threw it at the protagonist. Then he stuck out his finger and shouted that he would prove that he had no right to teach them, demanding a magic duel. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and heard that he would come to his senses. The sun was shining brightly on the tree. The protagonist stood in front of the mage. Then he smiled and said that so be it, he would allow him to attack first. The mage gritted his teeth and heard that he should begin. The guy suddenly opened his mouth and used a powerful flame. The protagonist put a seal in front of him. Then he isolated all the fire in it. The guy opened his eyes. The protagonist smiled and noted that it was his turn. Nate put his finger out and shouted to be sure to block it. The protagonist remembered how the guy with the monocle noted that using high-level magic at the very beginning is difficult, regardless of talent. Nate remembered the seal and the guy's words that therefore he would share part of his power. A huge column of fire flew at the student. The spectators opened their mouths. The mage opened his mouth in front of the fire. Then he raised his head and shouted that he was wrong. The protagonist sharply raised his hand, after which the column went up. A moment later, there was an explosion in the sky. Nate approached the guy and noted that he finally woke up. The protagonist smiled and added to tell all the sour-faced ones that from now on this mediocrity will teach them. The girl approached the protagonist and said that he was the high priest. Just think, he used the magic of the 8th circle, which no one can use in this era. Adele opened her mouth and noted that he really could. The girl hit the table and shouted that he was joking or something. He was asking her to comply with these conditions. Nate smiled and noted that first he needed to calm down. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that she should calm down. He was taking her for a fool. The protagonist turned to the guy playing and thought that he thought this was a normal reaction. The protagonist put out his hand and noted that she should calm down and listen to him. He would slowly explain everything. Adele sat down on a chair inside. Nate smiled and said that before that, could she say what exactly she didn't like? Adele put her fist up and screamed, "What's the point? She should always come to him when he calls. He needs to be a devoted little dog or something. What kind of slave contract is this?" The girl opened her mouth and shouted that he called himself a god. But in fact he was a fake, and Nate noted that it was like work. The protagonist lowered his head and noted that he would not call her in vain anyway. They just needed her power to stop the disaster that would happen in the future. Nate imagined the flows of magic in his head and added that for the upcoming battle, He would do his best to help her cure the lack of mana so that she could master magic. The girl opened her eyes and asked again about curing the lack of mana, and then noted that it was impossible to fix even with millions of gold. Nate smiled and noted that there was no way yet, but he would do his best. The protagonist abruptly turned away and heard that this was a pure scam. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and heard that if these were empty words, he too could call himself a magic god. Nate turned to the girl and asked if there was a way to fix the lack of mana right now. The girl looked back and thought that he had mastered magic so quickly and had come so far, but Adele was something of a trickster when it came to convictions, the weakness of a superstar in a magic ball who envies no one, only one. Adele folded her hands, and the girl added that it was a lack of mana. Chloe folded her hands and noted that he should give her time. The mug began to shake a little, and the girl added that it was enough before the gate was broken. The whole room shook, and Chloe added that by learning magic. Then the protagonist turned around. He saw a huge red beam. Then he stood up and shouted, "What was it?" Chloe opened her eyes and noted that it couldn't be. There was still a month left. What the hell? Why was Kairos already? People started running and shouting, "What was that?" Adele leaned on the railing and looked at the beam. Then she opened her eyes and asked what was going on. Nate opened his eyes and shouted that she had said that there was still a long time before he arrived. It was definitely him, and Chloe replied that it was 100%. Chloe lowered her head and thought that Kairos had never appeared so quickly before, the same with the solar wolves. Something was clearly wrong in this life. The overall picture was the same, but what would happen next? A glow appeared behind the girl. The protagonist grabbed the sword, and Chloe asked where he got the sword. He had completely lost his mind. The girl looked at him and shouted that Kairos was on a completely different level compared to unstable Neptune. If they went against the prophecy now, it was unknown how it would come back to them, and Nate replied that they would not change anything if they sat on their asses. A notification appeared. The protagonist smiled and noted that it was time for some extra work. The monsters began to attack the city. Nate chopped off one of their heads. Then he gritted his teeth and noted that there was no end to them. Chloe leaned over and noted that it was still lucky that they could get a reward just for this. He was a god who never made requests, the greatest god in the world. The protagonist smiled and noted that he realized this when he had to teach students. Chloe jumped down and noted that since they didn't know how the situation would turn out, they needed to continue holding off the monsters coming out of the gate. The girl straightened up and added that even if the situation was different from the prophecy, Vermouth would not lose to Kairos. A red beam appeared behind Chloe, and she added that as soon as Kairos retreated, then they would plan carefully. Nate opened his mouth and noted that Kairos and Vermouth should be far away from here. All the warriors turned around, hearing that all the gods currently blocking the gates should listen to him. The situation is at a standstill. The guy lowered his head and added that it might be shameless, but he was fulfilling his request. Let them drop everything they were protecting right now. Adele raised her head and heard that they should focus on evacuating the citizens. He would buy them time. Nick opened his mouth and asked where the voice was coming from. Chloe raised her head and noticed that it was Vermouth's message. The gods passed by Adele. Then she put her hand to her chest and shouted what this was. Where are they all going? Adele opened her eyes and heard that Vermouth had given the order to retreat. Adele spread her arms and asked what retreat meant. The girl looked at the monsters on the roof, then at the residents under the rubble, and asked what about the people who had not managed to evacuate. Chloe lowered her head and noted that she could not say for sure because this was different from the prophecy. Adele opened her eyes when she heard that this dimension would be destroyed by Kairos. The girl looked at the rain and asked if she was lying. Chloe looked at the guy and noted that she was sorry, but there was nothing they could do. Adele grabbed the protagonist and shouted that he did something about it. There must be a way. The protagonist turned away and apologized. Adele slowly let him go. Then she fell to the ground and asked why he gave up so easily. The girl imagined magicians fighting monsters and noted that even people who do not know about gods fight. The old man carried the girl in his arms. The protagonist gritted his teeth and heard that he was a god, and the gods help people. The protagonist remembered how he fell into a puddle. Nate began to cry. Then he imagined himself in front of him. Nate looked at the girl. Then he clenched his fist. A bright light appeared in front of Adele, and Nate called the interface of the god's shop. Chloe opened her mouth and screamed, and the protagonist noted that he was not going to die. The protagonist pressed the buy button and added that he did not think he would use up the reward so quickly. A notification appeared, then another, then the last. Chloe opened her mouth and screamed that she was an idiot. Nate smiled and asked Chloe to take care of the others. Vermouth lowered his head. Kairos flew above him and asked him about trying to extinguish his black flames with his rain. The villain clenched his teeth and screamed that he wanted to puke at the thought of him being his student. Vermouth wiped his cheek and asked that although he had lost his way, he had forgotten what he taught him. Kairos looked at him and screamed that he had taught him. He was going to die laughing now. How could he not understand that he and the people of this world had lost their way? The villain clenched his fist and asked why he desired more. Only one thing was natural for a mage. Kairos spread his arms and noted that this was the entrance to the highest level. Dark energy flew at Vermouth, and Kairos shouted that this is real magic. Vermouth put his hands back and shouted that his black flame exists only for destruction. This is not the truth that magicians should follow. Gods should use their power to protect people. The two energies collided. Kairos opened his mouth and shouted that he did not care about them. Then he put his hands out and added that let him feel the power of his dark flame. Vermouth put his hands out and thought that he could not withstand it. Kairos smiled furiously. Then he released the hellish flame of the eighth circle. Nate came up from behind and noted that it seemed difficult for him alone. Vermouth opened his eyes. The protagonist put out the ball and noted that reinforcements had arrived. Vermouth opened his mouth and shouted, "Why did he come? Didn't he hear his message? At his level he is helpless against Kairos. He has no more divine power to share with him. Let him leave here." Nate lowered his head and noted that he did not come here for the reward. Vermouth opened his eyes and heard that the reward is not comparable to human lives. Nate turned and noted that he has a plan. Kairos smiled and asked who this puny kid is. The protagonist looked at the villain and heard that he is his new student. Kairos raised his hand and shouted that they will burn to hell together. Vermouth put up a defense, after which the barrier began to crack. Vermouth clenched his teeth tightly and shouted that the god of Korea, he will not last long. Does he have a plan? The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted that one blow, he needs a chance to hit him once, then he can neutralize him. Vermouth opened his eyes and shouted that with this weapon, he could give him a chance. However, he did not have the power to protect him from the black flame. Nate took a step forward and noted that this was enough. The protagonist raised his weapon and shouted that he also had a trump card. The protagonist hit the villain. Then he opened his eyes. Kairos blocked the blow. Nate opened his eyes and wondered if he really couldn't touch him with his finger with his strength. A moment later, the protagonist was surrounded by black energy. Kairos smiled. Then he put his hand on his head and asked what they should do now. Vermouth froze and heard his student turn into a pile of ash. The guy opened his mouth and said a spell, after which Kairos was surrounded by chains and he shouted that this was restraining magic. He thought he could bind him with these chains. Vermouth looked straight ahead and noted that thanks to this magic, he only won a couple of seconds. For him this would be enough. Nate flew out sharply. Then he gritted his teeth and used the power of Neptune. Kairos turned and asked how. A notification appeared. The protagonist hit the villain hard. Kairos sat down on the ground, after which the protagonist ran towards him. Nate stopped near him. Vermouth looked straight ahead and heard the question to finish him off. The guy looked at the villain and noticed that it was raining then too. Vermouth remembered seeing Kairos near the tree and added that the day he first met him, Kairos was like this from the start. The lifeless boy looked up and Vermouth added that although he was cursed with a dark fate that no one wanted. Vermouth remembered the boy's eyes and added that he was also a child with a brilliant talent that everyone around him coveted. The guy looked down and noticed that his thoughts were like that when he taught magic to Kairos. Vermouth remembered how they had fun and added that he would be the one to change the fate of this child, only it was presumptuous. Vermouth remembered Kairos using dark magic and said that he did not realize the terrible desire that lurked inside him and helped him master the black flames. He could not kill him after he showed him his true face, so he had to resort to banishing him. Vermouth stepped aside and added that although he knew that one day he would return to kill him. The great god looked at the sky and noted that if he had set him on the right path, everything would have been different. If he had not taught him dark magic, he always clings to his regrets from the past. The sun came out in the sky and Vermouth noted that now was the time to let them go. The protagonist exhaled and thought that in the end, Vermouth was never able to kill Kairos himself, maybe because he still had faith in him, or because of his regrets that he could not let go of. He became stronger, but for the first time he had such nasty feelings. Several notifications appeared. The protagonist extended his hand with a dark flame. Nate looked at it and thought, he thinks he needs to use it just like he used Neptune's protection to save himself. Nick looked at the flame and asked what kind of fire it was. Nate smiled and heard that he should tell him. A notification appeared. The protagonist extended his fist and noted that he would tell him later. Nick fell to the ground and screamed that again later. Why? He wants to hear it now. Adele grabbed the guy by the collar and asked him to shut up. Geek turned to her and asked what she was doing, and the girl screamed at him to stop whining. He was the god he served. He would tell him everything later. Nate smiled and noted that it seemed like she now realized that he was a cool and brave god. Adele held out her hand and noted that well, he was brave. Now she was sure that he was not a fraud since he gave her evidence. Nate smiled and asked what she meant by that. Adele turned her head and remarked that it was a ridiculous agreement, but she was ready to become a priest of a god like him. Adele turned her gaze and remarked that, however, she planned to stay here for a while. The girl opened her mouth and added that now she knew for sure that since she was unable to use magic, she would not be of any help, so she would find something to be useful. Vermouth smiled and remarked that maybe he could help her. Adele bowed and shouted that it was such an honor for her, and the great god remarked that she should repay the kindness of the god she believed in, so he would be glad to help him in this way. The protagonist hid Chloe and Nick behind his back. The girl looked at him and remarked that he had already forgotten about it, and Nate shouted that it was better to be on the safe side. Adele smiled and noted that it was for the best. They had no way to cure the lack of mana anyway, so it would be better if she stayed here. The protagonist put his hand on Nick and noted that they needed to get out faster before they were caught. A notification appeared. Nate opened his eyes. Then he stepped forward. He saw a destroyed city in front of him and asked what it was. A huge eye flew over the city. The beast suddenly attacked him. Nate put out his hand and shouted what was going on. The protagonist looked at the monsters and asked that there was a dungeon breakthrough nearby, where the hunters and soldiers were. A huge snake opened its mouth. Chloe quickly cut off its head. Then she ran to the protagonist. Then she stopped and noted that everything was happening much faster. Chloe looked down and noted that this was not a dungeon breakthrough, this was a gate rupture. Nate looked away and thought that a gate rupture was at least at the level of a C-rank dungeon breakthrough. If this was a gate rupture, then really. Chloe turned and said that this meant that the forgotten gods were getting stronger here. The protagonist lowered his head and noted that he had only found 2 priests. Chloe opened her mouth and noted that he did not feel the presence of the forgotten gods. A helicopter flew over them. The protagonist raised his head. The man opened his mouth and shouted that it was them. Nate, Nick and Chloe, they were from the Gate Control Bureau, let him follow them. The heroes flew to the Gate Bureau. Everyone sat down at the table and the man noted that he thought he knew why they gathered them here. The man opened his mouth and shouted that 12 gates had simultaneously ruptured in the city. Civilian casualties had reached a record high, but what did the hunters responsible for the region respond to? Nick looked away and heard that most of them were unavailable or late in responding. Ethan straightened his tie and remarked that it was a shame to hear that from the boss. Then he turned and added that it was unprecedented for so many gates to be torn apart at once. And what had the Bureau been doing all this time? They believed there were no threats, so they sat idly by until it came to this. The man opened his mouth and shouted that they were now passing the buck. The man slammed the table. Then he looked straight ahead and noticed that they had both stopped. Then he looked up and added that they were not here to argue about who was right and who was wrong, but instead to take steps to prevent this from happening again. The workers looked away and heard that no matter why the hunters were there, they should not turn a blind eye to their country facing disaster, but 12 out of 18 hunters were late today. Ethan adjusted his glasses and remarked that it was true. Then the man stepped aside and remarked that he had a suggestion. Then he hit the map and shouted that all the hunters present would join forces, proposing to start a large-scale operation to suppress the gate. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that it was a great idea, she was for it, and the man remarked that since it was Ethan's suggestion, there was no reason to refuse. Nate exhaled and thought, why do they give a damn about the boss? Ethan clearly has fans. Nate stood up and remarked that if all their discussions boiled down to suppressing monsters, he would act on his own. Ethan walked further and asked if he could find out the reason. The protagonist turned his gaze and replied that he was the only one who could enter the gate. The protagonist remembered the appearance of Kairos and thought that this was all just a temporary measure if the attack that happened in the magical world happens here. None of these people will be able to stop it. The only answer is to end the war between the gods, which is the cause of all this. Ethan slammed the table and shouted that he was an arrogant bastard. The protagonist turned around and heard that the guild leader should ignore him. Apparently he was proud. Being a 6-star hunter, he was just a child who imagined that he was special. The man quickly ran down the hallway. Then he ran into the office and shouted that they were in trouble. Nate opened his eyes when he heard that the gate at Incheon Airport was torn. Ethan looked in surprise and heard that the entire area was destroyed. The man remembered the destroyed airport and added that the damage was unpredictable. Nate opened his mouth and wondered what such destruction was. Could it really be the work of a forgotten god? The protagonist looked at the people and added that they could handle it before, because there was a powerful god nearby, but with their current strength, they have no chance of winning. The girl touched the protagonist. The protagonist turned around and Chloe asked him to calm down. The girl strained her gaze and noticed that there was no reason to worry. Incheon was not a forgotten god. A notification appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he smiled. The man opened his mouth and heard whether a 6-star hunter could request a plane, and then answered why so suddenly. Nate imagined the gate and answered that this gate needed to be dealt with. The asphalt cracked, after which another dent appeared. The entire airport was in ruins. Huge monsters were killing each other. The protagonist landed nearby. Then he looked away and thought that he had spent a lot of divine power to summon Cerberus, but he needed to quickly finish this and return to training. Nate walked on and wondered what was going on with Adele's lack of mana. Ethan appeared behind the protagonist and Nate noted that they needed to prepare well before leaving. A notification appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he turned his gaze. A blade flew past the protagonist. Chloe parried the blow. Nate opened his mouth and called her. The demon looked furiously and asked not to interfere with the girl. Chloe looked at him and asked what he was doing. The demon opened his mouth and noted that she thought nothing would happen if she stole the pet from the master of the underworld. There would be no second chance. Let him step aside. If she interfered, she would die with him. Chloe abruptly put the knife to his throat. Then she looked and asked if he could. The demon opened his mouth and replied that she was the one who had to leave, giving him one last chance. What a stupid choice she made. Who would have thought that she would protect a guy summoning a spirit from the underworld? Nate opened his mouth and heard to enjoy freedom. A lower-level god, eventually Hades will deprive him of his despicable life. The protagonist saw the demon disappear and heard that he would eagerly await his punishment in the underworld. The ceiling lights were on. The protagonist approached the guy and noted that that was all for today, that he had been slow lately. Nick was lying face down on the floor. Nate put his hand to his forehead, heard that he knew how many hours they had been training today. It had been 17 hours. They had started at 5 in the morning, and asked why time had flown by so quickly. Nick opened his mouth, heard that he had things to do, so he should go, let him get out and leave, and shouted that he had shifted everything onto him and was going somewhere again. Nate headed for the exit and said that he would destroy the gate. Even if he didn't think of following him, he was already tired of hearing from everywhere that he was connected with Iris. Nick sat down on the floor, after which he leaned on his hands and asked what happened at the ancient airport. Why were they so upset? He was asking him, and he was ignoring him. Nick stood up and noted that he didn't see him as a priest at all. He was going home to play. The guy suddenly thought about cleaning, after which he started cleaning. Nick waved a broom and said that he wasn't cleaning because he was afraid of him. It was also part of the training. Chase came up from behind and asked what he was doing, and Nick shouted that he himself had told him to clean up. The guy turned his head away and said that he was really here. Chase opened his mouth and said that he had never even poked his nose into Iris before. And now why the hell was he cleaning here? Is that how members of Iris's family act? It's not right. At least he knows how much his father values him. Nick smiled and asked who cares about these little things. Chase opened his mouth and heard that he should not tell him what to do anymore. He would be on his side. Then he looked at the guy and shouted that he told him to humiliate Damdok. Why was he suddenly following him? And Nick replied that he did not know anything. He was repeating himself. He would be with his brother. Chase opened his mouth and asked what he meant with his brother. He calls him brother. He has been with him for 10 years, but he has never called him that. Chase grabbed the guy by the arm. Then he pulled him aside and shouted to stop this shit and follow him. His father ordered him to take part in the destruction of the gate. Chase squeezed his hand tighter and added that he needed to stop arguing. He knew that just being here meant disobeying orders. The guy turned around abruptly. Nick opened his eyes furiously and asked to let go. Chase suddenly heard screams from behind. The protagonist was shown on the screen and they heard that this was an armor artifact, a completely different level. Nick and Chase looked at the screen and heard what the skill was. Black Flame. He knows fencing, martial arts, and long-range attacks. Nick smiled and noted that he has something to learn from him, so why should he follow him? Chase shook all over when he heard that he went. Let him not look for him. Nate smiled on the screen and Chase wondered why he was always ahead of him. I wish he didn't exist. The main character scratched his ear and asked who was talking about him. Chloe turned her gaze and noted that he was so carefree. At least he had some thoughts there, and Nate replied that his ear was just itchy. The girl sat down on a bench and added that they don't know when Hades will appear, whether it is possible to destroy the gates so leisurely, and Nate noted that by doing this, he increases his divine power and at the same time protects people. The protagonist looked at the people and said that there was a reason to stop doing good. His divine power was already on the threshold of 100,000, and Chloe noted that if he wanted to increase it, he should get a part-time job, a good option to avoid Hades. Chloe drank the drink and added that if he continued in the same spirit, it would only anger him. Wouldn't it be better to secretly travel between dimensions and gain strength? Nate opened his mouth and asked if he was going to spend his whole life on the run, then Ragnarok would get ahead. The girl spat out the drink, hearing that to hell with the plan. If he wanted to see him, he would come to him himself. Chloe looked at the sky and shouted that he was a complete idiot. He would die if he met Hades. Nate smiled and noted that his words made such an idol as her choke on his coffee, and Chloe shouted at him to stop joking and let him answer normally. She was starting to get nervous. Nate pointed his finger and noted that they just needed to find a place where Hades could kill him when they met. Chloe folded her arms and asked what place. A notification appeared and the protagonist noted that it was a banquet of the gods. A huge mountain appeared. There were huge gates on Olympus. The centaur folded his arms and shouted to move at a pace. The banquet was less than 3 hours away. Nick clutched the basket and heard that here are the fruits and vegetables that Demeter sent. Adele caught the basket and heard to put all their efforts into preparation. The boy and girl stood near the table and heard that they had finished one task and should take on another. Nate smiled and wished them luck. Nick and Adele opened their mouths and started shouting that he said that it was some important task. He was playing games and she was filming a movie, and Nate noted that these priests were disappointing him. The protagonist opened his eyes after hearing that it was all to prevent Ragnarok and save the world. The centaur opened his mouth and shouted that the banquet was starting. Let the service staff come out. Nick raised his head and shouted that he knew it, and Adele fell to her knees and remarked that why did she agree to become his priest. And Nate noted in his head that it was all thanks to his priests. All the problems would be solved if the banquet went according to plan. The gods stood in the crowd and laughed. Nate stepped into the hall. The guy opened his eyes, after which the gods looked at the protagonist and noted that he was the spitting image of Hercules in lion armor. Nate turned his gaze and thought that Hades had not come. This plan must definitely work. Apollo suddenly jumped on the protagonist and shouted that he was caught. The god laughed and remarked that his favorite student, the outfit is awesome. Poseidon smiled and remarked that speaking of part-time work, there was something romantic about it. The god of the sea began to walk forward and added that they had last seen each other in the underwater palace, and still remembered his suggestion to join the ranks of the Knights of the Dragon Palace. Apollo raised his hand and asked why he was interfering in the conversation with his favorite student. Poseidon smiled and replied that he should give up his seat, that he had a lot to talk about with his lower god. The one-eyed woman opened her mouth and asked who he was, that she was seeing him for the first time, and the monk replied that he seemed to be of low rank, but why was he so close to the gods of high rank? Apollo began to pull the protagonist and shout that he was the first to talk to him, and Poseidon shouted that he was the first. Nate opened his mouth and heard that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he was still cheerful. The protagonist turned and smiled at Thor. Nate fell to his knees and apologized for what happened in the dungeon. Hades suddenly appeared and noted that it seemed he was not apologizing before. The god of death held out his hand and added that he was a rat, found himself a place to die. The protagonist opened his eyes. Hades held out his hand and said that he did not know what he was thinking about, having come here. Although he saved him from unnecessary troubles, he would accept his miserable life. Nate opened his eyes. Then he doubled over in pain. Thor grabbed Hades by the hand. Then he looked and asked if the strong could attack the weak. Hades looked displeased and noted that the child of Asgard should not stick his nose where it was none of his business. Thor smiled and noted that, however, is not the supreme host of this banquet, like Olympus, Zeus. Poseidon suddenly appeared. The guests held out their hands and shouted that the main gods were fighting. Poseidon threw his spear between Hades and Thor. Then he gritted his teeth and told them to stop. Why would they need bloodshed on such a day? Thor kicked the ground and shouted that this was absurd. Hades was trying to intimidate and kill a weakling. Then he opened his mouth and added that he had insulted him too, the great warrior of Asgard. In the name of Odin they would never retreat. Hades turned and heard what he had started. Let him calm down. Poseidon slammed his trident into the ground, after which he covered the protagonist and asked that he would not calm down until he saw the blood. Hades covered himself in dark energy and noted that they were annoying. Since they all wanted to die together, he would help them. The moon began to block the sun. Huge, black monsters began to fly at the protagonist. Poseidon gritted his teeth and shouted that Hades had gone crazy. Nate gritted his teeth and thought that even during the banquet, Hades opened his eyes and noted that he would kill him. Zeus suddenly appeared, after which he twisted his face and shouted that he did not expect a showdown when he called the banquet. Hades lowered his head, heard what the underworld was doing here. This was not a funeral, but a banquet, and replied that there was a misunderstanding. Nate opened his mouth and noted in his head that Hades' power dissipated in an instant before the supreme god. Zeus opened his mouth and asked what other misunderstanding, can't he see what he's doing? And Hades replied that the man who stole something from the underworld was here. He did what he had to. Zeus turned and asked that he was robbed. Judging by his psychos, the thing was valuable. Hades gritted his teeth. Then he raised his head and replied that Cerberus was stolen. Nate lowered his hand and heard that he stole the guard dog of the underworld. All the gods opened their mouths after hearing that it was stolen by that low-level god. Nate opened his mouth and wondered what he meant by stolen. After the call, he was immediately sent back. Zeus came closer and asked what this guy was. Cerberus. The main character narrowed his eyes and asked what kind of god he was. Nate looked down and heard that he was asking what kind of god he was. Zeus opened his mouth after hearing that he was the god of swords. Nate tilted his head and heard that, contrary to expectations, he looked talented. Zeus lowered his head and noted that he was clearly a lower-level god. The main god turned and noted that the question arose as to how he managed to tame a Cerberus that even growled at him. Nate smiled. Then he remembered the fight with the Cerberus, and the plot noted that Nate told the whole truth about the episode with the Cerberus, how he made him go for a walk, how he pacified him, and how he found his leash inside the column of the gates of the underworld. A notification appeared. Zeus raised his head and shouted that this was ridiculous, how a lower god could achieve this. Nate looked down and thought that he did not expect it. Maybe if Zeus intervened, then their troubles with Hades would resolve themselves. Zeus smiled and noted that for a clean deal, a duel was required. The main character opened his mouth. Apollo came up from behind and asked what kind of nonsense this was. How could a higher god fight a lower one? And Zeus replied that all divine power was excluded, no objections. Zeus walked down the hallway and noted that because of these two the whole banquet was ruined. Let them answer for it. Nate opened his mouth and Thor put his hand on his shoulder. Hades clenched his teeth and tusked. Then he turned around and noted that his death date had been moved up. Let him enjoy his last breaths. The protagonist was sweating all over and thought that he could use some punch resistance. Chloe came up to him and noted that he had gotten into trouble, and she had said that it was dangerous. The protagonist walked down the hallway and noted how he knew that she could do that now. It was easy for her to say. Nate turned around and heard that he could help with training. Hercules smiled and noted that he should bring Ares to the stadium. They would train together. The protagonist came to Ares' training ground. Hercules raised his hand and noted that this was Ares' training ground. He could train here for the next month. Nate smiled and noted that he didn't think he would help with this. Hercules smiled and noted that they were brothers in armor. Nate smiled and thought about what they were saying. He was the greatest hero of Greek mythology. Hercules in armor, wow, he took a liking to him because of their similar armor. The protagonist looked at the arena. Then he saw the warriors and asked who they were. Nate saw the girl hit the shield and thought that they fought well. It seems they have plenty of skill. The man fell to the ground. Then he gritted his teeth and noted that he was just distracted. This is not a loss yet. The girl smiled and noted that he was normally distracted. If this were a real fight, he would have died 10 times over. The protagonist opened his mouth, heard that it was a draw. He gave into it, so stopped shaking the sword here, and thought that judging by their skills, they are not ordinary gods. The protagonist looked at them and wondered why they were not at the banquet. Hercules smiled and asked that he was losing to Athena again. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought that among the 12 famous gods of Olympus, these two have titles related to war. Chloe looked straight and noticed that they were all good at fighting. Ares began to strangle Hercules and noted that he came in time. Let him see who is stronger. Hercules smiled and shouted to let him go. He will introduce him to one god. Ares raised his head and asked what he thought about those two. Hercules winked and replied that they are always training and do not go to banquets. They probably do not know who is the most hotly discussed god now. Athena and Ares opened their mouths, heard that he had ruined the banquet today and scheduled a duel with Hades. Athena looked at the two strangers and noticed that the girl had much more divine power. The boy was kind of strange. He had never seen such power before. Ares smiled and noted that this would be enough. The god of war took the sword and added that they needed to swing for credibility. Ares put out his sword and shouted that the duel would show everything. He would lend the platform to the strongest. Nate opened his mouth. Then he turned and asked that he would fight alone, and Chloe replied that she was returning to Korea. There was complete chaos with gates and dungeons. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and noted that nothing could be done. Ares came up and asked that it was him. His cheer was amazing. The protagonist looked at him and heard if he was ready. Athena threw up her hands and asked how he got into a fight with his uncle. Ares smiled and noted that he apparently had a bad temper. The god of war jumped back sharply. He started running fast and shouted that he wanted to survive. Let him train with all his might. Ares hit the ground hard. Hercules smiled and noted that he was at it again, and Athena asked if Ares was a fool or not. Dust rose. The protagonist hit the wall and heard that he had good endurance. Ares smiled. Then he swung his sword and shouted for him to show him his sword skills. The protagonist blocks the attacks and heard what he was doing, so he will simply defend himself. The protagonist clenched his fists. Then he hit the ground hard. Athena narrowed her eyes and noted that he could fight back, not bad for a low-level god. Then she looked closely at the fight. She saw two warriors standing opposite each other and noted that it was not only about power, but also about speed and endurance, although this goes without saying, given that the fight was between a lower and a higher god. Ares smiled and noted that it was funny. Then he jumped on his opponent and shouted that he should try to excite him some more. There was an explosion and the protagonist moved away. Nate opened his mouth and shouted that he gave up. The power was off the scale. He could not withstand it. Ares clenched his teeth and shouted that he knew nothing. Let him fight. Athena looked at the fight and noted that he had been resisting Ares for an hour, exceeding all expectations. Hercules narrowed his eyes and asked if he could stop them. Ares' eyes lit up. Athena looked straight and noted that they would watch some more. The protagonist dodged the blow and Athena noted that he reacted well. Hercules smiled and noted that Ares was just helping him, and Athena said that maybe there was hardly a god who could block his sword. The protagonist blocked Ares' blow. After that, Ares gritted his teeth and wondered what was going on. Nate gritted his teeth and Ares added that he was blocking more and more attacks. How was that even possible? Ares opened his mouth and shouted that he seemed to have reliably hidden his skills. Nate jumped sharply to the side. Athena and Hercules opened their mouths. Ares opened his eyes. The protagonist turned and sighed. Ares began to strike with renewed vigor. Nate opened his eyes and thought that thanks to his fencing talent, the more he struck, the more Ares' skill was visible. Now he would definitely be able to stop him. The protagonist raised his sword and added that with his abilities and the legendary weapons available in the god's store, he did not even know what the true power of talent was. The protagonist stood behind Ares. The warrior god turned and asked him that he was deliberately hiding his skills. Then he raised his fist and shouted that he would try to hold out until the end. Athena extended his fist. Then she turned her head and told him to finish. Athena looked at him with displeasure and asked him to calm down. It was just sparring. Ares narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Then he looked at the sky. Athena smiled and noted that his swordsmanship was cool. Nate opened his mouth and noted that everything was wrong, and then thought that Ares did not even use his divine powers, but he was still thrown back. The protagonist looked at his hand and noted that although the duel was short, his sword skills had risen to a new level. If only he could learn fencing from them, then he would tear this Hades apart. Nate clenched his fist and noted that he needed to learn at any cost. Ares and Athena turned around when they heard that he had a request for them. The protagonist looked at them and asked to teach them fencing. Athena bowed her head and asked why all of a sudden. Nate bowed and replied that the request was sudden, but if he agreed, he would do everything in his power for them. Athena opened his mouth and noted that despite the difference in strength, Ares was not disappointed. Nate looked up and heard that on the contrary, it helped kindle a fighting spirit. His uncle would not like that. Athena smirked and noted that he was fed up with these monotonous trainings. She thought he wouldn't slip away since he was so persistent, but let him remember, he was learning from the gods of war, so let him be ready to die. Stones flew forward. The protagonist chopped stone golems. Ares opened his mouth and shouted that there were 10 minutes left. If he didn't knock them all down, they would be reborn again. The protagonist chopped a golem and thought that there were too many of them. All his divine power was running out. The golems jumped on him and Nate added that if there was a little more, he would be blown away by their wave cut. The protagonist gripped the sword tightly. Then he chopped them all with a wave cut. Ares opened his eyes. Ares took a step forward. Then he opened his eyes and asked what magic was, who he really was. Nate opened his mouth and noted that he was a god. The god of war grabbed him by the armor and asked what god would use such a primitive power. Was he Typhon? And Nate replied that it was a misunderstanding. Athena looked away and asked Ares to calm down. The girl stood between them and asked that a god could not use magical power. They say that first the god gave magic to people. Ares opened his mouth and shouted for Athena to leave. What god would use magic and not divine power? Only Typhons control this worthless power. Nate opened his mouth and noted that then she just needs to prove that he is not Typhon. The protagonist smiled and added that he would hardly do such a thing, pretending to be a god. Nick and Adele appeared in the arena after the spell, the Call of Priests. The protagonist put out his hand and asked if that was enough. Athena turned and noted that she told him to apologize now, and Ares noted that he was stupid. It's just that these Typhons are so smart. Adele opened her mouth and shouted that he was making fun of her. He himself said that he would cure her if she became a priest, but in fact he was forcing her to work as a farmhand. Let her listen here when he healed her lack of mana, and the main character asked her to calm down and not to disgrace herself in front of such important people. Hercules put his hand on his chin and noted that priests who were friends with a god were something new. Athena smiled and noted that it was necessary to say about priests, their power was closely connected with the power of a god. The girl turned to the god of war and added that if he trained with these guys, his efficiency would skyrocket, and Ares said that that's how it is. Since there are 3 of them, the number of monsters will triple, the number of tactics also increases, it is necessary to raise it to 10. Adele opened her mouth and asked about the monsters, and Nick noted that he screwed up. Nate smiled and apologized. Athena snapped her fingers, after which the golems appeared and she added that they should try their best to survive the next month. The protagonist was in the training arena and said that a month of his hellish training with Ares, Athena and Hercules had passed. Chloe stood on the sand. Then she raised her head and noted that today was the fight with Hades. The protagonist was sitting on the stones and heard the question of whether he could handle it. Nate smiled and noted that he should not worry, he would never lose. The crowd is jubilant in the spectator seats of the Colosseum. MC is standing opposite Hades, waiting for the battle to begin, and between them, a little further away, stands an angel. Hades stands with his hands in his pockets and asks what is going on, that he decided to fight him instead of running away, and notes that he was already going to pursue him across all the worlds, and that he is ready to reward his bravery by granting him a painless death. The protagonist, with a displeased expression, looks at his opponent. The angel spreads her wing. She rises into the air, glowing brightly with a green aura, and says that she, Nika, will start the duel of the gods. Nika takes out a golden crown and, smiling, says that as they know, the use of divine powers is forbidden in their duel. The wreaths fly off her hands and land right on the heads of the fighters, and she explains that these wreaths will block their divine powers for the duration of the duel, and that the duel will only end when one of the opponents falls. Nate takes out his sword and prepares to strike when Nika announces the beginning of the battle, wishing them luck. MC stomps her foot and an aura surrounds her. Pushing off the ground, he raises his sword to strike, using the skill gust of wind to accelerate. He lands on his feet, trying to slow down the inertia of his jump, cutting Hades in two. He looks back as dust flies at him, thinking that his training in the arena is paying off and that his sword skills are now at rank or higher. Then he hears a voice and looks back sharply. Hades says that this is funny. He abruptly attacks the hero in the neck and blood spurts out. He finishes the blow with his hand, and the hero, clutching his neck, looks at him. He asks him if this is all he has to show and if he is not ashamed to call himself a sword god with such skills. He again prepares to attack, raising his hand, and sarcastically says that the hero is long awaited in the afterlife. Abruptly, he disappears from the place where he stood, leaving only raised dust and his mark. He jumps back and delivers several blows with incredible speed, as if simultaneously, to MC, visitors of the arena, one of them, with long hair, nervously covers his mouth with his hand, and the other, with horns, looks on without any interest. The one who is worried says that this is a nightmare. The Hades opponent looked good at first, and the horned one answers him that in the end, a lower level god has no chance against one of the higher gods. Ares, it turns out, is sitting behind the two discussing. He sits with his arms crossed over his chest and says that he expected something like this, but he believes that the lower god will not lose. The long-haired one asks him, surprised by his presence, why he decided to watch such a boring duel. Ares in close-up, he answers that he decided to watch because he personally trained MC and he wants to see how he fights, to which the people are surprised, asking again if he trained, if they heard right, and say if Ares himself decided to take an apprentice. The view changes. Ares stares at his students battle and says that there is a first time for everything and that he is just curious how Nate's strength will grow during the fight. Nate stares at Hades attacking Hans. Close up of his serious face, he thinks that he was able to study all of Hades' moves, but something seems wrong to him. An even closer shot of his gaze, he thinks that he cannot shake off the strange feeling. Hades, smirking, asks what this is, if it is not madness that overtakes on the threshold of death. He again, screaming that the hero must die, attacks him from the jump. He calmly dodges another attack from Hades, and thinks that the move that he saw during training. He opens his eyes wide, and only his irises glow a bright green light, and he understands what he sees now. He remembers the battle of Athena and Ares, how he watched their fight, how Ares fought the golems, and how he personally fought Ares. Through all these memories, straightening up, one clear line passes. He thinks that it may seem that all these are completely different fighting styles, but the tip of the sword, he thinks, and acquires the skill of a shapeless sword, which he immediately activates. He rushes, attacking through Hades, and strikes him with his sword, calmly ending up behind him. Hades, not understanding what happened, regretfully asks how this happened. He falls to his knees, and the hero, without turning to him, stands with a serious face. The gods and angels, in surprise, open their mouths wide. The entire arena is eclipsed by the roar of 1,000 spectators, and he, incomprehensibly, looks around. Zeus, laughing, approaches the hero and says that he has not had such fun for a long time. He extends his hand to MC and says that he invites him to the next banquet and says that he hopes that it will be fun there too. Smiling, MC says that he is grateful to Zeus, and in his mind, he thinks that it seems like he was originally trying to sneak into the banquet as a hired worker, and now he is already being invited to the next banquet as a god, and this development suits him. Hades stands up, glares at his brother, and yells, asking who allowed Zeus to invite MC, that he is a low-level god who has never been to a banquet, and that he is not even at least an intermediate level, to which Zeus calmly replies that he should not be so hung up on ancient traditions. Surprised, Nate looks at Zeus, who awkwardly covers one eye, and Hades yells, asking what about the oath they made on the river Styx, and whether Zeus wants to break it to which he coughs and says that this is an awkward moment. Hades smiles proudly. A system window pops up in front of MC, which surprises him. It says that his name has become known to all the gods of Olympus. He looks at this notification with selfishness, not understanding what it means. A banquet on Olympus, people wandering around everywhere, and tables are full. Nate stands at the table, leaning on it with both hands, looking at the overturned glass of wine. He clutches his forehead, and there are bruises under his eyes from fatigue. He says that he probably overdid it with wine. Persephone calls out to him from behind. She tucks her hair behind her ears and with a smile says that they haven't seen each other in a while, and he, surprised, shouts her name, not expecting to see her there. She claps his hands and he awkwardly holds his head. She says that she saw his battle, and that he has become much stronger since the last time she saw him, hasn't he? To which he replies, thoughtfully, that means that she saw it too. He looks down at the floor and says regretfully that he doesn't know what to say and that he just got lucky and apologizes if he caused any inconvenience. But Persephone, upon hearing this, began to calm MC down, saying that everything is fine and that he doesn't need to worry. She crosses her arms over her chest and sighs in displeasure, saying that she is almost glad, and complains about Hades, saying that Nate wouldn't believe how many times she told him that he should do something about his temper and, snorting, says that he never listened to her. She bends down and picks up a box from the floor, saying that she almost forgot, and asks the hero to take it. She opens the box and shows a golden apple inside, saying that it is a gift from her mother, and Nate, surprised, notices that it is a golden apple. Nate, embarrassed, takes the gift, and Persephone happily tells what it is connected with. The thing is that her mother asked to tell that all her accumulated grievances evaporated in an instant, and that she thanked MC for so long that she even began to stutter, and he, in response, asks why he was given such a valuable gift. A view of the chandelier, she, deciding not to answer, says that she has to go and that they will see each other again, to which the hero replies that it is good and also says goodbye. Someone's foot is on the floor. Its owner says that it seems to her that MC is having a good time at the feast. It is Chloe, who came up to Nate from behind. He looks back at her and says that she is just in time, that he only noticed a new update about the part-time job in the morning, and asks if she wants to work a little. Chloe, looking with a sad look, asks why so soon. The hero, looking at the floor, smirks. Close up, Chloe tells him that he was specially invited to this banquet, and isn't this the perfect moment to ask one of the higher gods to help solve Adele's problem? To which he replies that he initially wanted to do so. He takes out a golden apple and shows it to Chloe, which is surprised by this turn of events. He says that the situation has changed, to which Chloe tries to find out from him where he got it. But he does not listen, begins to call his priestess, who is standing at the table at that moment. She begins to drink as she looks back at her god, who is calling her, and above her, at the same moment, a summoning circle appears. She abruptly begins to teleport, and the drink in her glass splashes. She screams in fear. She angrily screams at Nate, declaring that he scared her and that she was already very close, after which, just as angrily screaming, she asks what he wants. He shoves an apple into her mouth with a sharp movement of his hand, shutting her up. She takes the apple out of her mouth and examines it, asking what it is. The system windows report that the hero's priest has experienced the effects of the golden apple and that her mana deficiency syndrome has been cured. She touches herself, fascinated, trying to comprehend what is happening. She says that she feels some kind of warm and pleasant energy spreading throughout her body and asks what this strange feeling is. A close-up of the smiling hero. He says that she feels mana circulating and reports that she is now cured. A close-up of Adele, confused, the hero addresses her, calling her a mage. A small red sphere appears in the priestess's hand, and a red aura envelops her. She holds the small sphere in her hands and looks at it, fascinated, finally understanding what mana is. The hero comes up to her from behind and smiles, watching her stare at the sphere in fascination, asking how she feels about it. There's a close-up of the light in her hands. She replies that it's beautiful. She puts her hands to her chest and light comes out of them. She says that she's always dreamed of seeing this little light in her hands. She turns towards Nate with tears of joy, and smiling, says that her dream has come true and that she has nothing to repay him with, but she doesn't have time to finish. Chloe interrupts their conversation, noting that it's not the time to say such things. MC glares at Chloe, but she, spoiling everyone's joy, folds her arms across her chest and continues to explain that the golden apple only unlocked her mana flows, and that she's still very far from becoming a real mage, and that she's just as useless now. The priestess stands there with a blank look. Chloe continues by saying that she understands that she is very happy now, but warns that she still has a long way to go in improving her skills and warns that she has no time to waste. To which MC, worried about Adele, tells her that she can't be so cruel and asks if she wants to take away all the motivation from his priestess. But Adele tells him that Chloe is right. Close up of the heroine's mouth, she decides to take a small digression. She strokes Adele's head and softly tells her that she was able to use mana as soon as she felt it inside her and notes that it was a great job. Close up of the priestess's embarrassed face. Chloe stands, a little embarrassed, leaning slightly to the left. Adele thanks her for such words, calling her sister, and she asks in response who she called sister. To which the priestess, embarrassed, answers that she wanted to say that they became a real family for her and that she learned a lot from them. MC smiles embarrassedly and thinks that, indeed, at such moments it is impossible to be angry with her. Adele pushes Chloe in the back, forcing her to go somewhere. While Nate looks at this, he thinks that his priestess is a very strange girl, and it is difficult for him to believe that they are the same age, and also, he is surprised that his priestess is so attached to Chloe. The hero is close up. He turns around and says with a grin that if they have finished all their business, then he thinks that it is time for them to go. Adele stands next to Nick, looking emotionless. Nate explains that he thinks the priestess needs to return to her home world and start studying magic seriously, and the rest of them are going to part-time jobs. Nick, holding his hands behind his head, asks what this new part-time job is and where they are going. Close-up of MC's smirk. He replies that they are going to hell, and a pop-up system window informs that the part-time job is a daily recruitment of workers for the hellish furnace, that the employer is the demon god Rukipel, that divine power over 100,000 is required, that the working hours are 1 day until the furnace goes out, the salary is random, in the form of power over demons, and the employer's notes indicate that all angel emissaries will face a hellish meat grinder. Nick's foot is on the ledge of the roof, below, surrounded by a gate. MC looks at Nick, who is standing on the ledge, and they look at the gate. A close-up of the excited MC, saying that it is strange that the system usually teleports them straight to the place of work, but apparently hell is an exception, and saying that there were no problems with all the other worlds, and asking what is wrong with hell, and noting that the system only gave them a direction. A view of a rift in the ground, from which purple energy is beating. The ground begins to break apart, and the gate begins to expand. People jump back in horror. A man in a business suit calls someone on his earpiece, and shouts that the code is red and that they should pass this on to headquarters, that the medium-sized gate has suddenly increased to a large size. A man with red hair is hit by a piece of debris from which he cannot escape, and he, in despair, screams, asking at least someone for help. Someone rips the man from his place and abruptly transfers him to another place. The hero, sword in hand, looms over the man, having cut through the building before, and the man looks back at him in panic. The man lies on the ground, looking at the hero's cloak with horror in his eyes. Nate looks back at the red-haired man and asks if he is okay and says that he should leave quickly, and the man shouts words of gratitude, realizing the hero's words. He stands in front of the gate and asks if this is the gate to hell. He extends his hand to the gate and says that he and his companions need to go quickly before they are interrupted. The system window says that they have passed through the gate. They pass through the gate and a view of the hellish wasteland appears before them. The system window says that they have arrived at their destination. A close-up of MC's thoughtful face. He thinks if this is the destination and that he thought this was the gate to hell. A view of the world inside the gate. Everything inside is purple, he thinks, realizing that it turns out that this gate led to hell, which means that the forgotten gods are not directly inside the gate, but in hell. Some big worm notices the hero, who is standing with his back to him. The worm opens his huge mouth and tries to attack MC. He turns around and someone suddenly strikes the worm with many blows, cutting it into pieces. Chloe stands, having finished the blow with her dagger, and says that they cannot be distracted and that they need to clean up everything there. 3 more worms jump out at MC, which he suddenly notices. He stands while several worms hang over him, standing in their shadow, and says that he agrees and that they will not waste time on any nonsense and will do more important things. 2 small squares with a purple gradient. Nate walks through the bodies of dead worms, and his legs are covered in blood. He says that all the monsters are finished. He sadly looks towards the reader and thinks that he says that there is only one thing left. He stands in front of the barrier that used to block his path. He looks at it and says that all that remains is to find out what is on the other side of the barrier. He touches the barrier with his hand and it begins to glow under his fingers. He says that every gate he has been to has had a barrier like this. A view of MC. Through the barrier, a bright orange light bursts out from under his fingers. He says that not long ago he did not have enough strength to overcome the barrier. He, with a bright grin, releases a fireball at the gate, and that now is the time to fix it. MC releases a powerful stream of fire magic at the barrier, and the system window notifies that the abyss is staring into him. A close-up of his eye and he screams that everything is clear to him, that he needs to destroy the barrier. The barrier splits into pieces and he stands as the shards fall on him. He looks back at Chloe, smiling softly, and tells her that he thinks they are on the right track, to which she stands there with a downcast expression. She looks up and can see that there is horror in her eyes. She tells him that she has a bad feeling about this and that she thinks that they should turn back. He looks back, not understanding what she is afraid of, and tells him that why should they do that when they have already come so far, and asks when they will get another chance to gain power over demons. Looking at the gate world that spreads out before them, she tells him that hell is a place where demons and demonic creatures can roam freely. The view moves away. They are standing in the middle of a wasteland. She asks him to look around and that there is no one there and asks if he understands what that means. And she tells him that it means that there is someone in this area who is at the top of the food chain. They hear some kind of terrifying scream, to which they sharply, frightened, look around, and she continues that no one wants to mess with whoever is there. She looks around and screams that it is too late and asks Nate to destroy the gate core right now. A huge fiery eye appears under the hero, which screams, asking who is disturbing his peace. He, filling with red light, looks down. The demon rises above MC, who looks at him with frightened eyes, and the demon screams that the one who entered must die. Chloe runs up to Nate and screams at him that it is time for him to move. The demon jumps, attacking the hero and breaking the ground under itself. Nate stood in a universe in which there were many puzzles. The guy looked in all directions, not understanding where he was since they were attacked in the world of demons. Nate began to notice something to the side. Two children were holding hands, screaming for help. The guy looked at the children, not understanding who they were. Nate decided that the children might know what this place was. The hero began to follow the children, screaming after them. Nate's foot began to touch the universe itself. The guy began to scream, thinking that he was falling. Surprised, Nate began to touch the ground. The hero looked at the ground, not understanding where he was and what was happening. Nate began to step on something with his foot. The hero tried to look back, asking for forgiveness from the man, but suddenly the guy saw that there was a dead man lying on the ground. Surprised, the hero began to look at him. Nate saw that the dead body had a familiar coat. The guy looked at the man in fear, thinking that this could not be. There was a girl's body behind Nate. Chloe, not noticing the guy, began to approach Nate's body. The girl knelt down, asking the guy for forgiveness for not being able to protect him. The hero began to look at Chloe in fear, touching her shoulder and telling her that he was here. The guy touched the girl's shoulder, asking her about this place and how they got there. Chloe immediately disappeared and Nate was left alone in the universe. The guy began to look forward in fear, not understanding what to do. Nate saw something to the side. In one reflection of the puzzle, it was visible how Nate's body was pierced through with swords. The hero looked at a bunch of reflections with him, not understanding what to do and what all this meant. Nate looked away in fear. The guy's mouth began to open wide, screaming and asking what it was. The guy began to hit all these puzzles, screaming for everyone to stop doing this. The hero began to notice something to the side. Nick began to look at the guy in fear, shouting at him if he was okay. Nate began to look at all the guys, thinking about what happened. The guy began to look at Chloe, asking her to talk to him. There was some kind of magical shell on the territory. The guy began to look after Chloe, telling her that he dreamed of her. Nate began to ask the girl if she was sure that it was their first meeting. Chloe looked at the floor, saying that the guy managed to restore part of his memories and most likely, this was influenced by that meeting in the demon world. Asmodeus is one of the 72 demons and the King of Swords, who rules all the swords in the demon world. In past lives the guy died at the hands of demons 1,000 times and the memory could be distorted after the attack of the sworn enemy. Nate began to shout after the girl so that she would at least say something. Chloe began to turn away from the guy, calmly telling him that she had nothing to say. Nate began to look at the girl with anger, telling her that she could at least tell him no, but Chloe replied that she could not answer. The heroine looked away, realizing that they had to get rid of the Eye of the Abyss. Nate calmly looked at Chloe, hearing that all this was for him. The guy looked at the heroine, realizing that these good intentions did not mean what she said truth. The hero began to look down, telling the girl that he would no longer beg her for an answer. Nate looked at Chloe with a smile on his face, asking her if she was surprised that he had given up so easily. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was not worried about Chloe's secrets, and yet, the guy had one thing he was sure of in a dream, and in reality, and perhaps in the future. Nate began to calmly look at the girl and ask her that she was always on his side. Chloe calmly looked at the guy and told him yes. The hero's voices began to be heard from the territory, asking the girl what they should do next, since Chloe said that great power was needed to defeat the third guardian. Chloe thoughtfully thought about the guy who asked her that they needed to go to the demon world again. The girl began to say that they cannot go there and there is a high probability that Asmodeus is still there. Nate started getting angry that the girl knew his name in advance and he should have said it earlier. Chloe looked at the hero, saying that she really didn't know it and that in his past life he met him only after he became a god of the highest level. The hero started looking at the girl, telling her that now they can't rely on foresight and now they will have to use another method. The sky was calm. There were huge buildings in the city. One of the cameras started filming something. One of the directors started yelling at Nate about why he can't follow the script. The man started yelling at the guy angrily about how the company shield blocking the attack of the 6-star hunter should have been said in the script. Nate smiled, saying that he followed it. The director started showing a robot that was ground into dust. The man started yelling at the hero to relax his hands. Nate asked that this is not allowed because it is a deception. The director began to shout angrily at the top of his voice that they would then move on to the strategic part. There were a huge number of people in the hall. The director began to look at the people in suits, saying that if they like documentaries, what about a fight without a script? All the crowds began to run towards Nate, hearing the word forward. The hero began to look at how people were approaching him. Nate smiled with a smirk. Their building could hear the guy's voices saying that this was a false program to extort money from novice hunters, planned jointly with the foreign company Matos and a large national guild Iris. The guy replied that he would make scapegoats out of everything for the sake of his next plan. Nate began to smile slyly. The director began to look at the guy with fear. Chloe watched Nate with disdain from the side. Nate began to be asked about what the most important quality of a hunter is: teamwork. The guy calmly answered that everything depends on brute force. People wrapped each other up and talked about how in religions you lose to the strongest opponent. The director looked at the guy with anger, who was talking about how they should first improve themselves and then work as a team. Nate covered his eyes and said that only hunters who can be strong on their own cannot rely on companies or guilds that can protect both citizens and the country. All the reporters began to look at the guy, saying that they will listen to Nate. The guy began to slowly walk out of the building. One of the men looked ahead and told Nate that he had an impressive interview. The man began to look at Nate and tell him that he was the manager of the Korean branch of the Matos company, and their representative would like to meet with them if they did not mind. The huge building was the headquarters of the Matos company. With a wide smile, the man looked at Nate, saying that the guy was talked about a lot in the United States and he was the first and only one who entered the gate. Nate smiled and looked at the man, asking him why he called him. The man began to say that he would like Nate to retract all the comments made on the air. Nate smiled slyly, saying that in the United States there are all idiotic hunters who do not care about the government or the opinions of others. The guy listened in surprise as the man told him that he would thank him generously. The boss, with a smile on his face, answered that they would reshoot according to the script. Nate, with a smile on his face, looked at the man, saying that he had one weapon that he was looking at. It was a sword from England and its roots went deep into the past. The man, with a smile on his face, brought coffee and asked the guy what kind of weapon it was. The boss began to cough angrily from the coffee when he heard the name Excalibur. Nate, with a smile on his face, told the man that it was not difficult. Excalibur was the most powerful sword that existed on Earth and no one could find it, so there were rumors about it. It was the ancient sword of King Arthur, which was given to him according to legend, so no one saw it in reality. The boss was angry, thinking that the guy was already stunned, and decided that Nate needed to be tested. The man with a smile on his face began to say that he did not understand him. The guy began to smile sweetly, saying that he knew everything and his condition was Excalibur. The hero confidently looked at the boss, asking him what he did to get it. The man began to hit the table, asking Nate if he understood what nonsense he was talking. The guy began to smile sweetly, telling the boss whether he would be allowed to look at the weapon for 5 minutes. The boss listened to the guy, who told him that if he allowed this to be done, Nate would refuse his words and would promote the training program. The man's chair began to rock. The boss stood by the window, telling Nate to leave. Because he was out of his mind, the man decided that he couldn't admit anything and say that they had the sword, even if the hero knew everything. The boss looked askance at the hero, saying that they couldn't give him Excalibur, but were willing to provide another weapon so Nate could contact them if he changed his mind. Nate didn't understand what to do now and how to be. The hero stood on the roof with Chloe and told her that it would be difficult for them to insist on Excalibur. The girl thoughtfully began to think about the weapon. Chloe began to look at the guy and tell him that no one had seen this weapon for a long time. Nate began to say that he thought so too, but when he heard while drinking at the banquet, he heard something important. Nate began to talk about how recently people nicknamed Matos killed countless people in order to get the sword. Fortunately, King Arthur did not see this. Chloe looked at the guy in surprise, wondering why he asked for the sword so easily. The hero started to leave, saying that he was going to the dungeons. The girl did not understand why he was doing this, since it would not bring any benefit to his skills. Nate looked askance at the girl, saying that Chloe should wait for him in the guild. A month passed. The boss angrily hit the table. The man began to watch the latest news, which said that the hunter Nate set an unprecedented record with 0 losses and conquered a large dungeon in the shortest time. The man angrily looked at the screen. The news was saying that Nate had cleared not only this dungeon in just a month, but also those that were known to be nearly impossible to pass. People were asking the guy what he had missed in his previous attempts. Since he had returned several times, Nate answered with a smile on his face that he had relied too much on equipment, since these tactics were pointless against powerful bosses. The man was getting angrier and angrier. The boss began to angrily tell his servant to quickly call the guy and tell him that they accepted his conditions. The boss looked ahead, saying that he would try to please him. Everything was calm outside. Nate and his men were in the dungeon. The boss began to look at the guy, saying that he was giving him exactly 5 minutes, as promised. Nate began to look ahead in surprise. The guy was walking into a room that was strewn with gold. In the middle of the coins was a sword. Nate's feet began to approach the sword. The hero looked at the huge weapon in surprise. The guy started looking at Snow White with a smile on his face, asking her if she could handle it. The animal started closing its eyes and starting to glow. The system window started saying that Snow White had started duplicating the weapon. The boss looked at the guy with confusion as he watched. The man with a smile on his face started looking at something. The boss's hand was pressing one of the bricks. Nate looked after the man with confusion. The door started closing quickly. The man was shouting that he wouldn't let go so easily and that this door couldn't be broken through even with dynamite. The man with a smile on his face started looking at everyone, saying that there was a seal in this place that they would never be able to get out of. Chloe and the guy heard the boss saying that they would die of hunger. Nate looked at the door with a smile on his face. The guy was holding a sword in his hand and offered Snow White to test it. The boss, with a sly smile, began to say that he needed to get rid of the bodies in 3 months. The man began to look fearfully at the door, which began to glow. The boss began to turn to the door out of the corner of his eye. A bright blue light began to occur throughout the dungeon. The presenter on TV says that later in the issue, the head of the Midas company, William Jones, was finally found, and according to the FBI, he is accused of committing a number of crimes, such as murder, drug trafficking, and participation in organized crime groups. The identity of the person who revealed his location remains unknown. Holding a sword in his hands, the guy admires the sword, adding that it is simply amazing. The girl, looking at the guy, asks why he liked it so much, to which Nate enthusiastically says that words cannot describe it, and he finds it hard to believe that such a weapon can exist on Earth. The door handle goes down at the moment when the hero asks if Hephaestus really made it, because no one can make such a thing. Nick enters the room with wild eyes, asking the hero where he disappeared to. Shouting towards the hero, standing by the window with a cityscape, the fair-haired guy shouts to him that he is always on TV, but has never visited him, to which the guy says that it is all him. Opening his eye from what he saw, Nick calls the guy. Standing behind the hero and looking at his beautiful sword, he asks, "What is this?" "A new sword." Pushing the guy away with his shoulder to the cheek, Nate tells him that he does not need this, and there is no need to paw him, to which the angry Snow White says that he is his student and let him show him, because it is not fair. Looking at the guy with his peripheral vision, Nate allows him to look if only with one eye. Snow White jumps on the fair-haired guy, to which the main character says that then he can pet her, to which Nick tells her to get away from him. Holding the animal in his hands in front of him, the guy shouts at Nate, asking why he is doing this, to which the protagonist asks him the question in the sense of, explaining that he wanted to look at the sword, and Snow White and the sword are one, and let him not upset her. Chloe, standing in a jacket, holding her hand to her face, looks at the guys, telling them that they have had enough fun, and it's time to get down to business, because they need to find the third priest. Snowy rocky mountains are covered with a blizzard and snow. A team of characters walks among the landscape. Nate, blushing from the cold and letting snot out of his nose, angrily asks Chloe that the third priestess cannot be found anywhere else. Chloe, also covered in a blush, answers the hero that Etten lives between the 4th and 5th rivers, and if they hurry, they can arrive to him before nightfall. Adele, her mouth open in displeasure, asks how it is possible to live in such a place, to which Nick, in front of her, notes that she is lying, and he is sure of it. The girl looks at the characters, listening to their conversation about someone wanting to go back, and they can come back later. The girl, looking at the 3 characters, tells them that if they give up everything, then the world will end, to which the hero says that there is no need to say so bluntly, because they did not refuse to go. Chloe takes another step in the snow. Standing in the middle of a storm in front of a mountain, she says that they are almost there, and he lives behind the mountain in front of them. Nick, raising his hands up, runs forward, shouting that as soon as they get there, all their terrible adventures will end, and they need to run faster. Nate's eyes widen from what he saw. The blonde guy instantly turns around with a smile, shouting for everyone to stop. Suddenly, right in front of the guy, an explosion occurred, frightening everyone standing in front of him. The protagonist, running past, shouts for everyone to run. The characters run away from the explosion, simultaneously screaming in fear. Pointing to a dark cave, the protagonist tells everyone to take cover here, to which someone denies, saying that the passage is too narrow. Nate, taking a snowball weapon, says that he can widen it. The characters run from the snow falling on them after the protagonist with a sword. Chloe holds a small magic ball on her hand that emits light. Raising the ball up, the girl, standing next to the other characters, says that the passage is blocked by snow and the hero will need several days to melt it. Adele, wiping her face with her hand, says with a smile that it seems that now is her turn. Raising her hands with fire magic above herself, she shouts that she did not waste time. Holding her hands with flames opposite the ice floes, Adele again shouts to everyone so that everyone can see the power of the future Archmage Shalon. Chloe, looking at the girl emotionlessly, tells her that this spark is not enough and only Niflheim's mana can melt such snow, to which Nick notes that she should have told her earlier. Closing his eyes against the background of the guy beating the snow, Nate says that he should not waste energy on anger, and at least they do not know how long they are locked here. Looking forward from under his brows, the protagonist thinks about the forgotten gods becoming stronger with every second, asking the girl that is there no other way to get out of here. The fox under the guy's feet begins to dig something. Suddenly, Snow White began to look forward excitedly. Nate looks at the fox leaving to the side. He sees how the animal approaches the ice wall, trying to sniff something. Approaching Snow White, Nate asks her that there is something in this wall. Putting his ear to the ice flow, the guy hears some sounds. Suddenly, the ice near the guy's hand begins to crack, to which he asks what that sound is. Unexpectedly, the ice cracks completely, falling down in icicles, revealing the insides. The guy's eyes are shocked by what he sees. He looks at the little girl in front of him, asking what is happening. The little fairies, looking at Nate's face, shout that it is Loki, to which the others say that it is not Loki but his servant. Bringing his face closer to the fairies, the guy asks what is what, fairies, just like in a fairy tale, to which one of them exclaims that he will eat them alive. Smiling at the little creatures, the hero tells them to calm down and he is not an enemy. The fairies, looking also at Snow White on the hero's shoulder, say that it is also a demonic monster trying to pronounce the word Cerberus. Looking at the fairies shaking in fear, saying that they will eat them alive, and it is Cerberus, to which Nate tries to say something. Making a shocked face from hearing the fairies say that this is a complete horror, and Loki and Cerberus want to steal Maio Maio. Stopping for a second, wide-eyed, the hero asks again about Mjolnir and Loki. Another man's foot in boots steps onto the ice, asking what is going on here. God Thor comes out of the cave, seriously asking the fairies that didn't he tell them to be silent until he came to his senses. Holding his smiling face with his hand, God says that it was Loki who tricked him again. Nick, standing next to the protagonist in front of Thor, looks at him with excited eyes, asking if it is really Thor and he is not sleeping, to which the man, laughing, says that they have an impudent priest here. Nate looks ahead with incomprehension, asking that snow avalanche is the work of Loki, and he is going to keep him locked up. Looking at the guy seriously, the god says that this man dreams of creating an army in Niflheim. Chloe, holding her hand on her chin in front of the protagonist, analyzes that such avalanches do not happen often, and this is a disaster and at such an opportune time. Nate, looking at the shocked man, asks him why he has not come out yet. Looking to the side and scratching his face with his finger, the man uncertainly says that he could not get out, and the snow of Niflheim is special, even a hammer cannot break it. Looking at the ice and snow, the hero thinks that this is such a great hammer, and if it is useless, then will he really have to sit in a trap and wait for the snow to melt? Laughing, the god of thunder and lightning asks the hero why he is so upset and not to worry. The little fairies stand straight, sulking at the god, to which he says that these little ones will take care of food, so you can just wait it out. The fairies begin to whisper anxiously to each other, saying that people have invaded here and want to steal their food, calling them beggars, adding that they have put so much effort into saving themselves. Suddenly, the fairies open their eyes in surprise at the moment when the guy calls out to them. Nate, looking at the little fairy, hears her say that they did not say anything, asking if there is a way to get out. Looking up at the boy, the fairy asks why they need to tell him about this since they broke in without permission. The boy's eyes widen as he hears one of the characters tell them to cook them so much food that the table won't hold it, saying that they will worry together, to which the fairies yell at him to wait. Discussing among themselves in a circle, they ask themselves if they should tell him, since they will die of starvation if they stay here and they need to get them out of the cave. Pointing her finger at Nate, the fairy tells him that they will tell him how to get out, but he must promise something and they will leave here and never come back. Smiling at the fairy, the boy confidently says that he promises. Putting her hands on her hips, the fairy says the word okay with a smile. Standing near the protagonist's foot in front of the snow, she tells him that it is dangerous and he needs to move away. The fairy swings her fist forward with all her might. She hits the snow with all her might. The boy, wide-eyed, is shocked by the blow from the fairy girl. Standing proudly by the snow, she says that if you attack with the same ice thing, the snow will crack. Looking at the small fairy on the floor, he says that he does not know when they will get out of such a crack. Looking at the fairy with displeasure, he asks to make her hole bigger, to which Adele, behind the boy, holding her hand on her face, says that they can pound like this all night, asking if they will get there. The fairy looks forward in shock, screaming that all their magic will run out and the gods have done nothing for them, and they must sacrifice themselves. Closing his eyes, Nate asks her what she said, that they will be able to leave here. Looking forward excitedly and holding her hand in a fist, the fairy says that they should try it themselves and study the attack of the ice attribute. Nick, wide-eyed, asks her what if he used a wave cut like Nate, and the girl behind him, wiping her face with her hand, says that when it comes to magic, one cannot help but mention the great sorceress Adele. Touching his chin, Thor asks the fairies that only their race of Niflheim can handle ice attribute mana. Pointing her finger upward, the fairy explains to him that it is because they, the gods, think that mana is nonsense and do not intend to study it. Looking from the floor at the characters, the fairy motions for the characters to raise their hand if they have ice attribute mana, and water attributes will do as well. Looking at Adele, Nick, and Chloe, the creature asks that no one has such skills, to which Adele says that she has not yet learned the water attribute, and Nick adds that he does not know how to use magic. Opening its eyes in shock, the creature asks them how they could, since the attributes of water are the foundation of foundations. Laughing, the red-haired man tells everyone to calm down and the snow will melt anyway, asking what's up with the food. Clutching her head, one of the fairies screams about their nest. Modestly raising her hand, the boy says that he seems to have it. Looking at the magic in his hand, Nate says that he forgot that it was a mana attribute, as a notification appears that the protection of the forgotten god Neptune has been activated. Looking at the boy with delight, the creature says that this mana of pure water will be enough. Icicles hang high on the ceiling of the cave. Looking tensely at the magic in his hands, Nate listens to the fairy, who shouts at him to slowly connect the mana, and use the water attribute mana as bait to lure out the mana of Niflheim. Looking at the magic, like a snowflake in his hand, the hero thinks that it is not that difficult. The notification that appears says that the principle of the ice attribute has been discovered. The magic in the hero's hands begins to grow stronger. The fairies, looking at the guy in shock, ask that he has already learned the whole truth. Nick, looking at the hero with contempt against the background of a surprised blonde, says that it is cool to have such a talent, to which Adele says that it is simply amazing. The fairy, flying closer to the guy's hand with magic, notes with shock that this is brilliant and he is talented. Opening her mouth with eyes, the fairy adds that this is not her end, and he needs to practice using these attributes. Taking the snow-white blade in his hand, Nate confidently says that he does not think so. Looking forward with open eyes, the hero says that he has a premonition. Suddenly, a blow breaks out of the rock, making a hole in the rock. The main character walks on his feet through the snow and storm. Suddenly, he opens his eyes in surprise. A strange monster's foot steps onto the snow, with blue skin and covered in white fur. The guy stands in front of the huge giants covered in white hair, asking what the hell that is. Looking at the face of the huge giant, he asks himself in his thoughts who they are and what happened at all. Covering his face with his hand from the storm, the god of thunder and lightning shouts that Loki drove these monsters. Chloe, standing next to Nate, says that she feels the presence of a guard, to which the guy asks again. Looking at the landscape with white giants walking in the storm near the mountains, she says that he is close, the king of the ice giants, Jotun. Looking at the giants walking from the side, Nate asks the girl what she means, that Jotun is one of them. Looking forward, Chloe says positively, adding that the third king, Etnan, is the king of the ice giants. Continuing to look at the landscape with a crowd of giants walking, she says that the frost giants have a very strong connection with each other, so Etnan can just watch them from hiding. Nate turns to the girl, asking her that even though the third priest is not human, he still wonders why he is opposing Thor. Chloe, standing next to the tense hero, says that under normal circumstances, Etnan would never team up with someone like Loki, and most likely, Loki is controlling him because the guy knows how good he is at it. Looking ahead, the guy thought for a moment. The guy's gaze shifts to Thor fighting the giants, thinking about Loki controlling them. The god, opening his mouth wide, shouts at him that he will finish him off. The blonde guy sits on the ice floe, watching the fight and listening to his brother shouting at him to stop hiding and come out for a fair fight. Loki, looking slyly ahead, says that he is still the same fool. Sitting in front of the leader of the giants, with his legs crossed and his head in his hand, the guy slyly tells him to watch because they are killing his subjects and he should stop it. Continuing to shout at Loki with all his fury, Thor offers him to decide everything fairly. Turning his gaze to the side, the red-haired man asks how much more time he needs for this. Suddenly, the leader of the giants pushes the god's body into the rock. Thor crashed into the wall, breaking it into small cracks. In a moment, he opens his eyes. He sees how several giants are swinging right at him. Nate looks at the rock where Loki is sitting, asking if it is him. The guy next to him is the king of the giants, and he should get to work before Thor kills all the ice giants. Adele looks ahead uncertainly, standing next to Nick, asking the hero just not to tell her that he was going to fight him one-on-one, to which the blonde guy notes that it seems he is quite strong. Looking at the characters with cunning, the protagonist asks them if they were scared, to which they, screaming and asking again about the fear, ask him who he thinks they are, and they were not scared at all. Chloe looks at the characters with warmth, listening to them talk about how they will destroy anyone who gets in the way of the protagonist, and even if it is Loki himself. Nate, making a kind smile, says that everyone is great, and they need to move forward. The storm covers the mountains with snow. The protagonist, flying forward, thinks that he does not know exactly how Loki controls Etnan, but he thinks that the skill he uses requires incredibly strong concentration. Flying with a sword towards the blonde sitting on the cliff, he continues to think that most likely his control will weaken if he is distracted even for a second. Opening his eyes, Nate thinks that the problem is different. Running forward, a huge hand in a giant's fist flies from above at the guy. It hits the ground, causing the guy to fly away from the wind of the blow to the side. Etnan looks at Loki on the ice floe, climbing onto it, which Nate looks at. Loki, looking at the protagonist with a sly smile, tells him that he will not achieve anything this way. punching Etten in the face. The blonde says that he has wasted so much time trying to take control of this guy, and yet he is the strongest being in Niflheim. Continuing to look at the guy with narrowed eyes, he asks what he will say, adding that it seems that he is a god from another world, to which the protagonist shouts at him that attacking from behind is not Thor's style. Nate glares at the hero, holding his blade in front of him. Holding his chin in his hand, Loki asks the boy why he is silent, adding that he is really so confident in his powers. Walking forward, holding his hand on his heart, the man says with a smile and closed eyes that gods can be so arrogant that it can destroy them, and he forgot to introduce himself. His name is Loki. Looking at his hand creating magic, he says that it seems that their first meeting is destined by heaven, telling the boy to let him show him something. Looking at the magic ball in the snow, Loki explains that gods often treat the use of mana with disdain, asking Nate if he knows that mana is a gift from above, just like divine powers. Snow covers the snowy mountain, and the blonde continues to tell that in these icy lands, where even the powers of Thor are useless, he was able to fully unleash the benefits of using mana. Holding a dark ball of energy in his hands, the guy madly says that he decided to use them to the fullest, the power of mana. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, listens to Loki tell him to look, that the dark flame is capable of melting even the snows of Niflheim, to which the guy asks what is the power of mana. Looking at the guy madly, the blonde asks him if he likes it, adding that he still has not had the opportunity to appreciate it in a real fight, and Nate, the ideal object for training. Holding the blade in his hands, also freezing it with dark energy, the protagonist asks that this is how it can be done. Smiling, holding the dark sword in his hand, the hero asks the god why he did not tell him about this right away, to which the notification that appears says that the dark flame skill is activated. Loki's eyes widen in shock as he asks what. He sees the protagonist flying in front of him, swinging his blade. Suddenly, a dark flame explodes on the ice floe. Magic rages among the mountains. Standing with the giant Etten's arm pierced by his sword, protecting Loki, the hero tells him to consider himself lucky. Looking at the boy seriously, he tells him to be grateful that he didn't chop off his arm. Loki, raising his hands in front of Nate, who is pointing his weapon at him, tells him to stop and cool down, to which the hero calmly orders the god to release this guy, and he will let him go wherever he wants. Opening his mouth from screaming and the sword pointed at him, Loki yells that he understands everything, and tells the guy to lower his sword, adding that he needs to concentrate to let go of control. Without lowering the blade, Nate looks at Loki seriously, telling him not to do such a stupid thing again. With a smile and tension, the blonde answers positively, telling him not to worry. He looks at the giant's face, calling his name Etten. Making an evil smile, Loki says that this is his last order and let him tear the hero to shreds. Hearing this, Etten, standing right in front of the protagonist with his hands raised from swinging, hears Nate asking the question what. Nate flew back at great speed. He frowned and shouted for him to stop because he would die that way. Loki smiled and shouted back that it was not so bad, let Jotun destroy everyone. The huge monster, gritting his teeth, growled and rushed into battle. Meanwhile, the protagonist landed on a boulder and grabbed his sword. And then, looking menacingly ahead, he shouted for Jotun to stop. The monster's huge hand was approaching him at great speed. A second later, the entire space was filled with snowflakes from a strong blow. Chloe grabbed Nate at the last moment and jerked to the side, and Loki and Jotun began to fall into the pitch-black abyss. Smiling, he shouted for them not to look down on him. Falling down, he continued to laugh loudly. Nate, approaching the cliff and looking down, whispered that he was an idiot. Standing next to his comrades, he added that even for the god of mischief, he was still a moron. Then Nick, looking down, said in fear that he couldn't see anything down there. Was he really dead? Squinting, he added that they should wait. Then, looking into the abyss, he said that he seemed to see something. 2 yellow eyes appeared in the abyss, looking at them. A second later, a huge creature emerged from the abyss, causing Nate and his squad to tremble. The protagonist, raising his head, looked ahead in fear. Frowning, he asked what the hell that was. In front of him was a huge ice dragon, with Loki standing on top of it. Nate looked at the huge creature carefully for a few seconds. Then Loki raised his hand, smiled and said that here he was. Winking his eye, he added that now let them move on to the second stage. After a while, a dark silhouette appeared in the distance, shouting Loki's name. Thor, looking menacingly ahead, swung his axe, and then shouted that he had gone too far. A second later, he turned around in fear and noticed that something was approaching him at great speed. Literally a moment later, a huge dragon tail threw him back at great speed. And Loki, levitating in the air with the help of magic under his feet, told the dragon to play with Loki. Then he landed on the ground, and the dragon flew away at great speed. Raising his right hand, he snapped his fingers and shouted for Bobby to come to him. A dark silhouette appeared from the top of the mountain, quickly approaching him. It fell to the floor, causing an ice storm that enveloped Nate and his team. The protagonist looked ahead in fear. Loki stood calmly in place, and behind him appeared a huge creature. He said it was Bobby the Frost Wolf, his favorite along with the dragon. Smiling widely, he added that it was brutal, he hadn't been ambushed like that in 100 years. He didn't even think that a god would appear who controlled the black flame, but he always had a plan B. Smiling sarcastically, he added that Nate should blame himself, but he didn't like it when changes interfered with his plans. He lowered his head and, frowning, replied that his comrades should take everyone and leave, and he would deal with him. A second later, I calmly said for Bobby to attack, the Frost Wolf took off. In a second, he covered a huge distance and swung his huge paw. Nate managed to back off at the last second, and then the giant wolf spread its jaws. Loki approached his pet, clapping his hands when he saw that he had closed his mouth, after which he said that he had tried well. Coming closer, he stroked his muzzle and added that he was a good boy and that he liked him. Then the wolf looked down, and Loki continued to tell him to find Nate's friends and eat them. They needed to clean up here and go help the dragon. Then, looking at the wolf's frightened gaze, he asked why he was looking at him like that. Let him at least move. Nate smiled. A system message appeared in front of him that the title of the one who tamed the Cerberus was activated, and then he said crush him. A second later, the ice wolf swung his paw at the owner and hit him. Then he raised his paw. Loki was lying on the floor crushed. The protagonist began to get out of the animal's earth with displeasure, saying that there was hair everywhere. Loki turned around menacingly, and then asked how he was able to overcome his control. Nate, smiling, replied that it was because he had special abilities, and if he had a tablet, he should not delay with it, otherwise he was in trouble now. Then Thor appeared, who landed menacingly on the ground. Beads of sweat rolled down Loki's face. He smiled and said that isn't this his buddy Thor, he overdid it with jokes, now he'll come buy him a drink. Meanwhile, Thor was grinding his teeth in anger. He looked menacingly in front of him, there were many lightning bolts around him, and after a few seconds, Loki asked that he would spare him. A huge ice dragon appears in front of us, someone says that he owes him. Thor, looking down, frowning, adds that he is always surprised by his height and will not forget this. It's time for them to get rid of this annoying bastard. Loki sat on the floor, his hands down, the dragon whispered. Then after a while Nate watched as Thor and his enemy evaporated at great speed. He looked up, smiling, and said that Thor had dragged Loki harshly, although if he had been in Thor's place, Loki would have been half dead by now. Then Chloe came up to him, she frowned and said that they had some problem. Looking down, she added that Jotunn had fallen off the cliff. Continuing to look down, she asked that maybe they should go down, to which Kamoru Brows replied that she really thought so. Nick intervened in their conversation and, looking down, asked that they go down there. She laughed at him. Frowning, he turned to the girl and replied that he could actually have died. She saw where he had fallen from. Chloe replied that he shouldn't worry. A second later, Jotunn's huge fingers appeared, and he told them not to worry. Nate and Nick looked up in fear, and then a huge Jotunn appeared in front of them, silently looking at them for a few seconds. He continued to look down in surprise. A few seconds later, Nick hid behind Chloe and shouted that he wanted to fight, even if it was honest, with swords. The protagonist, looking ahead in fear, thought that even if he was not under Loki's control, they would still have to fight. Then Jotunn suddenly covered his mouth and said, "A foreign god." Descending, he added that he was grateful to him for saving him from Loki's control due to his victory over the ice dragon, despite the fact that they were strangers. Continuing to calmly look ahead, he added that in the permafrost, all living things were subjected to all kinds of persecution by the evil dragon. Lowering his huge hand down, he said that for 1,000 years, as a sign of gratitude, he would fulfill any of his wishes. Nate smiled broadly and replied that he could fulfill any wish, to which Jotunn, looking down, replied that there was one condition. The protagonist, looking at the snow that was falling from the sky, asked what the condition was. Then Jotunn approached him and said that he could only fulfill a wish that went beyond the borders of Niflheim, since he had to stay here and protect his people from the dragon. Nate, turning back, asked what about the dragon, since he was all ready. Looking at the ice dragon lying on the ground, he heard Jotunn's words that he was not dead. Then he closed his eyes and added that no matter how much he killed, he lived again. He and his brothers were destined to wage an eternal war against him. Nate raised his hand and asked that he was not dead. Maybe there was a way to prevent his resurrection. Jotunn thought about it and, lowering his head, replied that perhaps there was some prophecy passed down in his country. Then an image of an ice dragon appeared in his mind, spewing blue flames from its wide mouth. He said that a man who had reached the level of white ice and black flames, who could control the cold with his pitch black flames, would appear. He would defeat the dragon and save the country covered in ice. Nate looked ahead with displeasure and then said that Loki had also used black flames. Then he stretched out his hand, in which black flames appeared, and said that maybe this was it. Seeing the fire in front of him, Jotunn was very surprised. And then, bending down lower, he replied that this was definitely it. He was a god, a stranger. This was not enough to reach the level of white ice and black flames. With you, he added that this was all because he was not yet able to control the aura circle. Nate looked ahead with surprise and asked what the aura circle was. Then Jotun grabbed his beard with his hand and replied that although in the prophecy a god, the hero has not yet reached this level. He took a step forward with his huge foot, and then, turning to the mountain, he replied that let them follow him, he will introduce him to those who will help him. Then after a while an ice fairy appeared. She pointed her finger in the direction of the protagonist with displeasure and shouted that why are they with him. Nate waved his hand affably and said that they have not seen each other for a long time. Ethan closed his eyes and answered that they were already friends. He was the hero from the prophecy. The ice fairy, displeasedly slapping the giant, came on the face, shouted, "What other friends?" Ethan put the fairy on his hand and said that in their country there were few creatures who could use mana as freely as snow fairies. Soon she would learn to control the mana circle with her help. Then the ice fairy folded her hands displeasedly and shouted that she agreed. She was actually busy looking for food so as not to die of hunger. Then Chloe came up to her and, smiling, called her. She pulled out an orange ball to her and said that it was a candy. Did she want it? The fairy asked that it was edible. She took the huge candy in her hands and hugged it, and then shouted that it had a very pleasant smell. Literally a second later she licked it. Lightning flashed across her head. She looked ahead in surprise and screamed that it was incredibly delicious. She began to rush in different directions, screaming what it was it the famous golden apple. A second later, Chloe held out a huge amount of colorful candies and said that if she helped them, they would give her everything. They continued on their way, and the fairy said that the aura circle was a technique in which mana was burned to the limit. Smiling, she stretched out her hand, around which a blue aura appeared, and then said that in her case she could create an ice attribute aura. This is an incredible thing, especially compared to a simple fist of mana. He continued to listen attentively as the fairy told him that, however, the real difficulty is mastering two auras of different attributes at the same time. And so in itself is quite difficult, and two opposite properties are almost impossible. For this you need incredible talent. Jotun intervened in their conversation. He said that this cannot be achieved overnight. Haste makes people laugh, so it is better to practice slowly. The fairy turned around and shouted, "What kind of nonsense is this?" She raised her finger up and shouted in displeasure that why is Jotun interfering at all? A few seconds later, the protagonist looked at his hand, around which there was a strong aura. The fairy continued to shout that this guy is just a monster. She did not even explain to him if he was not capable of such a thing. Nate thought that this is really difficult because the resistance of mana is serious, but apparently he got the point. Black flames mixed with ice energy appeared around his hand. Seeing this, Jotun looked ahead in fear, shouted that this cannot be, his mother will already stabilize. The fairy, smiling, put her hands on her hips and replied that she told you so, for him it is easy as pie. A second later, a fiery black sword appeared in the protagonist's hand, and then the fairy told him to look closely, this guy is a real monster. Nate approached the dragon, holding his sword in his hand. He just looked ahead for a few seconds, and then a system message appeared in front of him that he had mastered the aura circle, the attribute of black flame magic, freezing magic. He raised the sword above his head and began to charge the energy. Enormous power entered the sword, and then a system message appeared that due to the influence of the title of the god of the sword, a new skill was created. Nate struck in front of him with all his might. Incredible power burst out of his sword, destroying everything in its path. A second later, he saw how the dragon simply disappeared in front of him. Lifeless earth remained from his blow. Jotun said that he did not believe his eyes. Frightened, looking ahead, he added that the long-standing desire of their family with one blow. A system message appeared that the ice dragon was destroyed, and then a big system message saying that Nate had obtained the essence of the ice dragon. A huge number of characteristics were increased. After the protagonist turned around with a smile and asked that after this he would be able to fulfill his wish, Jotun replied that the priest's contract would do. Two system messages appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that the priest's contract was successfully concluded and Jotun became his priest. Nate extended his hand to him and said that this is super, now he is his third priest. A system message appeared in front of him that with the increase in the level of divine power, the profiles of priests are displayed in more detail. Jotun suddenly opened his eyes and asked that this is really enough. The antagonist looked at the system message that Jotun is a giant, his ability is ice martial arts. He is the ruler of the ice giants. 68 years have passed since his ascension to the throne. He is 127 years old, and he is known as a merciful ruler who cares for his people. Nate smiled and said yes, that was enough. Nick looked at him with displeasure and folded his arms and said that it was incredibly cold here. When would they go home? A system message appeared that Nick was a man, the first priest, a talent for fencing. In the East they call him a genius of fencing. He thinks that people quickly get tired of him because of his pride and rebellious spirit, and his only advantages are simplicity and forgivingness. Nick, looking ahead with displeasure, asked what was wrong with his face. It infuriated him. Meanwhile, Nate quietly laughed and thought it was funny. Then Adele came up to Nick. She said that their god, whom they serve, should watch his language, to which he replied that she was laughing. What other god of theirs? He, looking at the smiling girl with displeasure, replied that he didn't give a damn, he was going to surpass him, to which Adele, with folded arms, replied that of course, let him try, Mr. Loser. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise for a few seconds, and then, snapping his finger, said that they should stop bickering, because it was time for them to go. Nick watched with a smile as a teleportation circle appeared above his head, after which he said that finally, and Adele asked what now, where are they going? Nate smiled and replied that they had finished their business here, so, literally a moment later, their bodies were transferred to another dimension, and Nate finally said that they should check out another world. We are transferred to a huge tree that mercilessly destroys one person after another. The guy grabs the earpiece and, looking ahead in fear, screams that the gate has been breached, the risk level has been increased to A. After which he gets hit in the face at high speed, and he screams that he is requesting support from the 44th branch. A man in glasses appears in front of him, looking down with displeasure, resting his head on him, and then screams what he is doing. Gritting his teeth, he adds that he needs to kill more monsters to increase his success. If he calls the branch, he will have to share the merits with them. He fights back with his fist and screams in response that their units cannot cope alone. To which the guy, turning around, replies that his job is to do everything possible and not call those idiots. Literally a moment later, someone burns the tree to the ground. The guy looks ahead in fear and asks how this is possible. Adele, raising her hand, holds a fire sphere in it and then says that here it is. She, smiling, goes forward and adds that fire magic is so refreshing. Then she raises her hand up, her magic fireball grows bigger, and then she says that it was too cold where they were. Then the tree in front of her starts burning with bright flames. The girl with red hair, looking at this, asks that she killed a class of mutant, and the guy next to her replies that he has never seen anything like this, she is a strange hunter. He turns to the girl, naturally, screams through his teeth that this is some kind of show for them. Let him contact the management, brother, and get her out of here. To which the girl replied that they can't handle it themselves and, apparently, it is better to ensure the safety of citizens with her help. The guy comes closer and loudly shouts at the girl that he pays her, let her do what he says, and quickly let her call the gate management. Literally a moment later the girl took out her phone and replied that she is listening. Then suddenly someone cut her phone into pieces. Nick appeared, he took a few steps, smiled and replied that Adele, of course, is nasty, but it is better not to complain about her. The guy continued to look ahead with displeasure, frowning, and then shouted that where did he come from. Then, turning around, he said fearfully that since he was here. The protagonist appeared in front of him, and he said displeasedly that he was here again. Nate watched for a few seconds in silence as the guy shouted at him that he had told him that he would not participate in suppressing the gate, so why was he here then? The protagonist narrowed his eyes and replied that he was hesitating. There were more and more victims. Let him admit already that he was not capable of anything. Looking at the guy's displeased face, he added that he was a weakling. It was his opponent who smiled and, laughing, replied that this was a guy with dirty power speaking. Coming closer, he added that he had apparently made a lot of money on his fake tricks. Nate, taking a few steps forward, asked what kind of nonsense he was talking again. And the guy, smiling sarcastically, continued to say that he thinks that he doesn't know how he became strong, how long will he hide his shit. Hearing this, the protagonist turned pale and then thought about whether he really understood that this was a divine power. Without hesitating, Nate took a few steps forward and hooked his shoulder into the guy, telling him to get off him since he knew everything. The guy smiled and said that he was looking forward to this opportunity. Nate thinks that he will let him go like this. Suddenly, someone took a few steps towards the protagonist and said that the 44th branch is suspected that their leader has become a monster. A special squad with the letter M on the abacus appeared. They surrounded Nate. A guy in a long coat came forward. He said that Nate is suspected of monsterization, and he is considered the first threat. From now on his affairs will be handled by the hunter inspection. He will be killed on the spot if he refuses to obey. The man added, frowning, that he was declaring that from now on he would initiate the emergency protection procedure and hoped for his cooperation. The guy standing next to him laughed and then shouted that he had played himself into oblivion. Smiling broadly, he added that there was no way out, everything was going swimmingly. Then the guy remembered how he had come to his father and shouted that they had to stop Nate from getting in their way. That day, his father had frowned and replied that how much could they envy him. Then the guy replied that it looked like he was turning into a monster, or rather, he was sure of it. His father was silent for a few seconds, then asked again that he was turning into a monster. The guy gritted his teeth, looked ahead with displeasure, and then said that they should remember that last year their 5-star hunter had turned into a monster, how much damage he had caused, 326 killed. His father turned around and said that he remembered, They were still recovering from the blow, but that did not mean that now they could accuse anyone of monsterization. The boy, looking at his father with displeasure, clenched his fist and shouted that there was proof. Nate was always untalented, he changed in an instant. There was never a case of awakening as an adult, and I find it strange, his power is muddy. Hearing these accusations, his father silently stared down, and then, looking at his happy son, said that if he really was turning into a monster, it would be better to get rid of him before the disaster began. Then, grabbing the phone, he called the director and told him to make an appointment with the Hunter Correctional Bureau for today, and he wanted the Inspector General of the Bureau to be there in person. Nate stood quietly, looking around, and the boy shouted that he heard he should shut up if he did not want to die. Then the protagonist turned around and thought that he needed to send Adele away. Maybe they didn't know that she was from another world, but it was better to be on the safe side. A blue circle appeared around the girl, she looked ahead in surprise, and Nate told her to go away. The man, looking at the teleportation, shouted that she was teleporting and needed to be stopped. He started running forward when suddenly someone hit in front of him. Nick cut the ground and then told them to just try to step over the line. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that he would kill them all right there. The man, gritting his teeth, looked ahead with displeasure, and then suddenly someone stepped on the line. The guy with a huge sword took a few steps towards Nick and then said that he was really impudent. Nick did not wait for his opponent to act, he rushed forward at great speed, shouting that he warned him. The blue-haired guy in front of him looked ahead calmly, and then said that he was pleased with him, his insolence. He swung his huge sword when Nick was almost at his face. Then he cut Nick's body and also looked ahead in fear. A second later, blood gushed in different directions. Ethan says that if the guy is right and Nate really was monsterized, then let the Hunter Correctional Bureau deal with him first. Looking ahead, the old man asks if Chase will help the Hunter Investigation Bureau in catching the main character, to which the guy behind asks why he would help them. Wrinkling his eyebrows and looking at his grandfather with incomprehension, the guy says that he said that he was monsterized, to which Ethan asks him not to worry, saying that soon there will be someone who will figure everything out. Standing in front of the guy with glasses, the guy asks him who will sort this out, to which the old man tells him that he will take a look, so he better go, adding that this guy is a real monster. A man with a huge sword on his shoulder stands in front of a crippled blonde guy, talking about the best hunter in the world, Leo Lux. Raising the sword at Nick, he says that he took the side of the one who was monsterized, adding that he should not have done it. The blue-haired guy in the hat looks away. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a crazy Nate attacks him with a scream, screaming to take his hands off his henchman. In the background, the guy calls out to Chloe, to which she says the word now. While the hero was fighting with the blue-haired guy, the girl carried Nick away from the scene of the battle. The man in the mask notices the characters leaving. Nate, stomping his foot hard, breaking stones, tells him that he should not do this. Throwing a dark flame at the blue-haired guy, he says that there is no need to be distracted during the fight. Chloe, standing next to the wounded boy, says that his wound is deeper than she thought, adding that she needs to concentrate. Watching the girl restore Nick, she shouts at the hero that they need to buy time while she is healing, to which he confidently says that she should leave it to him. The protagonist quickly dodges the blows of the guy in the hat. The man in the suit swings his sword at Nate, saying that he decided to go on the offensive, calling him his monsterized friend. The guy, gritting his teeth from the blow, asks what kind of monsterization is this. Flying towards the hero next to a bunch of explosions, the hero in the suit asks him that if Nate doesn't know, then where did he get such supernatural powers from? Holding a sword in front of the guy in the hat explains that monsterization is a process by which people gain unusual abilities. Recalling the appearance of a monster with horns, he explains that now he can only see this as an advantage, but as time goes on, his personality will disintegrate, and eventually he will turn into a bloodthirsty monster, adding that recently, when the threat level from the gate has increased significantly, the number of monsterization cases has increased significantly, and whether it is a coincidence or not, it happened just at the moment when the protagonist appeared. Hearing this, Nate screamed in anger, saying that this is nonsense and the man misunderstood something and he does not have monsterization. Widening his eyes from what the guy says about it being a lie, that his power is not uniform, as if the powers of a dozen monsters gathered together, the guy recognizes something in front of him. The blue-haired guy's hair falls onto his mask, to which he says that he thought so, and all those who fell under the influence of monsterization did not understand what was happening to them until the very end. With wildly wide eyes, he says that it is obvious that when this process is complete, he will become the greatest threat in human history. Looking from behind at the brunette in the coat, the man calls out to them, saying that if they interfere, then he will not be responsible for their lives. Turning his soldiers around, the man in the coat tells everyone to leave, adding that Leo Lux will deal with everyone. Suddenly, the blue-haired guy's hat flies off to the side from the magic. Leo Lux, surrounding himself with lightning energy, tells Nate that now they are left alone. Leo bounces from his place, leaving behind only an imprint of his footprint. He jumps towards the protagonist, creating a blue explosion. Looking forward, the guy says that he knew the hero was not fighting at full strength, and now he will show her true power. Nate stands in front of the guy, protecting himself with a sword and spewing fire magic. Starting to attack, Lux, with a crazy look, shouts that he will show his in response. The guy smashes the ground with his sword, causing stones to fly to the sides. Jumping from above, Nate shouts at him that he does not understand what the guy is talking about. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist asks him that he is Leo Lux, the best hunter in the world, and if he defeats him, he will receive his reward, and if he loses, he will lose face, summing up that their fight is meaningless. Looking up and surrounding himself with lightning, the blue-haired hero says that he does not need a reward if the fate of the world is at stake. In a moment, Leo flies up to Nate. Blocking the guy's blow, the hero shouts at him that he is saying it again, that today is the first time he heard about this monsterization, adding that their fight is pointless. Wide-eyed against the backdrop of buildings, Lux says that he has heard it 1,000 times already. Attacking the hero in the air again, creating strong blows, he shouts that he always killed the one who said it, to which the protagonist asks him if Leo even listens to him. With crazy eyes looking at the lightning and the character, Nate thinks to himself that he needs to stay calm, and they need strong hunters like him to prevent the end of the world. Swinging at the protagonist with a terrifying look, the hunter screams that this is the end. Suddenly, the hero creates an energy ball around himself, and Leo lands with a terrible look on the ground. Covering his eyes, the blue-haired guy tells the hero that he will thank him for this. Suddenly, the guy stopped in horror at that moment, when behind him, the ball in which the hero was, became enveloped in dark flames, and Nate apologizes to him, saying that this needs to be told to him now. Being around the dark flame, the protagonist swings his sword at the character with all his might, to which a notification says that the armor of the Nemean lion has been used. Turning to the light, Leo Lux says the word "what?" His eyes begin to illuminate with a bright light. At that moment, an explosion of enormous power occurs, to which the notification says that the guy used a strike with a black sword. Leo's broken sword stands in the ground. The character, bleeding, leans on his sword stuck in the ground, coughing from the blow, to which the protagonist standing in front of him says that he controlled his power, and he does not need to kill him. Standing on the ground, looking at the sparks shimmering on the ground, Nate thinks that he could not think that he would be able to withstand his blow that crushed the ice dragon, and perhaps he could transfer the force of the blow to the ground by using electric mana. Looking at the shaking bloody Leo, he thinks about the incredible level of control of the Mara in a world where magic is not widely used, to which the blue-haired guy stops the protagonist. Looking ahead with tension, the hero thinks that perhaps this is one of his skills. Remembering the guy with glasses, the hero thinks that he remembers Vermouth telling him something similar, asking what if he is the same as himself and Chloe. Coming closer to the character sitting by the sword, the guy thinks that if this is so, then he urgently needs to sort out this misunderstanding, asking Leo if he has ever heard of the system, and if he has, then they have a lot to discuss. Leo, with a bloody face, angrily looking at the hero, asks again about the system, and he means the status window, answering positively, asking who has not heard of it, adding that the guy has definitely gone crazy. Closing his eyes, he says that he must stop him before he goes mad, but his body does not obey. Falling to the ground in front of the guy's feet, he says that it is a pity that Ilya's tragedy has repeated itself again. Looking at him, the hero asks himself about what he was trying to hide, the fact that he was using the divine system, and he will talk to him again when he wakes up. Taking the sword Snow White in his hand, the guy wants to say something. Swinging the blade to the side and creating an explosion, Nate tells someone that he will deal with him for now. A scared Chase is sitting on the ground. Looking at the guy with anger, Nate tells him that he has crossed all boundaries, adding that he is so useless that he is just wasting the air he breathes. The guy's face and glasses is distorted with fear. The doctor in glasses, standing over the man, says that the guy has many fractures and abrasions. Looking at Chase's face and bandages, the doctor says that vital places were not damaged, but he was beaten so skillfully that he can only breathe. The guy lies with his mouth slightly open on a hospital bed. The old man, standing next to the doctor, asks if his life is in danger, to which she replies no. Ethan's eyes turn away in shock, hearing the doctor's suggestion that it will probably take at least 6 months of rehabilitation before he can return to hunting. Standing over Chase, Ethan, completely dazed, says that he didn't think Nate was that tough, wondering if he raised a tiger. Standing next to the girl's chest, Nick says that he really thought he was going to die. Hitting the guy on the shoulder, Adele tells him not to pretend. Looking at the blonde guy who has fallen to the floor, the blonde tells him with a smile that he still fought hard and she saw everything. Looking towards Chloe, standing in front of the window, Nate asks her if she has ever met people like them. Turning around, the girl asks what kind of people. Looking at her, the guy explains that those who are like them work part-time for the gods, adding that he just thought of something. The girl looks at him, listening to his assumption that Leo Lux could be one of those people. Looking at the guy who closed his eyes, Chloe asks him why he decided that, to which the hero explains that in the magical world, when he visited Atlaum, Vermouth said that there was a god there before he appeared. Looking at the guy, she says that any god who controls the system can go to Atlaum, to which the guy says that this is not the problem. The girl, looking ahead solemnly, listens to Nate say that the god who arrived in Atlaum was from the United States, to which she asks again about the country. Imagining Olympus against the blue sky, the hero says that it is strange, adding that they usually call it Asgard or Olympus, and in general, what god would say that he is from the United States, and Leo Lux was from there, so he also freely owned mana. Imagining the image of Leo Lux, he talks about a god who came to the magical world from the United States, an American who freely uses mana in the human world, where such a concept does not even exist. Putting her hand to her face, the girl looks down at the hero's question about whether it is too perfect for simple coincidences. Sitting down on the couch, Chloe closes her eyes, saying that she does not understand him, but it is difficult to conclude that Leo is like them. The protagonist looks at the girl, asking why, because there are enough suspicions. Keeping her eyes closed, the girl tells him to listen that they, people, cannot explain how they manage the system of gods, but one thing is obvious. Sitting across from Nate, she says that there are only two people in the world who control this system, him and her. Nate looks at the girl with confusion and asks her how she can be so sure of this and is it indisputable. Closing her eyes, she says that the guy will find out everything when the time comes and he just needs to trust her, adding that they are the only ones who can use the system. Holding his head in his hand and closing his eyes, Nate says that this is probably true, thinking that he will have to believe it because these are Chloe's words. Looking at the notification that appears, he thinks that she was always right and in the beginning she taught them ways to prevent the war between the gods. The notification that appears describes the proposed contract. The phone on the table begins to buzz, informing about the hunter associations that in the Hanok village area, the large-scale C-class gate has been upgraded to S-class. The characters, standing across from Nate, ask about the Hanok village, that isn't that where he fought Leo Lux. Gritting his teeth and looking down, the boy thinks about what happened to them now, saying that he needs to hurry. From strange bloody trees hang fabrics, among the monsters walking around them. Running forward, Nate thinks that he didn't even think that the gate would grow to such a size. Flying up to one of the strange monsters, the boy thinks that first he needs to do something. Cutting the monster in half, he thinks that he needs to take care of this. Looking back, the hero hears someone screaming. He sees a man running from the forest without an arm. Approaching the man who fell to his knees, the hero asks him if he is okay. The man abruptly grabbed Nate's hand. Clinging to him with crazy eyes, he says that he will kill all the old people. Looking at the man with incomprehension, the boy asks about the old man, thinking about what is happening in this fog. Looking deep into the forest, the guy thinks that he has a bad feeling. The same chopped monster appears behind the main character, at the moment of which he thinks that if a forgotten god came out of the gate. The notification says that intuition is activated and the guy turns back. At that moment, someone swings at the guy's body with all his might. He suddenly kicks the head of the risen monster. The guy's gaze again turned to the other side. He sees how the monster's body is again collecting itself piece by piece, to which he thinks about the ability to regenerate. Looking at the rising monsters, the guy thinks that they are much more problematic than they seem, and he will have to use mana. Holding a sword with a blue flame in front of him, the guy continues to think that he wanted to save it for the gate. Suddenly, a huge lightning explosion occurs right in front of him. Nate, with his eyes wide open, asks the character who appeared where he came from. He sees the image of Leo Lux shouting his name. Leo, looking away, tells him that he will say something, and he still does not believe in his innocence, but there is one but. Turning his back to the guy and facing the monsters, he says that now, the priority is to stop the gate for the sake of humanity. The warriors fight the tree monsters, shouting at each other to stop them, and not let them go further. The man, holding the monster's mouth attacking him with his hand, shouts for it to leave him alone. Suddenly, lightning appears right in front of the guy's eyes. He sees a silhouette of a man among the lightning. Leo's foot lands on the ground, to which he, commanding everyone, shouts for everyone to line up. Lux, looking at one of the warriors, tells him to close the battlefield and civilians cannot be harmed. Shouting to the scattering warriors to the sides that the hunters who cannot use mana should aim for deadly places and avoid direct confrontation and not give the enemy time to maneuver, to which the warriors all shout together that they obey. Leo looks to the side from under his hat, saying that not long ago even the most dangerous gates were insignificant compared to the dungeons, and the world is getting worse and worse. The hero looks at hundreds of monsters coming from the forest. A tree root comes out of the fog. It, like a snake, envelops the body of one warrior, a girl. Taking her body and spinning it from side to side, she screams for help. Lux notices her, recognizing something. Suddenly, the guy walking forward is stopped by a girl, shouting at him not to do anything stupid. Chloe, standing in front of the blue-haired guy, tells him that he knows that there is something unimaginable in this black fog. Leo, looking at the girl, says that of course, and in this fog there is a feeling of discomfort, and it is clearly unsafe there. Clenching his fist, the guy wants to say something. Suddenly, Lux opened his eyes in shock. The protagonist cuts the roots of the plant to save the warrior's girl. Chloe, standing next to the blue-haired guy, looks at what is happening in shock, calling out to the hero. Nate, gritting his teeth, opens his hand, grabbing the roots. He removes the roots from the girl, grabbing them with his hands. The guy's foot is on dry ground, to which he asks where he is. Standing in the dry forest and dark magic, Nate wonders what this dimension could be, connected to the fog, or some dark and unpleasant energy. Looking away, the hero notices that it feels like life is flowing away. An old man, sitting on the roots behind the hero, says that he is a funny guy. A wrinkled old man with long hair and bulging eyes looks at the hero, asking him where he came from. A notification appears that intuition gives a signal of death. The hero's eyes opened in fear. The guy quickly jumps away from the tree with the old man. Gritting his teeth from incomprehension, he thinks that this is the same old man that the hunter saw, adding that they are not fighting yet, but he already feels something. Looking at the smiling, scary old man, the hero thinks that he feels that he is incredibly dangerous, to which the monster laughingly tells the guy that he sees that he has never even heard of etiquette. A tree root flies straight towards the protagonist. The guy sees a branch flying straight into his eye. He instantly cuts the root in half, clenching his teeth. The old man with crazy eyes says that he is not like those children he ate before. Looking at the hero struggling with the roots, he says that Nate is fresh. Looking forward with a crazy look, the hero exhales. He cuts all the roots together at once, flying through them. The hero's foot lands in a place where more roots come out. He, caught in the roots, asks a question what? The roots begin to squeeze the guy's body more and more, causing him to cough in pain. The old man, leading the guy to himself in the roots, tells him that his look just screams that he will never give up, adding that the guy really is different from the others. Grimacing his face in a satisfied grimace, the old man tells him that he can't wait to see his true face. Grasping the hero's neck with roots with faces, the old man says that he is a brave warrior, a child looking for his mother, a widow who lost her husband, a hunter begging for his life. Touching the root with a satisfied face, the grandfather says that they all had delightful faces. Opening his eyes until they are red, the old man asks the guy what expression he will have on his face. They say that he is in anticipation. Looking at the grandfather with fear in his eyes, the hero receives a notification that he is enveloped in fear, agility and physical strength are decreasing, and cognitive abilities are falling, to which the guy thinks about the feeling, as if he is standing in front of Asmodeus again. Hiding his eyes in the darkness of his skin, the old man brings the guy's face to himself, saying that he must be very tasty. The old man's hand reaches for the protagonist's face. He looks at the root with a frightened look, thinking that this cannot be allowed. Suddenly, a notification appears stating that the guy's application has been accepted. Smiling, Nate says that it is just in time. The notification states that he is moving to a part-time job. Smiling, looking at the old man, he says that it is good that he had a reservation, asking the old man what he thinks that he came here without a plan. Grabbing the notification system with his hand and smashing it, the old man tells him that he is smart. Breaking the notification, he looks at the guy with a smile. The guy's eyes widened in shock when he heard the old man's words to not even think about escaping. Taking Nate by the face, the old man tells him that from the moment when he stepped on this earth, death became inseparable from him, and he is deaf, he is the old man of the underworld. The old woman opened her mouth wide, he must show his true face. Sweat drips down the hero's face. Death with an open mouth reaches for him. Nate was indignant, she thinks he will give up so easily. He opened his eyes wide, uses the Hellfire skill. The old woman looked down at him. Explosion, flame. The smoke clears, she smirked, asked, does he want to incinerate them both? The guy with the sword, sitting on the ground, she said that makes everything even more interesting. The blade against the background of the trees, asked how he will feel when he finally gives up. Nate stood up, stood in front of her, answered, no way. Hands with a sword pointing forward, he will not give up. An angry face said that if she can get out, soul will be destroyed. Flames around the foot in the boot, cracks in the ground, so, even at the cost of his life, jump to her, he must stop her. The old woman narrowed her eyes, said that it was interesting to look at this. She directed her hand forward, which was wrapped in tentacles, he would beat in despair. Branches pierced the guy, she added, with this beautiful expression on her face. Nate coughed up blood. She lifted him above the ground, told him to look at her. Pink petals fall on the hero. Blair made a gesture with her hands, said blooming dream of pink spring. Death looks ahead, petals fly to her. She looked back, asked what she was doing here. The girl's feet in shoes on the ground, she replied that today's youth are not punctual at all. Nate is behind her, petals hold him in the air, they don't even come to their part-time job on time. The old woman threw up her hands, screamed furiously, she was ruining everything again. The tentacles rushed towards Blair. She screamed to give it to her. The girl stuck out her tongue, asked what to give. The petals were destroying the branches. She said that the petals did not fall for more than 10 days. She looked down, said that she could not sit here and just watch her disrupt the normal flow of things. The old woman looked at her injured arm. The wind was blowing her hair. The petals were all around death. The girl told her to return to the world of the dead. An angry look. Petals were all around. She was disappearing. She screamed. How dare she interfere with her? The girl lowered her hands. Throwing her braid back, she said that's why she shouldn't try to get out. She looked around. Nate was lying on the ground, blood stains on his clothes. It seemed she was just in time. She sat down next to him, pointed her hands at him. His wounds were quite serious. A group of people in the distance called Nate. She smiled. It's time. In her hand a branch with pink flowers. She put it on the guy, said goodbye. Comrades ran up to the hero. Night, a multi-story building. A vase on the table by the bed where Nate lies. He complained about his head. Chloe crossed her arms over her chest, standing next to him, asked, did he wake up? The girl with a serious face, he asked where he was. She replied that in his room. Obviously, he did something stupid again. Nate grabbed his head with his hand, his eyes closed, asked what happened. She said that he was found alone in the fog unconscious. Chloe's surprised look, he asked again, alone, and what about this old woman? The guy is sitting on the bed, frowning. She was very strong. He could not do anything with her. Death leaned over, Dark Reaper, forgotten goddess, comparable in strength to Asmodeus. In her danger she surpasses many of the gods of South Korea. He clenched his fist. The girl said it was a miracle that he was able to survive. The guy admitted that he probably overestimated his strength a little. Chloe's eyes widened when she heard that she was even able to break the window of a part-time job. He could not even think about it. She leaned towards the guy, asked again what she was able to break. Nate was embarrassed. Their faces were close, said that she broke his part-time job window. The girl asked, what do you mean? A broken screen with a message about a system error. Chloe frowned, looked at the window, asked what it meant. The guy was surprised. Is it really that bad? Blue stone against the background of mechanisms. She explained that the system is a protocol that covers all dimensions. It was created by the mother goddess for the personal provision of harmonious existence of all living beings. Companions sleep on the floor. Chloe is kneeling on the bed. She has never heard of such a system failing. The guy stuttered, I see. She put her hand to her chin, walks around the room, said that they need to fix it. But how? Magic? No, maybe divine power? Nate suggested calming down. The girl froze, remembered Hephaestus, thinks that the god, initiated into all secrets, can help. On the blue screen, a message that Hephaestus is unavailable as he went on an urgent trip. Finger on the screen, Chloe nervously asked what the guy thought that sometimes he is so unreliable. Flowers in a vase. Blair noticed that the hero came to his senses. The heroes look at the vase. The girl explained that she put her thoughts into these flowers, asked her to listen. Flowers on a pink background. If he helps her in her flower garden, then she will help with fixing the system window. It seems fair to her. The guy is perplexed. He felt this aura before losing consciousness after the attack of the Dark Reaper. Flash. Chloe covered her eyes with her hand. Blair offered to discuss the details in person, but he should be careful as he can still feel weak. Nick woke up. View of the building. Pink light from the windows of the apartment. The heroes found themselves in a flowering meadow, mountains in the distance. Sleepy Adele asked where she was. Nate was surprised. It was the same. Blair behind the guy asked if it was beautiful here. She folded her hands, smiled. They were in her garden. The hero looked back, opened his eyes wide, remembered this warm feeling, asked if it was she who was in that fog. She laughed. Yes, she said her name. Nick came up to the hero. Nate wanted to thank her, but the guy asked what kind of child. Nate looked at him questioningly. He asked what kind of joke it was. He patted the girl on the head, called her baby, told her to go play since they were busy here. Blair in profile smiled, said that the baby she saved this morning was really growing up very quickly. The guy was surprised, and she got into character. Nate lowered Nick's head with his hand, apologized to the girl, saying that he was a little out of his mind. The guy was indignant. Adele covered her mouth with her hand, surprised. This baby, it turns out, is a goddess. Nate laughed, introduced her as one of his priests. Hand to chin. Blair looks at the girl, asked, so she is from another world, said that she did not notice her, and, it seems, she has grown up too. Adele was embarrassed. The heroes stand in front of the girl. She said that there were enough greetings. It was time to get to work. Nate follows her to the flowering meadow. She said that in this garden there are children who have yet to be born. They need to water all the flowers. Chloe is next to Adele. She was happy. This is wonderful. Why is their work not always like this? Hand on the neck. Nick asked discontentedly where the water is. Blair, with a large jug in her hands, explained that each of them needs to take a jug and bring water from the top of the mountain. The mountain in the rays of the sun, the guy asked, from this mountain. The house is on the slope. An arrow points to the next peak. The girl said that her house is there. A little further they will find Zelkova. Next to it they can get water. The guys are shocked. Nick was indignant that clouds, pink sky, flowering branch, a jug of water. The heroes are resting in the meadow. They have arrived. Nate threw his head back. He saw Blair sitting on a tree branch. She laughed. Nothing is easy in this world. The girl jumped down, added, especially if they want to fix something as complicated as the system window, it is worth sweating for. She turned her head, asked the hero to follow her. Blue sky, stars. A foot in a boot on the step. Blair climbs the stairs, said that watering the garden of souls is a very important task. With their own hands they cleanse the souls of children who are soon to be born. This is extremely important for the balance of the circle of reincarnations. Nate exhaled tiredly, thought that he did not even understand what she was saying, did not see the connection between fixing the system and carrying jugs of water. A large moon, a tree on top of a mountain, the girl said. This is called karma, the sum of all the actions that are committed in life. The guy answered, I see. She rests her hands on her hips, looked back at the hero, hurried him. Standing in front of a pond, a glow around, he thought it was just regular water. Blair said it meant he had done a good job. Nate looked at the girl in surprise. She told him to go. The guy sat down by the bank, asked if it was safe. It was so brightly sparkling. She pushed him into the water, saying he was talking too much. Eyes closed, frowning. Opened his eyes, sitting on the floor made of a puzzle, the same place where he fought Asmodeus. The guy stood up, so this pond led here. Above his head was a pink petal. He looked at it, wondered what the petals from Blair's garden were doing here. The petal glowed. It turned into a large puzzle piece. One puzzle piece above another. The puzzle touched his head. Blair, in front of the boy, said she had given him enough blessings. She extended her hand to him with a pink flower. Now he is connected with every creature in this world. This flower contains the energy of creatures from 3,000 worlds. The boy took it in his hands. The light reflected in his eyes. He was amazed. Could he accept such a beautiful flower? The girl smiled, patted Nate on the head, answered, of course. Eyes closed, sweet face. The hero opened his eyes in a stupor. Lying on the grass, Blair leaned over to him, asked, did he finally wake up? Hands behind his back, the girl told him to get up quickly. How much longer will he lie there? The guy raised himself, turned his head, asked what he had just seen. She smiled slyly, answered that she did not know what he was talking about, advised to check the system window. Blue screen, new abilities detected. Nate was glad it was working, and also new abilities. The window reported that he had gained access to the memories of his past lives. He looks ahead, thought, past lives. It turns out that what he saw was in a past life. He reaches his finger to the screen, thought that this was interesting. Windows opened, the records of past lives were restored, but only one was available for viewing. Hand to mouth, thought, decided that he would watch them later. Blair's surprised face, the guy turned to her, sits opposite her, thanked her for saving his life and for fixing the system window. Her lips formed a smile, how he had grown. Eyes closed, laughed, she only did her job. Mountains, starry sky, told him to follow her. She needed to give him something else. Nate stood in front of the chained Prometheus and said that he had received a letter. The exhausted Prometheus asked to read it. The protagonist looked at the letter and said that he was a descendant of arrogant titans who had committed an unforgivable sin and should be kept there forever until he realized what he had done and stopped resisting the will of the Almighty. Surprised, Nate looked at Prometheus, who asked him to stop reading. He said with a smile on his face that there was no need to read any further and that he had heard this 1,000 times already. Turning away, Nate looked at the letter. Prometheus with an empty look said that this was all and that the protagonist should leave. He noted that he was just an object for his ridicule. Nate looked at him with a serious expression. The protagonist's hand lit up with a yellow light. A message appeared that regeneration was activated and when used on another being, the effectiveness was halved. He directed the light energy at Prometheus. The surprised god asked what he was doing. Looking at him, Nate replied that he was healing him. He looked dumbfounded and said that he was doomed and asked if the protagonist understood what he was doing. Nate replied that he understood everything and asked not to worry. He thought about how Prometheus, the god of prophecy, did everything for the good of humanity, and if the price for this was eternal pain and humiliation, and no one would appreciate this noble sacrifice. Nate calmly thought that at least people should do this. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was sorry that this was all he could do, noting that he really deserved it. Prometheus looked at him in surprise. He asked what kind of crazy god this was. Holding his head, Nate replied that he simply loved people. Closing his eyes, Prometheus said that he was a pretty unusual guy. He asked about his name. The protagonist introduced himself with a satisfied look and said that he was the god of swords. An enraged Nick asked him behind his back how much longer he could talk, noting that if he had delivered the letter, he should leave there. Surprised, Prometheus said that Nick had no divine powers and asked if he was a human. Nate replied that he did and that he was his priest, who was still training and helping him. Prometheus noted that even in a world where gods and humans could coexist, it was dangerous for a weak person to be there. Nick was dumbfounded by these words. He asked with an enraged look who he had called weak. Watching their fight, Prometheus asked if Nick was telling him this. They butted heads and Nick asked why Nate was hitting him. The protagonist cried out that he was acting like a fool and asked if he even knew who he was talking to. Taken aback, Prometheus asked if in their day gods could communicate so easily with their priests. Closing his eyes, he said that the world had really changed and if she were born now, she would probably be treated the same way. Nate looked at him in surprise. He asked if Prometheus meant Pandora. He was taken aback by such a question. Opening his eyes wide, he asked how the protagonist knew her, noting that she lived a long time ago. Nate replied that her story was quite well known. He said with a smile on his face that almost everyone knew about her. Nick said that he had also heard something about Pandora's box. Looking at them, Prometheus asked about Pandora's box and clarified what else had happened while he was chained to the rock. Nate noted that he did not know. He asked the protagonist to tell him something about her. Nate replied with a smile that he would tell him everything he knew about her. He imagined the image of the girl and told her that she was human, but had divine beauty and the gods gave her all possible talents. The protagonist imagined a box shrouded in dark energy. He said that she was the wife of Epimetheus, Prometheus' brother, but her curiosity caused a terrible catastrophe. He said that at the same time, Prometheus was deeply in love with her. Looking at Nate, he said that she ignored his prophecy. The surprised protagonist asked if it turned out that this was what he meant by Pandora's prophecy. He asked to tell him about it if he knew anything. Looking down, Prometheus asked if Nate helped him because of the prophecy. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he would be lying if he said he was not interested, but he had not helped him out of selfish motives. Smiling, Prometheus noted that he spoke very well. Looking up, he told him that his flesh had been torn apart 1,000 times, and 1,000 times it had healed back, but there was something that was even more painful than that. He said that what hurt more than that was that he knew about the horror that lay ahead, and he could do nothing to prevent it. Looking at the protagonist, he said that he was so tired of this that he thought he should share it with him. He asked to listen to this prophecy. The sky above them was orange. They were leaving there. Dissatisfied, Nick said that he was tired and asked why it was impossible to teleport. The protagonist replied that teleportation was often used by thieves. Holding the package in his hands, he mentally noted that this work was quite tiring, but now he was able to get the sandals of Hermes. He smiled and thought about how he had also unlocked some memories and heard Prometheus' prophecy. He noted that although he couldn't understand a word, Nate emphasized the fact that Pandora was not just a mythological character, but a true Pandora's box that would bring chaos to the world that was yet to be opened. Nick was looking at his back. Turning around, Nick said that he had some small things to take care of and hoped that he wouldn't cause any trouble. Frowning, Nick asked if he was guarding him. He heard a voice from the side as the guy said that he advised him not to anger him. He saw two guys standing in front of the girl and asking her to return their mail. Putting her hands behind her back, the girl answered with a serious look that she wouldn't give it to him and that she needed the letters now. She asked why she would return something that was already hers. The guy pointed his finger at her and suggested that there would be no peaceful solution, and apparently, she was still a young god, so she wouldn't be offended by him in the future. Nick smiled and asked if Nate could see that everything was the same in the human world and there. The furious guy looked at Nick and asked if he was laughing at him. He said that Nick was going to get carried away and that he should leave. Nick looked at him in surprise and asked again. Taking hold of the sword, he said that this was some third-rate thug. Holding the sword in his hand, he assumed that someone needed to be taught a lesson. Turning around, he said that he was going to leave. Furious, Nick heard the guy ask if he was running away in a cowardly manner. Nick rushed at him with the blade in his hands. The big cockroach lay wounded on the floor. Standing over the guys, Nick emphasized that they called themselves gods and it was he who spared them. The dumbfounded guy took the whistle and said that it was not he who started it. Raising the whistle to his mouth, he said that now he would show what happens to a person who went against the gods. The crowd surrounded Nick. The guy grinned and asked who allowed him to behave like that in the abode of the gods. Nick, dumbfounded, declared that he was a fool. He thought that he really had problems. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.